Chapter 681. On the banks of the Mi River, the waves beat against the shore. It was peaceful and full of vitality. The boat in the lake continued to drift, never once reaching the shore. The first rays of the morning sun shone down. The quiet mortal world gradually became lively once more. On the boat, the little girl who wanted to laze around in bed was pulled up and began to throw a tantrum. "Can I practice later?" Einar was wrapped in a blanket. She seemed to be half awake as she said bitterly, "What time is it? Why are you still sleeping?" Ning Chen said helplessly as he carried her. "I slept late last night." Einar burrowed into the blanket, unwilling to get up. "Aren't you embarrassed? Which martial artist would sleep until this time every day?" Ning Chen pulled her out again and scolded her softly. "I'm already very strong. I don't need to wake up early and work late to cultivate." Einar rubbed her eyes and said unhappily, "You have the nerve to say you're strong. I can beat 100 idiots like you. Stop talking nonsense and get up." "I'll teach you how to use the sword today," Ning Chen said unhappily. Einar rubbed her hair frantically. Then she stiffened, feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the person in front of her, she asked doubtfully, "Why do those words sound so familiar?" "You've slept too much. You've become stupid." Ning Chen pulled her up and walked out of the boat saying, "Hurry up and dress up. I'll wait for you on the shore." With that, Ning Chen walked out of the boat and flew towards the river. Einar thought hard but couldn't remember when she had heard those words before. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it and began to dress up. On the banks of the Mi River, the Yellow Spring's forbidden land was full of vitality. It was getting closer and closer to fully awakening. Not long after, Einar walked out from the front of the sails. She took a step forward, and like a lotus flower emerging from the water, she flew across the surface of the lake. Seeing her come over, Ning Chen waved his hand. On the surface of the water, ripples rose and a water sword flew out in front of her. "Watch carefully." Ning Chen held the sword and swung it. A dazzling sword light broke through the sky. With a boom, the entire Mi River split into two. It was a shocking scene. The river split apart and the water flowed like a waterfall, unable to merge back together for a long time. Seeing this, Einar's delicate little face was filled with shock. She was shocked by this shocking scene. Ning Chen casually dispersed the water sword in his hand, looked at the little girl, and said calmly, "Go ahead and practice. When you can split this river with a single sword strike like this, you'll basically be a beginner." When Einar heard this, she recovered from her shock. Looking at the former, she gulped and said, "How long did you train to do that?" 3 years, Ning Chen said calmly. When Einar heard this, her face turned bitter. It had been so long. There are no shortcuts to cultivation, and practicing the sword is even more so. There are countless geniuses in this world who can't mature. It's not because their talent isn't enough, but because their willpower is inferior to others. So don't always think about being lazy. Ning Chen softly warned the little girl. "You're lying. Master's wife doesn't cultivate much, but she's still very powerful," muttered Einar. "Don't shout," Ning Chen berated in a light voice, and then he said with a slightly helpless expression, "A man is an exception. Her natural talent is something that I've never seen in my lifetime. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a proud person like Senior to make an exception and take her as his disciple." "You're not considered the disciple of that Senior before Senior?" Einar asked in surprise. She had always thought that Ning Chen was the disciple of Prince Yen. "No." Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'm just a junior that Senior casually guided. There are some things that I won't be able to learn in my lifetime, so I won't embarrass Senior." "You're already very powerful, more powerful than me." Einar looked at the former and said with certainty. Ning Chen patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, "All right, focus on practicing the sword. Your talent isn't bad. If you practice diligently, you'll be able to reach that level in at most 3 months. Will there be a reward if I master it?" Einar's big eyes turned and she asked sweetly. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "Haven't you always wanted to learn the martial arts in the heavenly book? Once you master it, I'll start teaching you." Pinky swear. Er's big eyes lit up when she heard this. She stretched out her small hand and said, "Pinky swear. A promise is a promise." Ning Chen stretched out his hand and hooked his finger with the little girl's as he said softly. After receiving his promise, giggled and ran to the riverside. Holding her vermilion sword, she began to practice diligently. Ning Chen stood to the side and calmly watched the little girl practice her sword. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Although he hadn't said it, he still remembered how had rushed all over for him. The most difficult thing in the world was to beg someone. This girl had suffered too much in the past few days. However, she would never suffer again. A gentle breeze blew across the riverside. The girl was practicing her sword in front of the riverside, her black hair dancing in the wind. It was a beautiful scene that made people feel relaxed and happy. The vermilion sword hummed and the sword heart was clear. The humming of the sword echoed through the riverside, accompanied by the gentle breeze. Ning Chen looked at the little girl's sword and lightly nodded. Although good talent couldn't decide everything, it could allow people to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Whether it was Er's talent or comprehension, she surpassed him in both aspects. If she worked a bit harder, her cultivation speed would definitely become faster. Just as the little girl was practicing her sword, a plain-clothed mortal girl was standing in front of the riverside. She didn't dare to make a sound, nor did she dare to disturb them. When Ning Chen saw the girl, he didn't stop her and allowed her to watch. Although he didn't want to take in another disciple, if the girl could learn something through her own efforts, she deserved it. The most important thing in martial arts was always the inheritance. It wasn't limited by the concept of sex and seclusion. From the beginning of the day to the middle of the day, repeatedly waved the sword in her hand. There were a few times when she was tired and wanted to sneak away. However, when she saw Ning Chen staring at her from not far away, she had no choice but to dispel this unrealistic idea. At noon, it was finally time for lunch. Put away her sword and smiled at the person beside her. Then, she disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen lightly shook his head. This girl. In the distance, the girl also quietly left. She didn't dare to make a sound lest she startled the person in the sky. Ning Chen deliberately didn't look back and pretended not to see her. After the girl left, he took a step back and returned to the boat. On the Mi River, the scenery was so beautiful. However, the red-clothed man in the boat didn't have the energy to take another look. In the next moment, green and red light rose from the boat. Ning Chen channeled the power of extreme yang and forcibly merged with the body of the dual-peak master. Zichuan died in battle. Qi Huan and the others also died in Mo Zhu's hands. In addition, Xiang Yuan's life was in danger. Disheartened, Lulua transferred the bodies of the two people into Ning Chen's body and entrusted him with everything in the mortal world in the future. The 9 disciples of Mo's sect, who used to be awe-inspiring in the world, had almost all fallen. Mo Zhu's next target was undoubtedly. Ning Chen understood very well that regardless of whether his devil body and main body could make it back in time, he had to plan and prepare for the worst. Mo Zhu's strength was unquestionable. Especially after devouring Qi Huan and the other 2 peak masters, he might be extremely close to the true realm. The next time Mo Zhu attacked, it would definitely be an extremely difficult battle. He had to prepare with all his strength. Otherwise, this tribulation would be his final battle. On the blue boat, condensed true yuan constantly surged. Outside the boat, the surface of the water rippled and waves gradually rose. After experiencing many hardships and dangers, he finally reached the peak of perfection. He was only 1 step away from stepping into the celestial treading realm. However, this step was the most difficult step in the mortal world. In the tens of thousands of years in the inner realm, almost no one had been able to take this step. Although most of the reason was due to the existence of the underworld king's boundary, which limited the laws of the world in the inner realm, part of the reason was that this step was originally unimaginably difficult. The blue boat drifted. With the boat as the center, the waves continued to spread out until they reached 1,000 feet away. After several attempts, it was difficult to cross the heavenly moat. Ning Chen opened his eyes and sighed softly. He withdrew his true yuan. It seemed that he had been too impatient. Perhaps fusing Luo and Xiang Yuan's bodies to break through to the celestial treading realm was not the right path. Outside the boat, the sun moved west. More than half a day had passed. Cultivation knew no time, and unknowingly, 4 hours had passed. On the riverside, Air had just returned. She didn't make a sound and quietly began to practice the sword. On the east side of the river, the women who had come to wash clothes couldn't see the little girl practicing the sword in the distance. No one dared to make a sound. The river seemed to be separated by the mortal and immortal, two completely different scenes. Among the women, the girl was also washing clothes. However, her bright eyes would occasionally look into the distance. Her eyes were filled with envy and desire. Mortals sought immortality, but when the opportunity to become immortal was right in front of them, they didn't dare to disturb the people in the heavens. In the lake, the man in red quietly stood outside the boat. He watched the little girl practice the sword on the riverside and didn't interfere. In the end, one had to rely on themselves on the path of cultivation. Others shouldn't interfere too much, or it would have the opposite effect. Air's sword couldn't have too much of his shadow imprinted on it. She had to walk her own path to become the only one. The sun gradually set and the young girl and the women left. Before they left, they looked at the young man in red standing in front of the boat in the lake. Their eyes were filled with awe. Night fell and the lights in the distance lit up. The moonlight reflected off the lake, and it was cold and desolate. At the same time, somewhere, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Under the night sky, on a lonely stage, the blue-clothed butterfly danced alone with her long sleeves. It was a beautiful and soul-stirring song. However, there was no one below the stage to watch it. The butterfly in the flower was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was more delicate than the flower and more beautiful than the butterfly. Her sleeves fluttered and drew a beautiful white rainbow between heaven and earth. The butterfly on the stage didn't have a trace of brilliance in her eyes. It was often said that performers were emotionless. Perhaps they had played out all kinds of life, so they couldn't see themselves clearly in the mortal world. With a clang, the flower burial tears flew out from her sleeves. The long and narrow blade emitted a black brilliance in the butterfly's dance. The cold moon in the sky seemed to have lost its color at this moment. The blade danced faster and faster until the blade couldn't be seen anymore. There was only a black flowing light between heaven and earth. Within 100 zhang, the wind and snow whirled and turned into a storm, engulfing the butterfly's figure. Rumble. With an earth-shattering tremor, the wind and snow collapsed. The entire stage was torn apart. The flower burial tears retracted its sharpness. The butterfly put away the blade and walked away. Chapter 682. 10 days later, the agreed time limit was up. When the bright moon hung high in the sky, red light gathered on the Mi River, and the vermilion bird appeared. In the pleasure boat, Redcoat walked out and walked to the front of the boat. The two of them looked exactly the same, as if they were mirror images. The phoenix and the vermilion bird, who were destined to never coexist since the 3 ancient eras, put down their grudges and joined forces for the first time. Lead the way, Ning Chen said calmly. Okay. The vermilion bird nodded. Her figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the horizon. Ning Chen turned around and glanced at the boat in the lake. He instructed in a soft voice, and then leaped up and followed after them. Remember to practice your sword well. Don't be lazy. His voice traveled into the pleasure boat. Sat on the bed and giggled. Okay. In the starry sky, rays of light flashed. It was vast and boundless. Many big stars were arranged in it, but at this moment they all seemed so small. At this moment, two streaks of red light pierced through the silence and shot forward at high speed. In the red Phoenix star region, there was a fog that looked like a river of stars that cut across the entire star region. "How far is it?" Ning Chen looked at the fog in front and asked. "We're almost there." The vermilion bird stopped and said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and looked serious. This fog was troublesome. If they were not careful, they might get lost in it. "Let's go," the vermilion bird said. Her figure flashed and rushed into the fog. Ning Chen followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the endless white fog, the two streams of light moved faster and faster. They released their divine senses to guard against the danger in the fog. After an hour, suddenly, a strong sense of danger came. In the next moment, thousands of meteorites broke through the fog and rushed toward them. When the two of them saw this, their expressions turned serious at the same time. Their bodies moved in an instant, dodging one huge meteorite after another. The meteorites were like rain, and there were thousands of them. When they could not avoid them, red light rose. Two red swords appeared in the Phoenix True Fire and Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. The moment they held the swords, the sword intent rushed out. There was a rumbling sound. The two descendants of the gods joined forces to fight against the heavens. Sword lights swept across the starry sky. The shattered meteorites flew past their ears and the heat wave hit them. However, the gods in the fire were not afraid. "Go!" The vermilion bird slashed the nearest huge meteorite with her sword. Then, her eyes narrowed and her figure rushed forward. Not far away, Ning Chen's footsteps quickly followed. As soon as the two of them left, a meteor shower rushed over like a waterfall, drowning everything in its path. In front of him, two figures flashed past and disappeared in a flash. After walking for an unknown amount of time, an indescribable pressure came from the vermilion bird. She stopped and looked ahead. "We're here." Ning Chen stood still and sensed the looming heavy pressure in front of him. His face turned serious as he said, "Buried in the void. Can you tell which four symbols God it is?" "I'm sure it's not the black tortoise, but it could be one of the other three gods," the vermilion bird said. After hearing the former's words, Ning Chen nodded. The possibility of the black tortoise being an earth god was indeed very small. "If we continue forward, there will be restrictions. Be careful," the vermilion bird warned. Ning Chen nodded and took a step forward. He concentrated his divine sense and put all his heart into dealing with the upcoming test. The vermilion bird followed beside him with a grave expression. Restrictions were not her specialty. Otherwise, she would have tried to break in long ago. As soon as the two of them entered, the white fog dispersed and the space distorted. The scene changed instantly. There were endless mountains of swords and sharp lights. The moment the two of them entered, intertwining golden lights flashed and slashed toward them. Ning Chen formed a sword with his fingers. The sword energy shook the golden lights. With a bang, the aftermath spread out rapidly. Heavenly fall! Seeing the endless golden lights, Ning Chen's left hand formed vital energy and slashed the sword. Instantly, the sword light shone brightly. The sword energy soared like rain and fell from the sky, crashing into the thousands of swords. The swords collided with the swords, causing a rumbling sound. The world was miserable. The space stagnated. Then, the scene changed again. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder fell from the sky. Seeing this, the vermilion bird stepped into the air and slashed with the sword in her hand to resist the power of heaven. With a bang, the thunder dispersed. The aftermath spread out rapidly and dispersed the wind and clouds. At this moment, the thunder changed again. Flames burned the sky and turned into a sea of fire falling from the sky. Space break. As the heavenly flames descended, Ning Chen's silhouette flashed and blocked in front of the vermilion bird. His astral soul slashed out, severing the space. The sky cracked open, swallowing the descending flames. The entire sky regained its calmness. Ning Chen looked at the turbulent wind and clouds in the surroundings. His expression was heavy. He glanced at the vermilion bird and said, "You protect me. I will think of a way to break this space." "MHM," the vermilion bird replied. She held her sword in front of her as the divine flames of the vermilion bird gushed out, turning the surrounding 100 miles into a flame domain. A moment later, the earth trembled violently. Earth fire soared into the sky. The 9 heavens sensed it. Lightning and fire rushed towards the two of them. Vermilion flame devouring the heavens. The vermilion bird's sword spun rapidly. Beams of fire covered the sky, blocking the heavenly might of the lightning and fire. Under the protection of the vermilion bird, Ning Chen turned his palm and slashed open the space. Layers of restrictions appeared, changing and complex. He spread out his divine sense to search for the source of the restrictions. However, each restriction was crisscrossing and changing constantly. It was difficult to see their true form. Not far away, the vermilion bird blocked the heavenly might alone. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Even the vermilion bird, who was a descendant of a deity, felt that it was getting harder and harder to withstand. "How long do you need?" The vermilion bird took half a step back and stepped on the ground. The divine flames around her body surged again. 15 minutes. Ning Chen replied. "Okay." The vermilion bird's eyes darkened. She said, "Focus on breaking the restriction. Don't worry about anything else." Ning Chen nodded. He turned his palm and condensed his essence. The yellow spring opened the restriction and sealed a restriction. He focused on watching the changes of the restriction. Rumble. In the sky, lightning struck down one after another, attacking the flame domain. At the same time, earth fire surged on the ground, aiding the heavenly might. The vermilion bird, who bore all the heavenly might, had a drop of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was injured for the first time. The heavenly might was unparalleled. Time passed by slowly. The vermilion bird looked at the figure not far away. When she was distracted, a lightning struck down and blood dyed the sky. With a groan, she retreated several steps. The sword in front of the vermilion bird automatically protected its master. Sword light soared into the sky, supporting the flame domain that was about to collapse. 15 minutes passed and the time was up. The vermilion bird forced herself to use her essence to block the increasing heavenly might. She said, "Is it not done yet?" "It's done." Not far away, Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the restriction of the yellow spring restriction. Shortly after, his astral soul appeared and he slashed out with his sword. After a short moment of silence, the sky collapsed and the earth sank. The whole world rumbled and shook. A large part of the void collapsed and disappeared. In the next moment, the world changed. The silent and empty land of buried gods finally revealed its true form. The two of them focused and looked around. They didn't dare to be careless. They still didn't know which god's relic it was. They had to be careful. Suddenly, the vermilion bird staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries when resisting the heavenly might. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned and stepped forward. He gathered his palm energy and poured it into the vermilion bird's body. After several breaths, the vermilion bird's injuries were suppressed. She looked at the person behind her and said, "Phoenix, your arrogance hasn't changed at all. Just a moment ago, the vermilion bird could have taken her life, but she didn't. A promise is a promise. It can't be broken. At least in this god's relic, the grudges between us need to be temporarily put aside." However, speaking of this, Ning Chen changed the topic and said calmly, "If the day comes when I have to take your life by hook or by crook, I won't hold back either." The vermilion bird's eyes flashed. She didn't say anything. The human chosen by the phoenix was indeed different from ordinary people. "Let's go." The vermilion bird calmed herself down and continued walking in front. The two of them continued walking, their divine senses becoming more and more alert. Although the four symbols deities, other than the white tiger, weren't gods that focused on killing, they were still gods. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy the world. How could a human withstand it? After walking for a long time, the surroundings didn't change. It was as if they were walking in circles. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "An illusion. It shouldn't be wrong." The vermilion bird looked around and said, "There are so many formations and restrictions here. It seems that this four symbols deity isn't simple." Ning Chen stopped and looked around. The inner and outer realms once had the four symbols deities guarding them. To a certain extent, the four symbols deities didn't just refer to the four at the beginning of creation. It was just a general term. If the vermilion bird of this life could reproduce her ancestors' bloodline, she might also be able to stand in the realm of gods. "Step back a bit. I'll break it," said the vermilion bird. Ning Chen retreated dozens of feet, leaving the space for the former. In front, the vermilion bird shouted. Red light bloomed around her body and a powerful aura overflowed. Amidst the rising red brilliance, sword light soared into the sky. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the void and broke through the sky. With a loud rumble, the illusion shattered. Just at this moment, the heaven and earth changed drastically. Caught off guard, an extremely terrifying murderous aura was awakened. With sharp eyes, it swept towards the two of them. By the riverside, under the morning sun, Een was struggling to carry a bucket of jade lake water to water the divine tree. Her mouth was pouting so hard that an oil bottle could be hung from it. When Ning Chen left, he didn't tell her that the jade lake water was so heavy. Far away from the riverside, a young girl was quietly waiting. She knew that every time this happened, the fairy-like girl would start practicing her sword. When Een saw the young girl, she turned her head and helplessly smiled. She shouted, "I'll be late today. Wait a moment." When the young girl heard this, she jumped in fright. Panic flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the young girl's startled expression, Een big eyes turned and she quickly watered the divine tree. Then she threw the bucket to the side and stepped forward. The young girl's body trembled. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a monster. I won't eat people." Een pulled the young girl's hand and pressed it against her face. "See, I didn't lie to you." Are you a fairy?" the young girl asked timidly. "I'm not a fairy." Een shook her head vigorously and giggled. "I'm just a servant girl. You've seen that young man who often stands on the boat, right? I'm his servant girl. I was kidnapped, and now I'm finally free." Chapter 683. In the ruins of the gods, the vermilion bird broke the illusion with a single sword strike. Just as the space around them changed, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly assaulted them. Caught off guard, the sky darkened. Amidst the brilliant lights, numerous white rays of light shot out. The powerful auras caused the space around them to tremble. Upon seeing this, Ning Chen's expression froze. His figure flickered as his phoenix true fire blazed. Astral souls appeared as he drew his sword to block the divine might. With a loud bang, the sword light scattered in all directions. The aftershock caused the two of them to retreat over 10 steps. White Tiger. The white rays of light surrounding them were no weaker than the two of them. The berserk killing intent was even more maddening. The only god of slaughter among the four symbols deities had finally appeared. The two of them turned solemn. They didn't expect that they would still encounter the worst situation. 9 white rays of light floated up and down in the dusky sky. The 9 white tiger deities' incarnations emitted an abnormally powerful pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. "Be careful," Ning Chen reminded. The phoenix true fire in the surroundings rose rapidly. The white tiger deities had the heaviest killing intent among the four symbols deities. This indicated that what they were about to face wasn't a test, but a test of life and death. The vermilion bird nodded and condensed her energy into her sword. The vermilion bird divine fire also surged out, forming a flame domain. The phoenix and vermilion bird worked together. The fire deities faced the slaughter deities. Before the battle even started, the powerful pressure caused the entire space to distort. Roar! Along with a world-shaking roar, the 9 white tiger deities moved at the same time. Their sharp claws tore through the void, and an extremely sharp light pierced through the void, directly attacking the two. The two of them intertwined with each other and slashed out with their swords, blocking the sharp claws of the white tiger deities. At this moment, the sound of swords humming rang out. The sharp golden chi passed through the swords and slashed towards the two of them. Clang! The swords intertwined, blocking the sharp golden chi. The two of them danced with their swords like two mirror images. Their sword auras were equally matched. The sounds of swords clanging rang out unceasingly in the dusky sky. The 9 white tiger deities' attacks were swift and fierce. Their sharp claws tore through the air, breaking mountains and splitting seas. Their extremely sharp claws were as tough as divine swords, but they started to show signs of weakness as they wailed unceasingly. "We can't fight for too long. Let's end this quickly." Ning Chen's expression turned serious when he heard the sword's mournful cry. He quickly increased the speed of his sword as he reminded. The vermilion bird nodded, and at the same time, the sharpness of her sword became even faster and sharper. Each strike was faster than the last, and she was determined to end this battle in the shortest amount of time possible. Sky-devouring vermilion flames. The divine flames on the sword surged, and the might of the flame domain rose rapidly. The extreme might of the sword spread, and the wind and clouds responded to it. Seeing this, Ning Chen waved his sword and shook off the 5 white tigers around him. Then, he changed the moves on his sword. The phoenix fire spun rapidly and the 9 suns coiled out to help the vermilion bird. With the two of them working together, the power of the flame domain instantly rose to the extreme. 9 divine suns circled around and turned into a move that could destroy the world as it fell from the sky. With a bang, the 9 suns shook the gods. The aftershock shook the flame domain, and it instantly collapsed. The two of them retreated a few steps and stabilized their bodies. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared at the same time. In the aftermath, one sword after another slashed out, the brilliance of the swordsman's life. In the blink of an eye, the red afterimage flickered and disappeared, moving like an illusion. The 9 white tigers followed suit and went for the throat. The red clothes returned to their positions, and the 9 white tigers scattered, turning into stars and disappearing between heaven and earth. After the world returned to normal, a small path that looked like a winding corridor appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by sharp sabers that led to the peak of a mountain that was unknown how high it was. "Let's go." Ning Chen didn't hesitate to speak, and then he flashed forward along the mountain path. The vermilion bird stepped forward and quickly caught up. The mountain path was rugged and the sabers were glaring. There were still traces of dried blood on the sabers. The sabers that had drunk the blood of an unknown number of experts were bone-chilling and made people shudder. The two of them did not dare to stop. They increased their speed and rushed toward the peak of the mountain. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the peak, the entire mountain of sabers suddenly shook. Sabers flew out from the mountain of sabers and rushed toward the two of them. There really is no end to this. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He clenched his left hand and a white rainbow appeared. It was hard and soft, blocking thousands of sabers. The sword turned soft, and the sabers could not break through the net of swords. The sabers arrived one after another, but were repelled one after another. It was difficult for them to get close. "You go first." Seeing that the attacks were endless, Ning Chen's 2 swords shone at the same time. He combined hard and soft to form a formation. Hearing this, the vermilion bird did not hesitate. Her figure flashed and quickly rushed forward. "Hurry up and catch up." The vermilion bird instructed the moment they passed each other. Then, she quickly disappeared from the peak of the mountain. After the vermilion bird left, the 2 swords in Ning Chen's hands shone brightly. Hundreds of suns rose into the sky and drowned the surrounding world. With a loud rumble, the hundreds of sabers melted and turned into a meteor shower that fell from the sky. Break the sky! Ning Chen waved his sword and broke the sky, blocking the meteor shower. Then, his figure flashed and rushed forward. At the peak of the mountain, the vermilion bird looked ahead with a grave expression. Soon, a red robe flashed and she caught up. There might be trouble, the vermilion bird said slowly. Ning Chen looked to the front and frowned. In front of them, there was a twisted black hole that emitted a dangerous aura. It was the only passage, and there was nothing around it. The god that was in charge of killing did not leave any choice for the intruder. No one knew whether it was a path to life or a path to death. Let's go. Since we are already here, there is no reason to go back the way we came. Since he had made up his mind, there was no need to hesitate. Ning Chen stepped into the black hole and disappeared. The vermilion bird's eyes flashed and she followed him. Since the phoenix did not want to retreat, there was no reason for her to retreat. After the two of them entered, the black hole immediately closed and they disappeared from the peak of the mountain. In an unknown realm, the world was silent. Beams of light streaked across the sky. On a peak that everyone looked up to, a man in white was playing the zither. He was so calm that it was as if he had become one with the world. People could not help but feel reverence for him. The only existence, the only god. Ning Chen and the vermilion bird looked at the figure on the peak of the mountain and were on high alert. There was no doubt that the man in white was the white tiger. However, whether he was a living god or just a mirror image, no one could be sure. The white tiger was in charge of killing. If this person still had the strength to fight, it would be really troublesome. You are finally here. Phoenix, vermilion bird, welcome to my realm. On the peak of the mountain, the man in white stopped playing the zither and looked down at the two people with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people's faces darkened. They were in trouble. Since you are my guest, I will play a song to show my courtesy, the man in white said softly. Then, his slender fingers plucked the strings of the zither. In an instant, the void stagnated and fell into silence. In an instant, the void distorted violently. White skeletons appeared one after another. There were hundreds of millions of them, and they were densely packed. They drowned the entire realm. The king of hell plays, life and death is up to fate. The sound of the zither spread out and hundreds of millions of white skeletons rushed toward the two people. The terrifying scene made their scalps tingle. 4 symbols: deity sealing sword, deity transformation. Sensing danger, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by red light. He borrowed the power of the sword and used deity transformation. In an instant, his black hair turned red and his figure disappeared. He raised his sword to kill. In the void, the terrifying killing machine kept reaping the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures. The army of skeletons fell one after another. They could not stop the phoenix's footstep. On the peak of the mountain, the man in white looked down at the young man in red. His eyes flashed with surprise. What an extraordinary swordsman! The phoenix of this generation actually had such an outstanding sword cultivation. It was really shocking. After seeing the phoenix's strength, the man in white looked at the red sparrow and said, "What about you? Aren't you going to help?" The phoenix's strength is enough to deal with these skeletons. The red sparrow looked up at the peak of the mountain. Her expression was full of caution. The man in white smiled faintly. He looked at the phoenix in the army of skeletons and said calmly, "Phoenix, it seems that your friend wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor." Such an obvious provocation. Are you looking down on the knowing destiny state? Ning Chen said coldly. He waved his sword and cut open a path of skeletons. The man in white smiled again. Humans were naturally selfish and suspicious. The phoenix was noble and was willing to entrust the phoenix source to a human. It seemed that this human was indeed different. Heavenly Dragon shocked. Ning Chen waved his sword to get rid of the army. In an instant, the wind and clouds on the sword changed. The phantom of the azure dragon roared and rushed toward the man in white. Blasphemy! Should I praise your courage, or call you stupid? The man in white did not move. His slender hand played the zither. A white light screen appeared in front of him and blocked the azure dragon's sword chi. With a loud bang, the azure dragon scattered and dust filled the sky. The moment the aftershock covered the eyes, the red sparrow's figure disappeared. The sword light was cold and murderous as it slashed toward the man. Too weak. The man in white played the zither again. A white light flashed and sent the red sparrow flying. At the same time, on the riverside of the Mi River, who did not know that Ning Chen was in danger, was learning how to wash clothes with a young girl. However, the little girl who knew nothing other than martial arts could only add to the chaos. She tossed and turned until her whole body was wet. It's so difficult. I don't want to learn any more. Pouted and said unhappily. The young girl smiled gently. After interacting with her for a long time, she realized that this fairy-like girl was indeed just a little girl. She was very kind and also a little delicate. Washing clothes is easy to learn. It just requires a little patience. You were patient enough to practice the sword. This is not a problem, the young girl said softly. It's different. Pouted and said, if I don't practice the sword well, Ning Chen will beat me up. I don't dare to not learn. The young girl covered her mouth and smiled, saying, that person seems to treat you very well. When you practice the sword, he is always by your side. That's because he is afraid that I will run away. Giggled and said, now that he has gone out to do something, I am finally free. A strict master produces a fine disciple. You have to learn martial arts from your master. Otherwise, you will let down your master's good intentions. The young girl pulled out the hairpin on her head and then carefully tidied up the little girl's messy hair, using the hairpin to tie it up. Touched the hairpin on her head and smiled happily, saying, thank you, sister. Actually, I also had a very beautiful hairpin. However, Ning Chen borrowed it. I don't know when he will return it to me. Chapter 684. In the deity's realm, the massacre god attacked. The sound of Guqin reverberated and millions of skeletons surrounded the two of them. The two swords worked together to resist the god's power. Their swords cut through the obstacles and reached the god. On the mountain peak, the god played the Guqin. The sound of the Guqin blocked the two's sword light. They couldn't break through the line of defense. This was the difference between a god and a human. No matter how sharp their swords were, they couldn't get close. The Bone Army blocked the path again and again, adding a few more variables to this battle. I'll hold him back first. You deal with these problems. Seeing the skeletons blocking the way, the vermilion bird waved her sword and opened a path. Okay. Ning Chen answered and waved his sword, blocking the skeletons in front of him. Behind him, the vermilion bird faced the god alone. The red light on her sword rose and became more and more dazzling. You don't want the phoenix to help? Or do you think you can hold me back by yourself? The white-robed man asked calmly. I alone am enough. The vermilion bird answered coldly. Her figure flashed and her sword cut through the wind and clouds. Conceited Junior. The white-robed man smiled and plucked the strings of his Guqin. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave spread out and covered the sky. The vermilion bird blocked the attack. With a bang, the sky was dyed red. Her arm couldn't withstand the sound wave and blood flowed out. The two battles were completely different. Ning Chen stood in front of the millions of skeletons. He wanted to deal with the problem in the shortest time possible. 100 suns returned to the east. His astral soul spun and the Sun Sutra appeared. The aura of extreme yang spread out and hundreds of suns appeared, shining and circling in the sky. At the same time, the Azure Frost sword appeared in Ning Chen's left hand. The aura of extreme coldness spread out. The wind and snow on the sword surged. The Jin Shi divine weapon appeared again. Yin and yang in the sky, resonating with each other. In an instant, the yin and yang formation opened and the Tai Chi formation rose into the sky. The intertwining red and white brilliance sprinkled down tens of thousands of rays of light, enveloping the entire space of the God's land. The power of the light was so shocking that it shook the heavens and the earth. Oh! At the peak of the mountain, the white-robed man's eyes flashed. What a strange formation! Could merge the power of yin and yang. Clang! The sound wave of the guqin spread out. The destructive power spread rapidly and attacked the phoenix in the distance. Seeing this, the vermilion bird's figure flashed and blocked the zither wave with her sword. With a hong sound, blood splashed across the heavens. The vermilion bird was forced back another dozen or so steps, staggering while vomiting blood. Descent of the sixth Tao, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. In front of the army of millions of skeletons, Ning Chen saw that the vermilion bird's injuries were getting worse and worse. He no longer hesitated and swung his sword horizontally. Instantly, the nine heavens Tai Chi formation responded and a primordial force of chaos spread out. The move that incorporated the wisdom of the 49 leaders of Taoism reappeared in the mortal world. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he leaped into the sky. Around his red robe, sword light shone brightly. His terrifying pressure made the divine realm experts tremble. Apocalyptic calamity. When the forbidden technique was unleashed, the apocalypse began. Boundless sword light descended from the sky, refining yin and yang. At the beginning of the world's creation, there was endless destruction. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the universe. Wherever the sword light reached, everything was destroyed. The forbidden sword left no trace of life. 100,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000. Countless skeletons were buried in the sword light, completely turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. At the peak of the mountain, the white-robed man who was sitting quietly and playing the zither stood up for the first time. Looking at the sword light descending from the sky, he turned his palm to block the forbidden sword. With a loud rumble, the sword light drowned the mountain peak and destroyed it instantly. The mountain collapsed and split into pieces. "Not bad," the white-robed man said. He waved his hand to disperse the last remnants of the forbidden sword. Looking at the phoenix descending from the sky, he said calmly, "Are you ready? The warm-up is over. Please." Ning Chen and the vermilion bird focused and said. The white-robed man raised his hand and a divine weapon made of shapeless metal and stone appeared. It was sealed in a stone scabbard that looked like a sword and a knife. As soon as the divine weapon appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out. Waves of unbearable aura overflowed. It was like the sharpest sword, constantly tearing the surrounding void. The power of the sealed divine weapon was shocking. The next moment, the white-robed man moved. The light of the stone scabbard flashed and started the battle. With a loud bang, the two swords collided with the divine weapon. With a loud bang, the two retreated at the same time, their arms dyed red. The power of a god was shocking. The incomparable killing nature made the two feel the threat of death. The white-robed man moved and waved the divine weapon. His speed was not fast, but it was unshakable. His cultivation was not top-notch, but it was extremely accurate. The most terrifying killing god had reproduced the power of the absolute beginning. The two joined hands to fight against the god. The only sword at the peak shook the divine weapon. Dazzling rainbow light shone in the dusky world. At the peak, there was a clear difference. The sword was fast, but it could not surpass the heavenly gate. The move was heavy, but it could not shake the god's power. It was an unsolvable killing situation. Even if the two joined hands, they were still at a disadvantage. "Is this all you can do?" The white-robed man waved the divine weapon and forced the two to retreat. He looked disappointed. The vermilion bird snorted and spread the wings on her back. Scarlet flames rose and a flame domain spread out. In an instant, she disappeared and used the vermilion bird race's secret technique. The 3,000 flames condensed on the tip of the sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the world burned and turned into nothingness. The white-robed man waved the divine weapon to block the sword. A look of interest flashed in his eyes. He said, "Now it's slightly more like it. Next, you won't have the chance to say this anymore." The vermilion bird's silhouette flickered, causing the space around her to tremble. The sword tip disappeared and reappeared without any warning, leaving no trace behind. The white-robed man leaned to the side and avoided the sword. Immediately after, he turned back and the divine weapon fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the aftershock shook. Another red-robed figure appeared. Her astral soul shook the divine weapon. In the splashes of blood, a white rainbow appeared and bound the former's arm. The sword dance was close at hand. The two swords, one hard and one soft, one fast and one slow, collided head-on with the god's power. The strange look in the white-robed man's eyes became more and more intense. What an exciting sword! The confrontation between the divine weapons was extraordinary. The peak power of the mortal world was not suppressed by cultivation. There was only the instinct to kill. Millions, tens of thousands of creatures in the knowing destiny state had karma on their bodies. With swords in their hands, they were able to shake the god of slaughter who had been known for his ferocity since the Archean age. Their continuous swords left no flaws. The white-robed man waved the divine weapon in his hand. The more he fought, the more he praised. There was such an amazing sword in the mortal world. Have you seen the real heaven wasteland prohibition? As he spoke, the white-robed man flipped his palm and the stone weapon in his hand spun rapidly. It was the first time it was unsealed after countless years. In an instant, rays of light filled the sky. In the shattered stone seal, a terrifying murderous aura burst out. The next moment, above the void, a dazzling black divine weapon slowly fell. Boundless murderous aura surged, and heaven and earth mourned. Heaven wasteland prohibition, the famous killing weapon of the ancient immemorial era, reappeared today, and its sharpness was even more threatening. Whoosh! Before they could react, blood splashed. Their chests were dyed red at the same time. The murderous aura penetrated their bodies and brought out a large blood mist. The slaughter begins now. Don't let me down. The voice was close to their ears. The divine weapon took their lives. With a clang, the sword turned around and blocked the sword that was about to kill. The overflowing blood dyed their swords red. The two of them forcefully suppressed their internal injuries. Their expressions were unusually solemn. It was not a difference in cultivation base, but there was such a huge difference in strength. The slaughter gods lived up to their reputation. Without saying anything, the red light flashed. The two held their swords and rushed forward again without any hesitation. Victory or defeat was the only choice. The two could not retreat at all. The white-robed man smiled as if he was excited about this battle after hundreds of thousands of years. As a god of slaughter, there was nothing that could arouse his interest more than battle. The sound of clashing swords was endless. The four divine weapons drew a dazzling light between heaven and earth. No one showed mercy because there was no room for mercy. The battle of gods was getting more and more intense. The identical phoenix and vermilion bird cooperated tacitly and locked the enemy with their swords. One attacked and one defended, and there were no flaws. The more the white-robed man fought, the brighter the smile on his face. The more he praised, the more he wanted to kill. It was really a surprise that the vermilion bird and phoenix had such descendant. Invisible sword. The battle was split into two. The red-robed man turned back, and the sword broke through the restraint. The surrounding sword intent gathered again and again. The rapidly spinning sword gathered thousands of sword flows, and it was about to break through the god's defense and kill the god. Seeing this, the vermilion bird flashed and poured yuan into the former's body to help the phoenix. Not bad. The white-robed man became serious again. The yuan in his palm collided with the sword, and the murderous aura gathered around him. He used all his strength to send the two flying. A pool of blood splashed. The two fell to the ground and vomited blood. How could the dignity of gods be blasphemed by mortals? Again, Ning Chen stabilized himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the god of slaughter in front of him and said seriously. On the other side, the vermilion bird also suppressed her injuries. She condensed yuan on her sword, and her fighting spirit was stronger than before. Descendants of the phoenix and vermilion bird, you remind me of my old friends. To show my gratitude, I will show you what true divine power is. As soon as he finished speaking, a black air flow surged around the white-robed man. Although he was a god, endless evil yuan gathered. The terrifying aura stirred the clouds and the wind within 1,000 miles, and the entire deity's realm shook. After a moment, the white-robed man disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the two. He waved his divine weapon, and a black light flashed across the sky. Vermilion bird. Ning Chen sent a message to the white-robed man. Stop him. Hearing this, the vermilion bird narrowed her eyes. Without much hesitation, she flashed and spread her wings. The power of the divine fire enhanced her sword power, and she shook the god with her sword. With an earth-shattering bang, the sky collapsed. Blood splashed all over the sky. The red figure flew out and crashed on the ground. The vermilion bird stood up and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of her red. At this moment, in the sky, in Ning Chen's hand, a dragon and a phoenix intertwined. A dazzling light flashed across the sky. The river of stars was dazzling, and a huge chasm suddenly appeared in the deity's realm. The shocking scene shocked everyone. The river of stars separated the sky and the earth, burying the god. In the void, the red-robed man was holding a hairpin in his blood-stained right hand. It looked like gold, but it was not gold, and it looked like jade, but it was not jade. A dragon and a phoenix coiled around it. Shi Wang hairpin. On the ground, the vermilion bird's eyes shrank. The fairy weapon that the Queen Mother of the West used to cut open the river of stars was in the hands of the phoenix. Chapter 685. A sudden change occurred in the battle between the gods. The immortal artifact buried the gods and the heavenly river shone brilliantly, splitting the void. The shocking scene was unbelievable. The heavenly river with flowing starlight was so beautiful, but it buried everything around it. In front of the heavenly river, blood kept dripping from Hong Yi's hand. Obviously, unsealing the immortal artifact by force had put a great burden on her. The vermilion bird took a step forward and flew up into the air. She stared at the heavenly river before her and asked in a heavy voice, "Is he dead?" "It's not that simple." Ning Chen's expression was solemn. After all, White Tiger was a god. Even if he wasn't as strong as Pluto, he wouldn't die so easily. "West King Hairpin? Phoenix, you've surprised me again." As he spoke, rays of white light gathered in the sky above the heavenly river and condensed again. The man in white looked at Phoenix in front of the heavenly river and didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that after hundreds of thousands of years, even gods aren't as strong as they used to be. Ning Chen looked at the man's bleeding left shoulder and said, "Time is always merciless." The man in white raised his hand and touched the wound. The blood stopped flowing and returned to normal. "Be careful. Although he's lost a lot of his power, he's not someone an ordinary corporeal realm expert can defeat." Ning Chen cautioned the man in front of him. "Understood." Zhu Ke nodded and replied seriously. In the sky above the heavenly river, the man in white slowly descended. He looked at the West King hairpin in the man's hand and said, "If the Queen Mother of the West came, I might be afraid. But you want to bury me in the heavenly river with just her hairpin? I can only say that you're too naive." "Maybe. But if it can injure a god, it means that the hairpin isn't completely useless," Ning Chen said coldly. "Your provocation has angered God." The white-robed man's expression turned cold. His feet trembled as he instantly rushed forward. The forbidden indulgence of infinite wasteland slashed across the 9 heavens. Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed out of the battle. Immediately, blue frost appeared in his left hand and endless cold air surged out. With a bang, the wind and snow dissipated. The man in white rushed forward again and attacked continuously without leaving any gap. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He moved strangely and turned into a stream of light. With the wind movement, he avoided the cold, killing light. Seeing that the phoenix was in danger, the vermilion bird took a step forward and jumped into the battle. Divine flames rose from her sword as she slashed toward the deity. "Ignorant junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," the white-clothed man snorted coldly. With a clang, he raised his hand and grabbed the sword edge. Soon after, he flipped his hand and imprinted a palm on the former's chest. A muffled groan sounded, and the corners of his mouth turned red. However, the vermilion bird didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. The tip of his sword was fearless as it pierced straight toward the deity's heart. Seeing this, the white-robed man's eyes became even colder. He raised his divine weapon and blocked the sword. Immediately after, he gathered the energy in his palm and slapped toward the former's head. At the moment of life and death, he was shocked to see the sword light falling from the sky. It was magnificent and breathtaking. "Not bad, huh?" The white-robed man turned his head and changed the direction of his palm, forcefully blocking the sword light that was descending from the sky. In the next moment, rumbling sounds resounded in the horizon. Endless sword light drowned the void. The vermilion bird took advantage of the opportunity to escape. She looked at the figure in the sword stream, her expression not relaxed at all. On the other side, the red-clothed man landed. He wasn't in a hurry to make another move. He looked ahead with vigilance in his eyes. If his intuition was right, the deity in front of him was more seriously injured after taking the attack of the hairpin of the West. He clearly felt that the latter's moves weren't as terrifying as before. In the void, the sword light dissipated, and the deity's figure appeared. Drops of blood dripped from his left hand, dyeing his white robe red. The invincible deity was showing signs of defeat for the first time since the battle started. In the god realm, the wind and clouds temporarily stopped. However, the god-slayer battle had reached a critical moment. The phoenix and the vermilion bird teamed up to fight the deity. The bright red spots were the marks of the deity's defeat. Dragon and phoenix sky burial. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Ning Chen used the four symbols god sealing sword again. In an instant, a dragon and a phoenix coiled around him. A surge of unparalleled power rose. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix broke through the sky. The vermilion bird stepped into the sky. The divine fire around her was like a fire dragon descending to the mortal world. She used her strongest move at the same time. The two swords joined together. The dragon and the phoenix intertwined and collided with the deity in front of them. As the killing move approached, the white-clothed man's eyes flickered with coldness. He raised his hands to block the two swords. There was a loud explosion. The aftermath spread rapidly. The two of them were both sent flying. In the aftermath, the immovable deity didn't even take a step back. The vermilion bird was shocked. After a while, she came back to her senses. She looked at the phoenix not far away and said, "Can you still use the hairpin of the West?" "I can barely use it one more time," Ning Chen said solemnly. "Good. I'll trap him. Seize the opportunity to bury him in the heavenly river. Don't hesitate. I have a way to come back," the vermilion bird said seriously. Ning Chen's body trembled. He looked at the vermilion bird in disbelief. "Remember, don't hesitate. I can't trap him for long." The vermilion bird rushed forward. The divine fire on her body lit up the sky. She was like a moth flying into a flame. "Fighting to the death? Naive." The white-clothed man snorted. A black aura overflowed from his body and blocked the sword. Vermilion flame devours the sky. At this moment, the divine fire around the vermilion bird burned brightly. Chains formed by the flames intertwined and formed an inescapable net that trapped the two of them. The white-clothed man's face darkened. He waved his divine weapon and tried to restrain the vermilion bird. However, it was too late. The vermilion bird appeared in the sky. Her right hand was covered in blood. It shone brightly and specks of starlight twinkled. It was extremely beautiful. In the next moment, the heavenly river descended. The shocking celestial artifact cut open the sky and the earth and drowned the two of them. Goodbye! In the rapidly falling heavenly river, the vermilion bird looked at the killing deity in front of her with a cold expression. Then, she disappeared into the void. Space magic. The white-clothed man was shocked. It turned out that the vermilion bird of this generation had grown to such an extent. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the dazzling heavenly river in front of him. There was no joy on his face. He stood quietly in the void, waiting for the person who should come back. After a while, the void rolled. A red light appeared and walked out. Innate magic? Ning Chen looked back and asked. The vermilion bird nodded and said, I didn't want to use it in front of you. I didn't expect that I couldn't get what I wanted. It was impossible for him and the phoenix to become friends. This was fate. There would definitely be a battle in the future. The more trump cards he revealed now, the lower his chances of winning in the future. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the heavenly realm shook violently. Pieces of the void collapsed. The deities were buried in the heavenly river. The small world maintained by the power of the deities collapsed completely. Let's go. Ning Chen's face darkened. His figure flashed and he flew out quickly. The vermilion bird followed him. Suddenly she staggered. Her injuries flared up and she vomited. Ning Chen's face darkened. He quickly turned back and flew out of the heavenly realm with the phoenix. In the collapsed heavenly realm, a large piece of the void fell. Ning Chen waved his sword to block it and rushed out with the injured vermilion bird. The two appeared on the peak of the Sword Mountain. Behind them, the black space collapsed and buried the entire heavenly realm. A huge altar appeared in front of them. On the altar, a guqin was laid out. It was stained with blood. The wood was damaged and 3 strings were broken. Beside the guqin, a black divine weapon was surging with murderous intent. It was also missing a corner. Its terrifying aura kept shaking, making people not dare to get too close. So the white tiger is already dead, the vermilion bird said in a deep voice. Ning Chen nodded gently. The guqin and divine weapon were obviously destroyed by a powerful force. According to this, the white tiger might have died because of serious injuries. It seemed that the deity they met before was the manifestation of the white tiger's resentment when he was alive. He couldn't die in peace and turned into a ghost after death. Who could seriously injure the white tiger and kill him? The vermilion bird frowned slightly. Was it him? Ning Chen thought of a person, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The 4 symbols deities in the inner world died in the hands of the Nether King, but it might not be the same in the outer world. Besides, if it was really the Nether King, the white tiger might not even have the chance to bury him in the void. This guqin and divine weapon are both extraordinary items. Even if they are damaged, they are not comparable to ordinary divine weapons. Choose one, Ning Chen said to the people beside him. The vermilion bird walked forward and glanced at the 2 divine weapons. In the battle just now, they had seen the power of the 2 divine weapons. They couldn't say which one was stronger. After a moment of consideration, the vermilion bird took the divine weapon beside the guqin and walked back. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and put away the guqin on the altar. Compared to the sword, he knew less about the guqin. However, it was only relative. Let's go, Ning Chen said. Okay. The vermilion bird nodded. The 2 of them moved and walked out of the god's relic. Just as they were about to leave the god's relic, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the mountain of knives behind him and narrowed his eyes. The vermilion bird turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Ning Chen took 2 steps forward and shouted, The red light around him rose rapidly. The image of a phoenix appeared in the sky. It grew bigger and bigger until it covered the sky. The next moment, the phoenix opened its mouth and an endless suction force came out. Hundreds of millions of knives flew up from the mountain of knives and entered the phoenix's body. Seeing the huge mountain of knives disappear, the vermilion bird recovered from her shock. She looked at the person beside her and asked, "Was it necessary?" Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "It's just a fee. I don't have the magical power of the Vermilion Bird clan like you. I have to earn everything by myself. Of course, I will take as much as I can." The Vermilion Bird smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. She walked out of the god's relic. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the phoenix image and followed her. Outside the fog of the star field, the two of them walked out. They looked at each other and tacitly left. Their cooperation had ended when they left the god's relic. When they met again, whether they lived or died was up to fate. They didn't walk for long. Suddenly, grayish-black fog curled up in the distance. An extremely uncomfortable Yin-Chi spread out and blocked the path ahead. "Phoenix, it's really not easy to find you." Before he finished speaking, a figure covered in black fog appeared in the starry sky. His powerful aura covered the starlight in the sky. Chapter 686. The Nether Hall's general blocked the path. His powerful aura was far stronger than the Nether Hall's patrollers from before. His dense Yin-Chi covered the sky. Ning Chen's expression sank when he saw who it was. He couldn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. It was someone from the Nether Hall again. "Follow me back to the Nether Hall. Otherwise die," said the Nether General coldly. Ning Chen waved his right hand, and a blood-colored divine weapon appeared in a dazzling flame. The moment he grasped the sword, he instantly killed. Without saying a word, the sword's edge pressed forward. It was an extreme sword with bone-chilling killing intent. The Nether General retreated, dodging the sword light. However, the sword light was like a thread that stuck to his bones. "Not bad. No wonder the 13 emissaries of the Nether Hall died at your hand," the Nether General said coldly. Chains crisscrossed around him, blocking the incoming sword light. "It's your turn next," said Ning Chen. The Star Soul sword in his hand went to the extreme, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. He didn't defend at all. Although the sword in Knowing Destiny's hand was still sharp, his moves were obviously not as good as before. It would be difficult for him to enter the divine realm again in a short period of time. His blood-red hair returned to its original black color and danced in the sword light. The Nether General blocked the attacks. Light flashed through his eyes. Something didn't seem right. The Phoenix's situation was unusual. After exchanging dozens of blows, the Nether General became more and more confused. Why did the Phoenix seem even more anxious than him? Freezing the 9 provinces. The Vermilion Bird Nether General was puzzled. Yin-Chi surged out of his body. Black snowflakes fell from the sky. Wherever the snowflakes fell, heaven and earth rapidly condensed. The Nether General's sword was suppressed and slowed down. The Vermilion Bird Nether General swatted his palm at the Phoenix. The sword and palm collided. Hong-Yi retreated dozens of feet. Taking advantage of the momentum, she leapt into the distance without any hesitation. "So that's how it is." The Vermilion Bird Nether General's eyes flashed. The Phoenix was already at the end of her rope. "Unfortunately, you can't leave." The Vermilion Bird Nether General quickly chased after her. If the Phoenix was at her peak, she might be able to give her some trouble. But now she was just struggling on the verge of death. The two figures flashed through the starry sky one after the other. They were extremely fast, like 2 meteors that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Up ahead, the Phoenix spread its wings and used what little Phoenix essence it had left to fly towards the north. 10,000 feet behind him, the Vermilion Bird Nether General followed closely behind. Grayish-black fog curled around his body, concealing his figure. Above the starry sky, The two of them flashed past one great star after another without stopping for even a moment. Their speed grew faster and faster, so fast that even their afterimages could no longer be seen. After traveling for an unknown period of time and passing by an unknown number of dead stars, a phoenix descended from the sky on a primordial great star that was burning with earthly flames and directly entered the flames. Seeing this, the vermilion bird Nether General stopped. He looked at the primitive world that was emitting waves of fire and frowned slightly. In the earth fire, Ning Chen was bathed in flames. Looking at the dimmed West King hairpin, he narrowed his eyes. Ever since the western celestial world seized this item, it had finally recovered part of its power. He did not expect to waste this precious opportunity so soon. With a wave of his hand, Ning Chen put away the Western King hairpin and looked at the people from the Hall of the Underworld in the sky. A flash of brilliance flashed across his eyes. It seemed that the Hall of the Underworld also had someone like the Heavenly Diviner. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find his whereabouts so quickly. Indeed, one wave after another. Before the matter of Mo Master was settled, the Hall of the Underworld came looking for trouble again. However, it was not a burden to have more troubles. This one did not make a difference. In the earth fire, the flames entered his body and recovered the energy that Knowing Destiny had expended in the previous battle. This time, he was finally on the Phoenix's side. In the sky, the vermilion bird Nether General released his divine consciousness to search for the former. Found it! Not long after, the vermilion bird Nether General's eyes flickered coldly. With a clench of his hand, Yin Qi gathered and a nether spear appeared. Immediately, he threw it directly into the earth fire. With a loud boom, waves of fire surged into the sky. The earth fire spewed out hundreds of feet high and immediately fell down as a rain of fire. In the next moment, the vermilion bird Nether General's figure flashed and came to the bottom. When he saw the figure that appeared in the rain of fire, he could not help but stop. Sorry for making you wait so long. In the falling rain of fire, Red Shirt walked out and looked at the person in front of him. Not running any more? The vermilion bird Nether General suppressed the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart and said lightly, "Sorry, I was rude just now," Ning Chen replied calmly. His right hand shone and the astral soul in the flames below flew into his hand. Waves of fire surged violently and the aura was shocking. Then prepare to die. After saying that, the vermilion bird Nether General flashed and the nether spear appeared in his hand again, directly piercing towards Red Shirt's heart. With a bang, the tip of the sword shook the nether spear. The waves of fire and Yin Qi scattered and were rapidly consumed. The two completely different auras were constantly consumed as the two clashed. Extreme Yin and extreme Yang, extreme evil and extreme righteous, met at the peak. The situation of the battle was completely different. One astral soul was enough to stop 10,000 enemies. Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from fire. Seems like the rumors are true. Sensing the former's continuous recovery, the vermilion bird Nether General waved his spear and shook off the battle. It's not too late to know now. Ning Chen took a step forward and rushed forward. His sword drew thousands of waves of fire and slashed over. The sword broke through the sky and became heavier and heavier. Its might was earth-shaking. The phoenix rebirth from fire's aura became more and more vigorous. It had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea, forming a terrifying apocalyptic aura. The entire world was filled with flames without any gap. The great planet that was still in its primitive stage was filled with fire. It became the most suitable place for the phoenix to fight. Endless waves of fire drowned the world. The vermilion bird Nether General's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and dodged the incoming sword. Then, he threw out the nether spear in his hand and rushed towards the former. Sword style, space break. Ning Chen took a step forward and slashed with his sword. Flames surged and split the void, swallowing the nether spear. 9 suns burning the heavens. After one move, the 9 suns on the astral soul sword soared into the sky, illuminating the horizon. It continued to absorb fire essence from the sea of fire, its might becoming more and more shocking. When the vermilion bird Nether General saw this, the fog around him surged and iron chains extended out. Boundless coldness surged and rushed towards the horizon. An instant later, the 9 suns fell from the sky and crashed into the iron chains like an inescapable net. A terrifying heatwave swept out. The aftermath descended and the ground shook. The vermilion bird Nether General's figure flashed and instantly rushed forward. He flipped his palm and grabbed the former's throat. His slender white hand was bone-chilling. With a clang, a white rainbow appeared. While blocking the former, the sword twisted and wrapped around the latter's arm. Azure Dragon Fall. The moment the sword trapped the vermilion bird Nether General, the two of them roared in the sky. The coiling azure dragon phantom carried the two of them straight into the 9 heavens and fell straight down. With a loud explosion, waves of fire surged. The two of them smashed through layers of mountains and fell directly into the magma below. Under the ground, the astonishing temperature rapidly burned the fog around the Nether General. A smear of vermilion splashed and was quickly incinerated by the high temperature. The vermilion bird Nether General let out a muffled groan. The unfavorable terrain finally caused trouble. The iron chains swept out and separated the battle. The vermilion bird Nether General took a step and wanted to break free from the flames and return to the sky. However, the white rainbow sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It twisted into an unimaginable angle and blocked his path. In the domain of flames, the phoenix is the ruler. You have no chance of winning. Ningchen took a step forward. The sword light around him surged with waves of fire. The shocking sword aura swept up tens of thousands of waves and drowned everything within 1,000 miles in a sea of fire. The sudden turn of the battle had given the vermilion bird Nether General an absolute advantage. Now, he was being suppressed everywhere. The vermilion bird Nether General was shocked. The Inchi around him was incinerated by the flames and became weaker and weaker. 100 suns returned to the east. The Sun Sutra was activated again. The 100 suns sealed the sky and crisscrossed with each other, leaving no way out. The vermilion bird Nether General looked at the 100 divine suns in the sky and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the Inchi around him revolved continuously and turned into a black underworld sparrow that soared into the sky. The 100 suns shook the underworld sparrow and rumbled through the universe. The power of the 100 suns was endless and sealed the path forward. The underworld sparrow couldn't move forward. With a bang, the underworld sparrow scattered and was incinerated in the sea of fire. Not a trace of it was left behind. The vermilion bird Nether General groaned and vomited blood again. The terrain was absolutely unfavorable. Lava was everywhere, making it difficult to move. The increasingly dangerous battle situation made the vermilion bird Nether General, one of the 4 Nether Generals, even more anxious. Every time the Inchi around him was consumed, his nether essence would weaken. The vermilion bird Nether General soared into the sky again. He wanted to rush out of this extremely disadvantageous place at all costs. However, the phoenix that was moving at extreme speed in the flames didn't budge. His sword aura became sharper and sharper. Every sword was a killing move, and every move was a gamble. The accumulated injuries became more and more severe. A pool of blood splashed out. The blood flames in the flames burned like a red lotus. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. A sword pierced through the vermilion bird Nether General's body. Blood spurted out. Ningchen let go of the sword and pressed his palm on the vermilion bird Nether General's chest. Inside the Inchi, the vermilion bird Nether General's aura shook violently, showing signs of instability. Vaguely, a pale and beautiful face appeared in front of him. A moment later, the Inchi covered the face again, making it difficult to distinguish. A woman? Ningchen squinted his eyes. The sword in his hand didn't show any mercy because of the woman's identity. The moment he grabbed the sword, he pulled it out and pierced through the vermilion bird nether general's body again. The blood-stained earth fire was filled with desolation. The cold knowing destiny already didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. His hands were covered in blood, and even the flames couldn't cleanse them. The vermilion bird nether general groaned in pain and vomited blood again. Her body was severely injured, and her true essence couldn't be sustained for a while. Ning Chen's hand quickly formed seals and sealed the vermilion bird nether general's body. The yellow spring seal locked the vermilion bird nether general's Dantian Sea of Qi. It's really unfortunate that you're still alive. Ning Chen waved his hand and a green cauldron appeared, sealing the woman inside. Soon after, the phoenix swallowed the green cauldron and walked away. After all these years, he had almost forgotten that he was once the Grand Xia's Grand Preceptor, the executioner in charge of all prisons. The flames rose, sending off the fire god. The phoenix spread its wings and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after the two left, black fog gathered above the sea of flames. A powerful figure walked out. When he saw the mess after the battle, his eyes darkened. Oh no! The vermilion bird nether general was actually defeated by this person. The fire god had already grown to such an extent? Chapter 687. The pleasure boat floated in the Mi River. As the wind blew, the willows on the shore swayed, and the fallen leaves fell into the river, creating ripples. After Ji Ming left, the Mi River became much quieter. Other than a little girl watering the divine tree with a wooden bucket when the sun rose, it was rare to see anyone else. When the sun was about to set, a red light gathered on the surface of the lake, and a red-clothed figure walked out. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Where did this girl run off to? On the riverside, the divine tree sealed in the forbidden land of the underworld became more and more vigorous. Although the little girl was playful, she didn't forget about her business. She would water the divine water of the jade pool on time every day. In the west, the afterglow of the sun gradually disappeared, and night was about to arrive. The little girl, who had been playing all day, came back and flew to the pleasure boat. As soon as she stepped on the boat, a familiar aura came, and the smile on Yin-Er's face froze. In the pleasure boat, the red-clothed figure sat quietly in front of a table, carefully repairing the zither he had obtained from the god's relic. When he sensed the little girl coming back, he said calmly, "Yin-Er, you're back early." Yin-Er opened the curtain and walked in. Seeing the figure who had returned, a bright smile appeared on her face. She said, "You're back. Are you thirsty? I'll pour you some tea." After speaking, the little girl quickly walked to the tea table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to the former in a fawning manner. Ning Chen took the tea and drank it, then put the cup down and asked, "How's your sword practice?" "It's okay." Yin-Er's confidence was lacking. "Show me tomorrow," Ning Chen said. "Oh," Yin-Er replied softly. When she saw the zither on the table, her attention was immediately diverted. She asked, "Where did you get this?" "I got it from the god's relic. It's a little damaged and I'm repairing it," Ning Chen replied softly. "You know how to play the zither?" Yin-Er looked at him strangely. "I know a little," Ning Chen replied. He wasn't as proficient in the zither as in the sword, but he wasn't completely ignorant. "Teach me," Yin-Er said with interest. "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Practice your sword first." Ning Chen raised his hand and knocked the little girl's head. "It hurts." Yin-Er covered her little head and said unhappily, "Hurry up and rest. If you can't sleep, then cultivate," said Ning Chen as he repaired the zither. When she heard the word cultivate, Yin-Er immediately ran to the front of the bed dejectedly, took off the accessories on her head, and prepared to rest. Ning Chen thought for a moment and took out the Shiwang hairpin. He handed it to the little girl and said, "I'll return the hairpin to you." Yin-Er took the golden hairpin and looked at it over and over again. She raised her head and looked at the former, asking, "Can this thing still be used?" Ning Chen nodded and said, "It's possible, but every time you use it, you'll need a long time to recover your strength. Practice your sword well. These external objects have too many limitations, and they're hard to rely on in critical moments." Einar nodded. She pulled the blanket over her and lay down. She poked her head out and looked at the person in front of her. "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead," Ning Chen replied. "You know that big sister who has been secretly watching me practice the sword, right? Can I bring her along to learn martial arts?" Einar's little face was filled with anticipation. "Up to you." Ning Chen did not mind and said, "Her aptitude is not bad, but everyone has their own life. It's not necessarily suitable for her to walk the path of martial arts. If she really wants to learn, you can teach her." "You're not the one teaching?" Einar pouted. "I can't even manage you, how can I have the energy to teach others?" Ning Chen said unhappily. Hearing this, Einar smiled embarrassedly. She did not dare to say anything more and closed her eyes to sleep. Ning Chen also collected his thoughts and focused on repairing the zither in his hand. This zither was called King of Hell. He had never heard of it before. After all, he had not been in the sky beyond heaven for long, and he had only just come into contact with many legends. The four symbols deities had been passed down from generation to generation, from the immemorial age to the ancient age. During this period, the King of Hell created the world changed drastically, and the immortal world collapsed. As time passed, it was gradually difficult to recover the truth. After the ancient age, there were almost no deities in the world. Even the vermilion bird, phoenix, and azure dragon bloodlines, which were at the peak, found it difficult to return to the glory of the immemorial age. No one knew how powerful the phoenix and the four symbols deities that were born from the chaos at the beginning of the world were. They did not know if they could reach the level of the Lord of Seven Absolute Skies. The only thing that was certain was that the King of Hell created the inner world, and the four symbols deities that were born at the beginning of the inner world were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow from the King of Hell. The existence of the King of Hell was beyond understanding. The word deity on him was so terrifying that it was almost a symbol of absolute invincibility. On the table, the flickering candlelight was almost half burned. The gaps on the zither had been temporarily repaired by metal and stone. However, it was difficult to find a replacement for the 3 broken strings. The zither was stained with the white tiger's blood, and one could still feel the powerful killing aura. The white tiger, who specialized in killing, had always been the one with the heaviest killing intent among the four symbols deities. If not for the white tiger's death, and the fact that the resentment incarnation had lived for so long, it would have been difficult for them to escape unscathed. The phoenix fire spread and swallowed the blood on the zither bit by bit. A moment later, there was a flash of light and the zither disappeared. Compared to the zither, he was more concerned about the white tiger's blood remaining on the zither. Perhaps the opportunity to step into the celestial realm was here. Ning Chen got up and walked out of the boat. The Mi River at night was calm. The cold moon shone down on the ground, causing the beautiful lake to appear even more desolate in the night. The phoenix fire rose. In the dazzling red light, the essence blood of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger flew out and circled around. Among the 4 drops of essence blood, the white tiger's blood was the dimmest. It was unable to reach a balance with the other 3 drops of essence blood. After a few breaths of time, Ning Chen waved his hand and withdrew the light around him. The divine blood returned and merged back into his body. The lake rippled. The next moment, Hong Yi disappeared from the boat. No one knew where she went. In the 100,000 great mountains, the rugged rocks were far away from the Mi Shui River. Hong Yi appeared and walked into the depths of the mountains. Ning Chen stopped in front of a cliff. He waved his hand and threw out the general of the Hall of the Dead in his hand. Immediately, a rusty battle spear appeared and nailed the woman to the cliff. Ugh! The vermilion bird nether general groaned. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and chest, dyeing her battle clothes red. Ning Chen's figure flashed and stepped forward. He looked at the woman nailed to the cliff and said, "Miss, can you tell me how you knew my whereabouts?" The vermilion bird nether general endured the pain from her wound. She gritted her teeth and refused to say a word. "Actually, you don't have to be so stubborn. Once you fall into my hands, you won't be able to hold on. If you tell me now, you can suffer less," Ning Chen said calmly. There was not much threat in his words. It was as if he was just stating a fact. He did not know many ways to kill people. However, he knew many ways to make people wish they were dead. As someone who had once controlled the world's punishment prisons, he did not care about staining his hands with more blood. "Phoenix, don't even think about getting a word out of me. The Hall of the Dead will quickly send more people." "You have nowhere to run," said the vermilion bird nether general hatefully. "Perhaps. However, you might not have the chance to see it. I'm sorry, but I don't have much time. Let's start now," Ning Chen said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a dagger that emitted a bone-chilling cold light appeared. It was extremely cold and dazzling. In the next moment, a miserable cry rang out from the 100,000 great mountains. It was so ear-piercing that it made people's hair stand on end. The bloody, cruel, and cold side was covered by the verdant mountains and rivers. Only the shrill cries of agony resounded in the forest, shaking the entire mountains and rivers. That night was cold, terrifying, and long. When the sun rose, Hong Yi walked out of the 100,000 great mountains. The smell of blood on her body was so thick that it made it hard for people to breathe. There was not a trace of warmth in her emotionless eyes. Perhaps Ji Ming had once been kind, but after experiencing so many calamities, his heart had long since turned cold. Hong Yi squatted on the riverbank and washed away the blood on her hands. The vermilion red spread along the river. It was so beautiful. A little girl walked out of the boat, rubbing her eyes. Looking at the figure on the riverbank, she took a step and flew over. "You're awake?" Ning Chen stood up and looked at the little girl who was walking over. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Yes." Iner nodded. She looked at the faintly discernible red in the river and asked, "Are you injured?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head. "I just went to take care of a small matter. Children shouldn't ask so much. It's time to practice the sword. Go prepare." Er's expression immediately became bitter. She rolled her eyes and said, "I'll go call Sister Lingji first." Without waiting for Ning Chen's reply, she took a step and ran off into the distance. Ning Chen gently shook his head. This girl. About an hour later, Er brought over a plainly dressed girl. They were similar in age, but she was much quieter than the little girl. "Lingji greets Mr." The girl bowed a little cautiously. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the little girl and said, "All right, you've invited her. It's time to practice the sword." Er giggled. She walked to the riverbank and took out her vermilion sword. Her little face finally became serious. The rising red light was unusually dazzling in the morning sun. An immature sword light slowly rose. In an instant it pierced through the air. Instantly, the river separated, reaching 100 feet away. In a short moment the river fell back down. The waves rolled and gradually returned to normal. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Not bad, this girl's aptitude and comprehension were really shocking. After one strike, Er turned around and looked at Ning Chen expectantly and nervously, waiting for his evaluation. "Good." Ning Chen's face revealed a gentle smile as he praised. Er was overjoyed when she heard that. Her little face was like a blooming flower. "All right, you two can practice the sword together for the rest of the time." Ning Chen glanced at the girl not far away. He didn't say anything else. He took a step and flew to the boat in the lake. The girl looked at the departing red-clothed figure with admiration in her eyes. She softly said, "Mr. Ning is really a gentle and kind person." "Of course." Er smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 688. By the riverside, two little girls were practicing their swords. They were at the age of blooming flowers, beautiful and carefree. Ningchen stood on the boat and looked at the riverside. His eyes sparkled. When he was at Yin-Er's age, he had just entered the palace. Back then, Great Xia was at its peak and invincible. At that time, Zhang Sun was the mother of the country and Qing Ning was in her prime. Ever since he entered the palace, she had beaten him a lot. At that time, Fan Lingyue had just started to shine. Great Xia, which had been invincible for 1,000 years, fell from its peak in a single night, being suppressed by a girl until it couldn't breathe. This was the most stunning woman of this era, almost overshadowing everyone else's brilliance. If she did not have the 7 extremities physique, if she could hold on for another half a year, if there was no such thing as if in this world. However, there was no need to doubt the beauty of that woman. That night in Moonfall City, the scene of 3 tribulations in the same sky was still vivid in their minds. Fan Lingyue was the only person in the world who had survived 3 tribulations in a row. Perhaps it was because he was too perfect that even the heavens were jealous of him. That was why he couldn't live past the age of 22, which was the beginning of a person's glorious life. Time passed so quickly, and it was as if everything was still in front of him. A cool breeze blew across the surface of the lake. A fallen leaf drifted over from afar and fell into the lake, never to return. On the riverside, the young lady followed Yin-Er as she learned the sword. She was extremely serious. Perhaps it was because it wasn't easy to obtain, so she treasured it even more. Ningchen saw this but didn't say anything. This little girl named Ling Ji was indeed not bad, but he wouldn't take any more disciples. Sister Lingji, it seems like Ningchen really doesn't want to take in disciples anymore. Yin-Er glanced at the figure standing quietly in front of the boat in the lake. An apologetic look flashed across her face as she spoke softly. Even she could tell that Sister Lingji was a very suitable person to learn martial art. It was impossible for Ningchen to not know this. However, Ningchen had not said a single word to her, much less taught her a single move. His intentions were self-evident. It's the Lingji that doesn't have such good fortune. A hint of sadness flashed through the girl's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Big Sister Lingji, you don't have to be discouraged. Ningchen is so powerful because he cultivated on his own. Other than the occasional guidance from a few elders, he relied on his own hard work the rest of the time. Compared to him, at least Big Sister Lingji's talent is much better, Yin-Er consoled her. The young girl gently nodded and withdrew her thoughts. She smiled at the little girl in front of her and said, I will do my best. On the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake, Ningchen looked at the two of them with a look of approval in his eyes. The path of cultivation ultimately depended on oneself. These 2 children were very talented. As long as they were willing to work hard, their futures would be limitless. Compared to Yin-Er, this little girl named Lingji was clearly more hardworking. Perhaps one day she would also become an incredible expert. From the beginning of the day to the middle of the day, more than 4 hours had passed. By the riverside, Yin-Er wiped the sweat off her small face. She looked at the figure on the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake and shouted, I'm going to eat. After saying that, Yin-Er pulled the girl beside her and ran off into the distance. Ningchen withdrew his gaze as he watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. He then turned around and walked into the boat. In the grand myriad mountains thousands of miles away, on a precipice, blood dyed the precipice red. A broken spear pierced through the woman's body and nailed her to the precipice. Drops of blood flowed down the broken spear, and it was extremely miserable. Her beautiful and stunning face was now covered in blood and sweat. There was no longer a trace of her former elegance. There was not a single part of her broken armor that was intact. After experiencing torture, the Hall of the Dead General was already on the verge of death. As the head of the Grand Preceptor, who was in charge of all the prisons in the world, Ji Ming's hands had long been stained with the blood of countless people. He had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Perhaps he had already forgotten. At the bottom of the precipice, the sound of blood dripping was almost undetectable, yet it was so clear. Exposed to the wind and sun, the vermilion bird general's lips began to crack. His cultivation was sealed, and he was heavily injured. Even if he was a treading deity, he would not be able to hold on much longer. Between the woman's brows, the vermilion phoenix mark emitted bits of red light, continuously extending the woman's life force and not letting her die. This was the cruelest punishment in the world. She could neither live nor die. Without the strength to speak, to cry out in pain, and to hate, the vermilion bird general gradually withered under the wind and sun. Bit by bit, he experienced the fear of death as his life force left his body. Vermilion bird. At this moment, a black gas surged 100 zhang away from the precipice. A figure covered in black gas walked out. Looking at the woman nailed to the precipice, his eyes trembled violently. Stepping forward, the azure dragon general reached out his hand to grab the broken spear. "Be careful." Seeing this, the vermilion bird general endured his injuries and warned. However, his warning was too late. The moment the azure dragon general touched the broken spear, the world suddenly froze. An unparalleled sword intent rose. Sand and stones were used as swords. Grass and trees were used as swords. Everything in the world was used as swords. A shocking sword might charge towards the azure dragon general. The azure dragon general trembled and quickly retreated to avoid the sword light. At the same time, on the pleasure boat at the center of the lake, Ning Chen sensed something and a strange look flashed through his eyes. "It's finally here." In the next moment, Red Clothes stepped out from the pleasure boat and disappeared in an instant. In the distance, Iner sensed something and turned around with a puzzled expression. "Practice your sword well. I'll be back soon." Before she finished her sentence, Red Clothes had already disappeared into the distance. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, in front of the precipice, the yellow spring was sealed. Formation runes rose in all directions. Within the restriction, sword light rose. The surging sword intent rushed towards the intruder like a flood. The azure dragon general retreated quickly. However, the restriction blocked his way and sealed all directions. There was no way to retreat. The sword light was boundless, and the murderous intent was pressing. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the azure dragon general gathered his energy and turned his palm to block the sword light. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the 100,000 mountains. In the sky, a Tai Chi formation rose. Two colors swirled. The yellow spring sealed the space. With the help of yin and yang, the regal sword formation appeared again. The red sword light crisscrossed without a beginning or end. The terrifying might turn the area 10 miles in front of the precipice into a forbidden area. The collapsed mountains sank a few hundred zhang. Giant rocks flew up and turned into dust in the sword light. The regal sword formation's power was shocking. Even the leader of the 4 great underworld generals, Azure Dragon, was unable to cope with it. Wherever the sword light passed, black hair would flutter. The unpredictable sword light came from nowhere and no one knew where it would end. Only the murderous intent in its eyes could drive people crazy. Outside the formation, Red Clothes had appeared. Looking at the hall of the dead general trapped in the sword formation, her gaze was cold. Ning Chen stepped forward. Just as he was about to enter the formation, his body suddenly shook. At this moment, footsteps sounded from afar. They were neither fast nor slow, but each step was stepping on the heart of the former. The next moment, 2 figures appeared one after another. The one in front was dressed in green. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His long black hair danced in the wind. He had the demeanor of a master. Behind the man was a girl with a sword on her back. She was still the same as 30 years ago. Her pretty face had not changed at all. It was as if time could not bear to hurt this pure and flawless girl. Seeing the two of them, Ning Chen could not hide the shock in his eyes. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed the miserable scene of torture on the cliff. Immediately, his figure flashed and blocked the bloody scene in front of the cliff. He did not want the girl to see this cruel side. In front of the regal sword formation, the two of them stopped. Prince Yen looked at the crisscrossing sword light in front of him, and stood there silently. In the sword formation, Azure Dragon felt the terrifying sword pressure of the formation. He looked over and was shocked. In the split second that he was distracted, the sword light cut through his clothes and brought a waterfall of blood, dyeing his armor red. The formation is not bad, Prince Yen said calmly. Immediately, he stepped into the sword formation. A moment later, a shocking scene occurred. Wherever the green clothes passed, the sword light dissipated. They could not get close to him at all. Ning Chen saw this and sighed in his heart. In terms of swordsmanship, he was still too far behind his senior. In the sword formation, Prince Yen walked step by step to Azure Dragon. He raised his hand and dispersed the crisscrossing sword light. He said calmly, "Take her away." Outside the formation, Ning Chen was anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the girl's voice. "Let's listen to Senior." A man walked to the former's side and said softly. Ning Chen heard this and sighed softly in his heart. Then, he nodded with a gentle smile on his face. "Okay." Inside the sword formation, the Azure Dragon Nether General broke free and arrived before the woman on the cliff. He extended his hand and pulled out the broken spear. When he turned his head to look at the azure-robed man standing not far away, fear flashed in his eyes. Not daring to delay any longer, Azure Dragon retracted his gaze. He stepped forward and leaped into the distance. "Let's go." Prince Yen looked at the red-clothed young man in front of the cliff and said calmly. Ning Chen nodded. Regret flashed through his eyes. "What a pity." "It's not a pity." A man seemed to know what the person beside her was thinking. She said softly, "It's not good to kill people." "I didn't kill anyone." Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled gently. "They came looking for trouble. I just wanted them to suffer a little." "It's not good to kill people," a man said again. Ning Chen was startled. Then, he sighed softly and said, "I'll be careful next time. A man can see the karma on you. The more you kill, the more disadvantageous it will be for your future cultivation." Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said softly, "I understand." By the riverside, the sun was about to set. Yin sat by the riverside in a daze, bored, waiting for a certain someone to return. "Yin, if you don't practice your sword properly, Master will be angry." The girl looked at the little girl by the riverside and said softly. Before she finished speaking, 3 figures walked over from the distance, 1 in front and 2 behind. The 2 little girls by the riverside were shocked. That is, Yin recognized the green-clothed figure at the front. When she saw the girl beside Ning Chen, she was first stunned. Then, she quickly recovered and said in shock, "Little mistress?" When the girl heard this, she was puzzled. She followed Yin-er's line of sight, and her eyes also revealed a look of surprise. "Little mistress is here. Hurry up and welcome her." Yin-er jumped up from the ground and ran over. The girl was still confused, but she quickly followed. "Greetings, Senior." Yin-er ran over to the 3 of them. She first bowed to the green-clothed man at the front, and then she ran over to the woman by Ning Chen's side. A brilliant smile appeared on her face as she said, "Little Master's wife, I'm Yin-er." Chapter 689. In front of the river, Yin-er bowed to Prince Yen and then ignored a certain person. She ran to the girl beside her and said, "Little teacher's wife, I'm Yin-er." A warm smile appeared on Wild's face as he looked at the little girl in front of him. He patted her head and softly said, "Good girl." Not far away, Lingji stood there cautiously. She didn't dare get too close. Yin-er ran back to the girl and pulled her to the front. "Little teacher's wife, this is big sister Lingji. She's learning the sword with me." A man looked at the girl, still smiling. Her talent is better than Ning Chen's. Little teacher's wife, Ning Chen won't accept a disciple. Can you accept big sister Lingji? Iner pulled on her arm. All right. A man replied, and then he gazed at the young lady and said, Can I teach you? Lingji was startled and subconsciously looked at Iner. Hurry up and agree. Little teacher's wife is very powerful. Iner reminded her. Okay, Lingji came back to her senses and nervously replied. Ah man, take these two children and leave first. I have some things to discuss with Ning Chen, said Prince Yen calmly. Yes. Ah man nodded and put down the sword rack. Then she looked at the two girls beside her and said, Iner, Lingji, come with me. Okay. Iner pulled Lingji and happily followed. After the three of them left, Prince Yen walked to the sword rack and waved his hand. A mottled and broken stone sword flew out. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent surged. The immortal slaying sword had reappeared in the world. It was the immortal slaying sword that had blocked the Heavenly Mansion's army. Ning Chen looked at the immortal sword stuck in the ground, and his eyes flashed. He said, Thank you, Senior. Pick it up, said Prince Yen calmly. Ning Chen's expression was startled when he heard this. Soon after, his expression slowly became solemn. This day had finally arrived. The green sword reflected the setting sun and instantly turned to ice on the river. The King of Swords had once again raised his sword. A man brought the two girls away from the battle, leaving some space for the two of them. Little teacher's wife, what are they doing? Iner looked at the frozen surface of the lake and said with a shocked expression on her face. Senior is about to leave and might not return for a long time. Before leaving, he wants to test whether or not Ning Chen's sword has the ability to protect him, said Wild softly. In the Mi River, the swordsman flashed by. His green robe was calm, while his red robe was dignified. They were both at the pinnacle of the sword. One was invincible, while the other was an enemy of the entire world. Different swords on the road. 30 years, the wind and rain would be known. Demonic chi swirled around the celestial sword. Even though the blade was damaged, the power of the celestial sword was not something that ordinary divine weapons could match. With the immortal sword in hand, Ning Chen's true energy surged. Without any hesitation, he borrowed the power of the four symbols deity's essence blood to catalyze the phoenix's ancestral awakening ability. His black hair turned red. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, looking exceptionally dazzling. Seeing the young man grow from a weak youth, Prince Yen couldn't help but sigh. Among the youths of the same generation, the junior in front of him had undoubtedly shouldered too much. To be honest, he really hadn't thought that the young man back then could grow to such a level. His talent was ordinary and his luck was ordinary. No matter how one looked at it, he couldn't be considered a martial arts genius. However, he had a tenacious and unyielding personality, and he also had the courage to bear everything. He had always thought that this junior's perseverance had deviated from the foundation of martial arts. However, after seeing the latter's desperate efforts to move forward over the years, he also wanted to see just how far the young man in front of him could go on this path. If he wasn't the strongest, perhaps everything couldn't be decided. It was the same for reviving the dead. Come, use everything you've learned to prove to me that you didn't go the wrong way, Prince Yen said seriously. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and shouted softly. The phoenix essence around him soared into the sky. His wildly dancing red hair fluttered in the wind. Wave after wave of terrifying chi spread out. In the blink of an eye, the immortal slaying battle began. The only sword that was qualified to be used by the immortal slaying realm began to display its shocking power. The crisscrossing sword light that filled the sky exploded with a terrifying pressure. On the Mi River, huge waves surged into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet high. With a bang, the two swords clashed. Frost chi surged from the green sword. The huge waves in the sky above the Mi River were frozen, forming wave after wave mountains. After a moment, the sword light overflowed. The frozen huge waves disintegrated and scattered into the sky. The sound of the sword reflected the setting sun. Putting aside all other thoughts, this was the first time a knowing destiny state cultivator was able to fully concentrate. There was no more burden or protection. Only the sword was dazzling. Break the sky. The fairy sword broke the sky and the sky collapsed. The shocking sword power whistled in the sky. So there was such a sword on the sword. So the sword of the knowing destiny state was not just a killing weapon. Sword breath is clear and upright. You didn't disappoint me. Prince Yen waved his sword and slashed the sword mist. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Ningchen. The two swords clashed. Heaven and earth tilted and the sky rumbled. This was the sound of the sword on the top of the sword. It proved the heart, the self, the sword, and the way. The sun set in the west. The last ray of light disappeared. Night was coming. The cold wind blew. The sonorous sound of the sword danced in the wind. There was no mercy. Because there was no mercy in the future. 30 years of watching, learning, and using the sword. He earned the name of sword fanaticism. Maybe one day there would be an end to the sword. Then, before the end of the road, there would be no regrets. Hearing the sound of the former's sword, Prince Yan's eyes became heavier and heavier. The sword in his hand became sharper and sharper. The green light froze thousands of miles. The 100 suns returned to the east. In the world of ice and snow, Ningchen put his left hand together and stroked the sword. Suddenly, the 100 suns rose into the sky and lit up the night. This was a battle of the top of the sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the sun fell. At the top of the 9 heavens, the sound of chains swaying was the flow of the sword. The fairy-slaying sword was not the sword of the human world. The king's sword was also extraordinary. The sword light constantly crisscrossed. The sword power was as deep as the abyss and as fast as lightning. A battle between the fairy weapon and the king's sword. It was the heart of the sword, the way of the sword, and the reflection of one's life with no regrets. The clear sound of the sword entered one's ears. Prince Yen waved his hand and the red sword flew out. The dazzling light broke through the sky and slashed towards the fairy-slaying sword. With a bang, the sea of fire surged. The aftershock dispersed. The red robe was dyed red. The bloody hand was still clenched tightly, unwilling to let go. If you don't let go, you will be tired for the rest of your life. Is it worth it? Prince Yen said. The two swords intersected, creating a dazzling rainbow. It broke through the clouds and roared with thunder. It is worth it, Ningchen replied. The tip of his sword met the attack. He had no regrets. Maybe it was never worth it. It was only willing or not. The shocking sword technique gradually became white-hot. Although Ningchen's sword power was swift and fierce, the king's sword suppressed the enemy first. It had lost its advantage. 4 symbols seal the gods, heavenly dragon shock. The situation was not good. The fairy-slaying sword in Ningchen's hand shone brightly. The azure dragon roared and coiled around his body. The sword of the divine realm appeared. Borrowing the power of the sword, the azure dragon roared. The void kept collapsing. It was the shock of the extreme power of the sword. In the next moment, the azure dragon swept past and attacked the king. The sword technique that he had never seen before was better than the master. A strange look flashed through Prince Yan's eyes. The red sword went against the sky and slashed towards the azure dragon. With a loud explosion, the sword waves whistled. Wave after wave of aftershocks swept out, sinking 1,000 miles. Dragon Phoenix Sky Burial. In the aftershock, the red-robed figure flashed. 2 sword lights broke through the sky. The dragon and the phoenix intersected and blocked the retreat. There was no flaw. Sword sound, flying swan. Prince Yen waved his sword. The sword edge shook the void. Waves of sword waves spread out and instantly destroyed the sword lights. With a groan, Ningchen took half a step back. His sword power did not stop. He took a step and jumped into the sky. Thousands of swords soared into the sky. The magnificent sword lights covered the cold moon. Nirvana! The end of the sword reappeared. It was the only sword in the world. It surpassed the past and shocked the world. In the void that kept shaking, sword lights soared into the sky. They were endless. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended and shocked the entire world. The sword will broke through the limit. The heart of the sword became clear. The sword that broke through the sky went to the peak of the sword world. Seeing the shocking sword light falling from the sky, Prince Yen waved his left hand. The sword rack on the ground shook and the sand sword flew out. It was a technique that had never been seen before. It was the junior that he was most worried about. With a thought, the reincarnation of all things. The sword that appeared for the first time in the world turned into a huge sword vortex. The wind and sand turned into the sharpest sword in the world. It annihilated everything in the storm. The two extremes collided. Time passed. Pieces of collapsed space spread out. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, only endless nothingness was left. In the aftershock, blood dripped from the red-robed figure's arm and dyed the celestial sword red. Drip. A drop of blood fell from the sky and landed in the lake. The result of the sword was clear. However, the moment the sword was defeated, it still felt melancholy. The three swords returned to the scabbard. The space returned to normal. The ice in the Mi River dissipated and waves appeared again. Prince Yen walked down from the void and looked at the waves in the lake. He said calmly, "I will leave soon. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded silently and replied. "The fairy slaying sword is not a sword of the human world. The evil aura on the sword is too strong. If you use it frequently, it will put a huge burden on your body. So, don't use it unless you have no other choice," Prince Yen said seriously. "I will remember," Ning Chen replied again. Prince Yen stopped and looked at the young man in front of him. He couldn't bear to see him like this. He asked, "Where did the two people today come from?" "The Hall of the Dead," Ning Chen said honestly. Prince Yen nodded and said, "Did you find out where they are?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "In a dangerous place in the spirit void starfield." Hearing this, Prince Yen nodded again and said calmly, "I will solve this problem for you. However, this is the only time. Ning Chen, I will not persuade you to give up your burden. This path is your own choice. I don't know how far you can go. However, your growth has already far exceeded my expectations. I hope that in the future you can prove that what I said back then was wrong." Ning Chen gently nodded as he memorized every word the man before him said. In the distance, Ah Man looked at the two. A faint sadness flashed through her clear eyes. Were they going to part in the end? Chapter 690. The battle between the immortal sword and the king's sword had come to an end. The undefeated legend was still unrivaled in the sword. Life-knowing cultivators were strong. After 30 years of countless life and death battles, whether it was battle experience or cultivation in the sword, they far surpassed everyone in their generation. Immortal slaying was also strong. It was the head of the 4 great immortal swords and had killed a true immortal. Its fierce name shook the ancient times. Even if the sword was flawed, it was still not something the mortal world's weapons could compare to. However, the king's sword was still undefeated. It was strong, so strong that there was no excuse. In front of the river, the king who was about to leave looked at the young man who was full of hardships. He sighed softly and turned to leave. "Take care." The king left under the night sky, his clothes stirring up sand in the cold wind. Perhaps after this farewell, they would never meet again. Junior respectfully sends Senior off. Ning Chen was silent. Then, he bowed respectfully. He would always remember the kindness of teaching him in this life. A cold wind blew, and the azure-robed man disappeared into the night. Not far away, Ina ran over. Looking at the figure by the river, she was puzzled. Where did Senior go? Why did he leave as soon as he came? He went to find someone who can help him prove his sword. Ning Chen sighed. Senior's sword was getting stronger and stronger. It was lonely at the top. Ordinary people would never be able to understand the loneliness of finding an opponent. He was the same. Wild stepped forward and looked at the divine tree in the river. In the future, I'll wait with you. Is that okay? Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him. After a moment, he nodded. Spirit Void Starfield, Absolute Beginnings Forbidden Land. It was a forbidden land surrounded by fog. There was not a single blade of grass or tree growing within 1,000 miles. In the fog, a sinister and majestic hall stood quietly. A terrifying pressure constantly spread from the depths of the hall, making people shudder. The Hall of the Underworld was a great sect that stood on the same level as the underworld in the ancient times. Although it had experienced countless ups and downs, it still stood tall. It was once the most terrifying dark power in the Spirit Void Starfield. However, after experiencing the upheavals of the ancient times, the Hall of the Underworld suffered heavy losses and gradually disappeared from the world's eyes. No one would have thought that the Hall of the Dead, which had been recuperating in secret, would one day reappear in the world. Patrollers would patrol the world and recreate the glory of the ancient times. On this day, an azure-clothed figure strode over from outside the forbidden area of absolute beginning. Every step he took was steady, and his black hair fluttered lightly while his expression was cold. Behind the king, the 4 king swords were inserted into the sword rack. The sound of the swords rang in his ears and his heart. Searching all over the world, there was no one to prove the sword. Lonely experts were nowhere to be found. The moment the king arrived, the experts in the depths of the Hall of the Dead immediately sensed it, and their expressions all turned serious. What a shocking sword pressure! Swish, swish. Black mist filled the air as figures flew out from the Hall of the Underworld. Every single one of them had the aura of a treading immortal. Their horrifying aura covered the entire sky. The terrifying great sect had once again displayed its ferocious side. You dare to trespass into the Nether Hall's territory? You sure are bold. In front of the 9 ascending immortals, 2 experts with especially powerful auras walked out and looked at the newcomers. The king didn't say anything. He waved his hand and the sword rack fell to the ground. Then, he gripped the sword with both hands and slowly pulled it out. Green and red intertwined as sword chi appeared in the black mist. 2 rainbows bloomed in the world. Only you guys? Isn't the name of the Hall of the Dead fake? The king waved his sword, and the air around him shook. The black mist within 100 miles retreated, and it was difficult to get close. Arrogant! The white tiger and the black tortoise snorted coldly and stepped forward. Their vast palms locked onto the soul. The 2 swords shook violently. The king's sword didn't stop as it slashed through the air, and it was earth-shattering. Seeing this, the 2 netherworld generals immediately retreated and dodged the sword light. Behind them, the 9 experts of the Hall of the Dead took over. Chains crisscrossed, sealing the swordsmen in front. Sword sound, flying swan. Prince Yen stepped forward, and his 2 swords shone brilliantly. Rays of sword light spread out, and dozens of chains shattered, turning into black mist and dissipating. The 2 netherworld generals then flashed forward again, one on each side, and grabbed the swords in the swordsmen's hands. Clang, the swords were restrained. In an instant, the life-demanding iron chain attacked again, leaving no chance for survival. How can the king's swords be blasphemed? The king's expression turned cold, and he pulled out his 2 swords. Rainbow light shone brightly, and the 2 swords transformed into rainbows that whistled through the air. The 2 rainbows that cut through the night had a shocking aura. In the blink of an eye, a waterfall of blood splattered, dyeing the frosty sky red. Powerful swordsman, you've crossed the line. At this moment, the black mist in the air churned, and a black-robed man walked out. He flipped his palm to block the sword light, and his aura continued to spread, causing the surrounding space to twist. Greetings, Deputy Palace Lord. The 2 generals and the 9 experts of the Hall of the Dead bowed together respectfully. "All of you leave," said the palace lord. "Yes." The generals quickly retreated. "Swordsman, why have you come to the Hall of the Dead?" "Just say it," said the palace lord coldly. "Ning Chen, you can't touch him," said Prince Yen. "Phoenix." The palace lord narrowed his eyes. "What if I don't agree?" Then the history of the Hall of the Dead should end. Prince Yen waved his hand, returning the azure and red swords. He clenched his hands and sand filled the air. A sand sword condensed, causing the world to tremble. The sword instantly coiled around its body, and the wind and clouds changed. The palace lord's expression became serious, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. With a boom, a fist wind howled, and a powerful punch smashed down. The ground around it couldn't bear this terrifying power, and it sank inch by inch. Prince Yen took a step forward instead of retreating, and his sand sword met the fist wind head-on. The world trembled, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. The sword hummed, the fist wind howled, and the power to shatter mountains and split seas shocked all the experts in the distance. Where did this person come from? "He can actually fight with the substitute palace lord," said the White Tiger Nether General in shock. "I've never heard of him." The Black Tortoise Underworld Hall's expression was serious. The Underworld Hall's patrollers were all over the major star fields, but no one had ever mentioned such a terrifying swordsman. While the two were talking, the battle between the 2 experts was getting more and more intense. The palace lord, who had almost reached the true realm, was in the Underworld Hall's territory, and his strength was close to that of the true realm. It was unimaginably terrifying. However, the king's sword was still as smooth as flowing water. Each sword was extremely precise, without the slightest deviation. The sword moved first, and the more the palace lord fought, the more serious his expression became. What a shocking sword, what terrifying control! In the battle above, the king was surrounded by wind and sand, and his defense was watertight. The sword in his hand was incomparably sharp, and his attacks were endless. The sword that combined attack and defense was the most dazzling. With 1 attack and 1 defense, the king was undefeatable. The battle had reached its climax, and it was difficult to seize the initiative. The palace lord flipped his palm to shake off the battle, and then his feet trembled as he retreated from the battle. He flipped his hands, and with a rumble, coffins rose from the ground. Rolling black fog spread out, and the foundation of the Underworld Hall, which had existed for countless years, appeared. The black coffins opened, and experts in ancient clothing walked out. Their auras were boundless, and although they didn't have much life force, their cultivations were extremely shocking. The Underworld Hall's foundation had appeared. Prince Yen looked at the dozen old figures in front of him, and with a flash of azure light, he instantly arrived before the sword rack. "You don't even dare to face time. Where did you get the courage to stop me?" The king held his sword, and the world suddenly sank. In the next moment, an unparalleled sword pressure revived, and the immortal slaughtering sword reappeared. Chapter 691. In the area of the Hall of the Dead, in the forbidden area of Taichu, the king held his sword and the celestial slaying sword reappeared in the world. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, the sword Chi soared into the sky, and the 9 heavens changed. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts rumbled, cutting through the night and shaking the world. Dazzling light shone, the sword Chi surged, the king moved, the bright moon lost its color, and only a sword mark was left in the world. The strongest sword, the celestial slaying sword. Before the 3 old men in ancient clothes could react, their bodies exploded, unable to bear the power of the sword. They could avoid time, but they could not avoid the sword in the king's hand. The moment the celestial slaying sword was unsheathed, it meant that there was no turning back for this battle. The knowing destiny state was the only support in this life, the undefeated king. Before he left, he was determined to clear the biggest obstacle for the younger generation. Perhaps this was the last time. In the future, he would have to walk the path of knowing destiny's state alone. Under the night sky, with a sword in his hand, he was invincible. Every sword had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The blood that was constantly falling was the last red color of life before it disappeared. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. The shocking scene reflected in the Lord of the Hall of the Dead's eyes. The King of the Sword was beyond his knowledge, and this was the first time he had seen it. There was no time to think. The Lord of the Hall of the Dead stepped forward. His palm gathered the power of fate of the Hall of the Dead for countless years, and attacked the king. With a loud bang, the black fog dispersed. The power of the sword chi was unstoppable. It broke through the fate and brought out a waterfall of dazzling blood. The sword chi entered his body, and he retreated a few steps. The Lord of the Hall of the Dead's mouth was red. He was injured for the first time. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the sound of thunder lit up the sky. Below, the celestial sword in the king's hand dripped with blood. The old men in ancient clothes crumbled one by one, and before they could take another look at the world, they completely disappeared. The pouring rain washed away the red on the sword, and the blood on the ground flowed into a stream and flowed into the distance. A merciless slaughter, it was the king's determination to behead the culprits. The Hall of the Underworld, which had been passed down for countless years, fell into its greatest crisis in thousands of years. The blood-red ground couldn't stop the sword of condemnation in the hands of the Hall of the Underworld. This massacre came so suddenly, like a violent storm, causing the entire Hall of the Underworld to fall into a storm. Powerful swordsmen, stop! At this moment, a spatial crack appeared in the depths of the Hall of the Dead. A power that didn't belong to this world descended. It surpassed all knowledge, and stood within the truth of heaven and earth. Prince Yen stopped and looked into the depths of the Hall of the Dead. He said slowly, "Since you are here, show yourself." Hong Yi stood quietly by the riverside. Her eyes looked forward, and light flashed continuously. Time was up. By the riverside, the divine tree swayed back and forth. Its vitality had already recovered to its most flourishing state, completely reviving. Ning Chen took a step forward and instantly arrived on the pleasure boat. He looked at Ah Man, who was teaching Iner a mental cultivation technique, and said, "I need to leave for a while." Ah Man nodded lightly and didn't ask any further. "How long will it take?" Iner turned her little head and asked in confusion. "It will take some time." Ning Chen replied and continued, "While I'm away, you must practice your swordsmanship well. You can't always be lazy, understand?" "All right," Ina replied sweetly. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He left the boat and soared into the air. Mo Planet, Feng Shui Forbidden Land. Hong Yi appeared and walked into the Forbidden Land. The whistling cold wind was like a blade, bone-chilling. The Phoenix entered one of the 4 forbidden lands of Mo Planet and walked step by step towards the deepest part of the fire domain. In the center of the forbidden land born from heaven and earth, waves of fire surged. Layers and layers of heavenly fire were extremely terrifying. Hong Yi scattered and the Phoenix appeared. She bathed in the fire and condensed her body. At the same time, under the apricot tree on the heavenly word peak, the demonic aura around the demonic cultivator trembled. Facing the strongest demonic test of his life, his rationality and demonic nature constantly clashed. On the peak, a woman in white stood quietly. Her black hair was slightly stained with frost. She was a perfect heaven speaker who didn't look like a mortal. She transcended the mortal world and seemed like she could break through the sky and leave at any time. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, wind and thunder roared. Demonic clouds rolled and covered the moon. An extremely terrifying demonic aura descended upon the mortal world. Thousands of miles away, the wind and clouds changed color. The heaven speaker sensed it and frowned. Demon? In the sky, thunder and lightning flashed across the night sky. 100 feet tall demon descended from the sky. An abnormally dense, murderous aura distorted the heaven and earth. An outsider from beyond the heavens, the king of demons, had appeared in the mortal world. Seeing that the newcomer had ill intentions, the heavens speaker's expression became serious. She took a step forward and appeared in the sky. "Outsider, you shouldn't have come here," said the heavens speaker. "There's no place in this world that I can't go. Get out of my way, or die." Xian Luo glanced at the figure under the apricot tree in the distance, and said coldly, "A demon who has lost his heart is truly pitiful." The heavens speaker sighed and didn't say anything else. She raised her hand, and the wind and clouds accepted her orders. "A spiritualist?" Sensing the surrounding space condensing, Xian Luo's eyes flashed coldly. Demonic aura surged around him and shook off the bindings. 10,000 demons roar. The 6 ultimate demons appeared once again with a completely different power. Demonic figures appeared in the sky one after another. There were thousands, tens of thousands, and a terrifying pressure rapidly spread. In the next moment, the 10,000 demons rushed out, carrying a destructive power as they charged at the woman in front. The heavens speaker flipped her hand, and layers of spatial seals blocked the 10,000 demons. Heaven and earth shook violently. The 10,000 demons continuously collapsed and were annihilated by the power of heaven and earth. The 10,000 demons were annihilated, and it was difficult for them to pass through the barrier. Suddenly, a palm energy hidden in the demonic figures broke through the bindings and entered the chi-piercing woman's body. Immediately, blood flowed out and dyed her plain white dress red. A legendary spiritualist is only SOSO. Xian Luo looked at the woman in front of him with a cold expression. The heavens speaker raised her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked back at the figure below who had yet to wake up and sighed softly. She slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, spiritual chi rapidly gathered and continuously surged toward the woman standing in the void. The glory of life always bloomed at the end, stunning the world. The heavens speaker who opened her eyes again was like the sky, and all things were under her command. Lightning from the 9 heavens descended toward the demon. The sea of lightning was unavoidable. Xian Luo's expression sank. He took a step forward, and the shadows of large stars rose around him. The royal clan's ultimate technique appeared. Stars transformation. The ultimate technique appeared, and the stars rotated. A terrifying power blocked the sea of lightning. However, there was an earth-shattering tremor, and the stars collapsed. Thousands of lightning descended and drowned the demon's body. The splashing blood dyed the void red. Xian Luo retreated continuously and vomited blood. Reincarnation calamity. Unwilling to accept the reversal of the situation, Xian Luo stabilized his body and used his ultimate technique again. Suddenly, the surrounding black clouds rolled and lightning loomed. The terrifying demonic power rose rapidly. Demonic chi covered the night sky. At this moment, the first ray of dawn shone in the east. The night was about to end and dawn was about to arrive. The heavens speaker looked over, and a flash of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She raised her slender hand, and the heavenly power shocked the world. Divine punishment, purifying red lotus. Just as she finished speaking, the 9 heavens' holy flames descended. The red flames were like a red lotus that purified the world. The red lotus purified the world. The demonic chi around Xian Luo was quickly annihilated by the flames. The royal clan's demon body was immediately injured. 10,000 demons devour the sky. Enduring the intense pain, Xian Luo flipped his palm and forcefully counterattacked. Terrifying demonic waves roared out, and demonic shadows swallowed the heavens speaker. A pool of dazzling blood splashed out. The heavens speaker retreated half a step and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Drops of blood flowed out through the gaps between her fingers. Her body couldn't bear the burden, and she couldn't suppress the backlash from opening her eyes repeatedly. The heavenly power was unpredictable, and it wasn't something a human body could endure. Die. Feeling the abnormality of the woman in front of him, Xian Luo took a step forward and instantly rushed forward. Demonic qi gathered, and he punched at her. At this moment of crisis, the world shook. A green sword appeared in front of him and blocked the demonic power. The black figure stood there, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss, without the slightest emotion. Without saying a word, the moment the sword entered his hand, the black figure flashed past, and the sword light shone. The sword that was as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain had been reborn. After experiencing the demonic test, it defeated the demonic nature of the demon body, and its strength had improved. The sword danced in the wind, and every move was fatal. After regaining his rationality, he couldn't allow the Heaven's Speaker to fail. The change in his heart caused his sword intent to transcend. Sword light scattered the final darkness before dawn, illuminating the world. Xian Luo turned his palm to block the sword light. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling killing intent. His hatred made the demonic power even more terrifying. The two demons met once more. The heavens collapsed and the earth was destroyed. The blood that splashed out was protection, hatred, and even more so, a fate that wouldn't rest until one side was dead. In the confrontation of several moves, blood was dyed red. It was impossible to tell if it was you or me. There was only battle, a battle to the death. Outside the battle, the Heaven's Speaker looked at the intense battle in front of her. She forcefully suppressed the backlash in her body and formed seals with her slender hands. Strange and complex seals were formed, never seen before. Only the increasingly terrifying aura showed how terrifying this move was. In the void, her black hair fluttered in the wind. 3 points of white frost were exceptionally dazzling. Tears of blood flowed down from the Heaven's Speaker's eyes. Her fingers moved and she chanted an incantation, speaking the language of the heavens. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Red tribulation clouds gathered. The final heavenly punishment appeared in the world. Thunder and fire crashed down, endless and boundless. The shocking heavenly power showed its most terrifying side. In an instant, the heavenly punishment descended. Time and space in all directions collapsed. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A thunderbolt knocked knowing destiny away. Around the heavenly demon, the heavenly power could destroy the world. Caught off guard by the destructive power, Xian Luo hurriedly used his life-saving technique. His body shone brightly and the indestructible protection condensed to protect his body. The heavenly power was unstoppable. The indestructible protection shattered. The descending thunder and fire instantly engulfed the demonic body and burned it. The half of his body that disappeared in an instant was completely engulfed by the thunder and fire. Xian Luo endured the intense pain and cut off half of his body. Immediately, he retreated quickly and left the battle. Not far away, knowing destiny wanted to give chase. Suddenly, he paused and looked behind him. In the void, the Heaven's Speaker closed her eyes. She used up the last of her strength and fell straight down to the heavenly word peak. It was a familiar scene. The demonic body's expression shook fiercely. His figure flashed quickly and grabbed the woman who was falling down the cliff. 100 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet. At the moment of falling down the cliff, the demonic body trembled constantly. The despair that he didn't want to remember made the demonic body that had lost its last family member feel an inexplicable fear. You did well. Really well. The Heaven's Speaker's face showed a touch of relief. The bloodstains under his eyes were so dazzling. He had a daughter, so he didn't regret it. Chapter 692. On the heavenly speech peak, snowflakes drifted down. Under the swaying apricot trees, white flowers fluttered. It was difficult to distinguish between the snowflakes and the white flowers. In the devil's embrace, the heavenly speech withered. Thunder rumbled from the 9 heavens. It was the sorrowful sound of the heavenly speech returning to heaven and earth. The scattered starlight was so dazzling. The woman raised her hand and fused the last of her origin into the former's body. Give it to Iner. The abnormally weak voice was almost inaudible. The Heaven's speaker slowly opened his eyes and looked at the world one last time. He was gratified and calm. Remember, never hate yourself. The starlight dissipated and the heavenly speech returned to heaven and earth. Don't regret your journey in the human world. The devil who had lost his mind trembled. Perhaps it was due to his memories or his body's instinct. A waterfall of white flowers flew up and covered the devil's blood-red eyes. On the tranquil river, a boat floated in the center of the lake. On the boat, a man carefully taught a little girl how to practice the sword. Her beautiful face was beautiful and gentle. The bright moon hung high in the sky. On the lake, the void swirled and a black-clothed figure walked out. Looking at the boat in front of him, his eyes were as deep as the abyss. It was so dark that it made people's hearts palpitate. Inside the boat, a man sensed something. She raised her hand and patted the little girl's head. Then she walked out. Where did the phoenix body go? The devil body asked. Mo planet, a man calmly replied. Thank you. The demon cultivator replied, took a step forward and disappeared. Who is it? Iner walked out and looked at the empty water surface. She was puzzled. The person who asked for directions. A man turned around and said softly, Mo planet, feng shui forbidden land. The phoenix body had already entered for an unknown amount of time. The surging flames in the depths of the forbidden land were getting smaller and smaller. When night fell, the red-clothed figure walked out. Her body was bathed in flames. She couldn't suppress her sword intent. She separated the forbidden land and cut a path to life and death. Mo Mountain, EU Peak. Mo Master opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Rays of light flashed past. They had finally arrived. The void swirled and red light gathered. The red-clothed figure stood in the void. The blood-red astral soul in his hand was dazzling. He didn't dare to kill. My good disciple, are you ready to return and hand over your life? On the platform, Mo Zhu stood up. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and 7-colored light illuminated 100 miles. Today, new and old grudges will be paid back with your blood, drop by drop. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Robe moved and his sword followed him. In a flash, the sword opened the yellow springs. With a thump, the palm and the sword clashed for the first time. The aftermath of the clash spread out in all directions. Streaks of sword light continuously scattered and flew into the distance. In close combat, every move sealed off the opportunity to attack. The sword was so fast that it was too much for the eye to take in. The bloody light was dazzling, and each sword was faster than the previous one. It was like a storm, not leaving the slightest gap. You've improved, but your foundation is still too weak. Mo Clan Master took the sword head-on and immediately countered with a palm strike, forcing the former to retreat. Immortal technique, shocking rainbow. He raised his hand and pointed at the rainbow. The rainbow broke through the sky and separated the heaven and earth, reaching knowing destiny. 4 symbols divine seal. The 4 divisions reappeared, and the phoenix transformed into a deity. In the instant that it returned to its ancestral state and ascended to the divine realm, the red clothes disappeared. The tip of the sword was pointed at the eye, and it fell to a single breath. Rip! The sound of clothes being torn apart rang out. Mo Zhu leaned to the side to avoid the sword light. He condensed celestial core power in his palm and slapped it toward the former. With a thump, the mountain collapsed. Red Robe swept past. Behind him, the 7-colored brilliance destroyed the mountain and shattered the rocks, completely razing the 5th peak to the ground. The returning sword light swept over again. The sword light was dazzling, sharp and deadly. In this endless battle, the other party was no longer allowed to see the light of day. The figures that kept crossing each other brought out a dazzling brilliance. The sound of the sword was filled with hatred. 9 suns burning the sky. The heavenly book appeared again. The 9 suns soared into the sky and moved along with the sword. As the sword light passed, the divine sun burned the sky and boiled the sea. Emoju's figure flashed and avoided the sword light. He raised his hand and condensed celestial core power. With a shocking explosion, the 7-colored brilliance surged and drowned the 9 suns. The aftermath of the explosion injured the phoenix. The overflowing blood flowed down along the blade, but the swordsman didn't seem to notice it. The red light that flashed by was even more ruthless. The battle had just begun and it was already white-hot. The figure became more and more valiant as the battle went on. He suppressed his injuries and swallowed his own blood. His bloody hair danced in the air. It was so dazzling. A sword was so fast that it would send the sinner to the yellow springs. On the road of life and death, it was a sacrifice to the peak. Sword style, dragon tiger roar. His astral soul danced. Dragons and tigers galloped on the sword. Borrowing the strength of each other, the sword rushed towards the old man in front of him. The might of a deity realm move was completely different. Emoju's expression turned serious. 7-colored brilliance gathered on his palm. A 7-colored divine sun soared and collided with the dragon and tiger. The two moves collided. The dragon and tiger shook the divine sun. The mountain couldn't withstand the terrifying divine might and quickly collapsed. Rocks from the collapsed mountain continued to split apart and tumbled down, creating waves of dust that filled the sky. In the aftermath, the splashes of blood couldn't hide the bone-chilling killing intent. The sword light flashed by, mercilessly threatening to kill. Emoju dodged the sword light and immediately raised his hand to grab the sword in the former's hand. The battle between experts was a battle of wits and courage. Once the swordsman lost his sword, the word peak would be nothing more than a joke. Changing hands. Ningchen snorted coldly and turned the sword in his hand. It was extremely sharp as it slashed out. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Emoju's hand was dyed red. He had failed to seize the sword. Waving his hand to seal the wound, Emoju narrowed his eyes. The 9th sun in front of him was indeed different from before. Not willing to drag things out, Emoju's eyes changed. The black and white brilliance around him flourished. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing the mountains to shake violently. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He clenched his left hand and blue frost appeared. Boundless cold air rapidly spread out. Yin and Yang opened the formation. The Taiji diagram rose into the sky. Under the radiance of the two elements, the power of mutual promotion and suppression increased the might of a deity realm. Immortal technique, waning moons. The Yin and Yang immortal technique appeared again. Undercurrents surged like waves. A black moon descended, and the terrifying power of laws descended. In the next moment, the black moon collapsed. What followed was a shocking scene. The entire Ink Mountain collapsed. The moon dimmed, and the world sank together. The collapsing black moon collided with the Taiji diagram. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the universe. Space fell one after another. The endless void kept swallowing the surrounding brilliance, forming an absolute darkness. In the aftermath, Hong Yi flew out. Her body was stained with blood. She leaned on the sword on the ground and blood flowed out. "Are you out of strength? Old Nine, your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. But that's all." Emoju walked forward step by step. His black and white eyes were cold and ruthless. Now, it was time to take back what belonged to him. He turned his palm and pressed down. Yin and Yang lingered, turning into a terrifying suction force that swallowed the 9 in front of him. Sword technique. At the moment of crisis, the sword in Hong Yi's hand disappeared. When it condensed again, it was overflowing with ferocious might. Immortal execution appeared. Divine power spread out, destroying heaven and earth. Dragon Phoenix burial. The sword of a deity realm, the dragon and phoenix intertwined. Carrying the might of heaven burial, it rushed toward the former. It was so close that it was too late to dodge. Emoju's eyes darkened. His palms shook the dragon and phoenix, but he felt a powerful killing intent. His body immediately slid back dozens of feet. Drops of blood dripped down, dyeing his arms red. Emoju's face revealed killing intent. He waved his hand to seal the wound and stepped forward. His palm shot out. The cold air of the black moon roared and surged, swallowing Xiang Jiming. As the palm descended, Hong Yi swept past Xiang Jiming. The immortal execution sword shook the wind and clouds. The sword was so powerful that it caused the void to collapse. The shocking sword power reappeared, the glory of the ancient divine weapon. The peerless weapon that guarded the eastern deity world erupted with its most terrifying side. Ferocious chi rolled crazily, covering the sky and the moon. The moment the sword passed, the 9 heavens wailed. So, the immortal execution sword of the eastern deity world is in your hands. Seeing the mighty power of the immortal sword, Emoju stepped back and avoided the sword. Immediately, a white sun rose around him, turning into a flame that could split the sky and descended to the mortal world. The divine flame descended and engulfed Hong Yi. However, how could a god of fire be afraid of the divine flame? Hong Yi broke through the restriction and the sword swept over again. Emoju stepped forward and put his hands together to block the immortal sword. The rotating yin and yang constantly consumed the immortal sword's power. Heavenly dragon shock. A dragon roared in the wild. An azure dragon rushed out from Ning Chen's sword and rushed toward Emoju's heart. Ugh! Sword chi entered Emoju's body and blood splattered. Emoju stepped back and was wide open. One sword, invisible. An opportunity appeared. Ning Chen moved, absorbing the power of the 9 continents and turning it into Emoju's body. With a groan, blood splattered. It was so dazzling. At the end of the road, the yellow spring collected his soul. The immortal sword that penetrated Emoju's body continued to bleed, destroying his heart meridians. Emoju's old eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the sword that penetrated his body. He kept coughing out blood, and the black and white in his eyes gradually disappeared. I calculated everything correctly, except for you. Emoju looked at the young man in red in front of him and said slowly, "Can you tell me your origin? Go and ask the King of Hell in the Yellow Spring." Not allowing the situation to change, Ning Chen turned the sword in his hand and instantly destroyed Emoju's meridians. Blood gushed out like a fountain, covering the sky and the eyes. Ugh! A painful groan sounded. Emoju's body could no longer support him. He knelt down on his knees and his body was bathed in blood, dyeing the ground red. Hee, Emoju's white robe was stained with blood, but he suddenly laughed. Blood gushed out from his body like rain. Ning Chen frowned and Zhu Xian slashed across, cutting off the head of the culprit. Old 9, have you seen the true truth of heaven and earth? With a bang, his palm energy blocked the celestial sword, and his body exploded. Blood and bones flew everywhere, and in the rain, a figure bathed in divine light appeared. A terrifying pressure that had never been seen before spread out, and instantly knocked away the red-robed man in front of him. Dozens of feet away, Ning Chen staggered and stabilized his footstep. He looked at the person in front of him with shock. True realm. In the Hall of the Dead, in the deepest part of the forbidden land of absolute beginning, heaven and earth split open. An earth-shattering figure walked out, and a terrifying pressure spread out for thousands of miles. Different time and space, the true realm appeared at the same time. A power beyond cognition turned into a foreign pressure that descended on the mortal world. The king turned around and narrowed his eyes. Swordsman, the Hall of the Dead is not a place you should come. The figure that walked out looked at the King of the Swords and said indifferently. He was completely different from the previous expert. His body was in heaven and earth, but he seemed to have surpassed heaven and earth. An incomparably powerful pressure loomed, and space and time cried out. Finally, it's here. Looking at the person in front of him, the king revealed a rare smile. The immortal sword in his hand hummed, showing the joy in his heart. This time, don't disappoint me again. Chapter 693. There was an unexpected change in the Battle of Mo Mountain. Mo Master had reached the true realm, and his terrifying aura swept across thousands of miles. The fairy-slaying cry roared, and blood streaks appeared. Holding the sword, knowing destiny's eyes darkened, and he was ready to face the most difficult battle. Above the void, divine light sprinkled down, and the figure bathed in the light had an indescribable aura. It was the first time a true realm cultivator had appeared in the world. Old Nine, have you seen a real celestial art? Mo Master raised his right hand, and in an instant, a black aura gathered rapidly above the 9 heavens. It was hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, and a majestic cold aura spread out, covering the true moon and opening up a new domain. Seeing this, Ning Chen formed a phoenix with his left hand. The moment the phoenix opened its mouth, endless flames spread out, devouring the flames of heaven and earth. It kept rising under the black moon, forming a pattern of its own. Morning sun shines in the east. The heavenly book martial arts appeared, and the divine sun rose from the sea of fire. Celestial art versus heavenly book. The sun and the moon were in the sky, fiercely clashing. In a short moment, the divine sun showed signs of collapsing, and the huge gap between the foundation and cultivation was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. With a bang, blood splattered, and Hong-yi flew out, severely injured. Red dyed her clothes red. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries, and the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish. He shouted, and the phoenix soared into the sky. A huge bronze beast appeared, and the blood of the phoenix spilled on the chariot. With blood as a sacrifice, the god-slaying cry appeared. The chariot shook, and the chariot turned into a ghost phoenix, the killing machine that shocked the 4 celestial realms, and its destructive power reappeared. He stepped on the back of the ghost phoenix, and the phoenix essence around Hong-yi rose rapidly, pouring into the chariot to support the ghost phoenix. In the next moment, the ghost phoenix spread its wings and turned into a black stream of light, crashing into the figure in the void. Mo Master's eyes narrowed, and he raised his right hand. Suddenly, thunder roared in all directions, and a surge of divine power spread out, blocking the god-slaying chariot. The ghost phoenix's true realm exploded, and dust rose into the sky. Thousands of miles around Mo Mountain sank, and the mountains moved, as if doomsday had arrived. Star transformation! The moment the two extremes collided, the big stars above the void, and after a while, they turned into the power of falling stars, crashing into the master of Mo Sec. Caught off guard, Mo Zhu was injured for the first time. He took a step back as the aura around him surged. As the shock waves dissipated, the black-robed figure stood in the air. His eyebrows were cold, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss, devoid of any human emotions. The demonic phoenix met again. Without a single word, the immortal execution and crimson drill, 2 of the most ferocious weapons of the present age, appeared at the same time. In an instant, resentment soared to the heavens. The blasphemy technique reappeared. Heaven's tears. The resentment of all living beings gathered. Xian Tsang wept in grief. Heavy rain poured down, covering the world in fog. In the heavy rain, Mo Zhu frowned as he felt his body being restrained. The resentment of all living beings. Before he had time to think, Feng and Mo's figures had already arrived. Ling Sha's sword came from the same source, but it was completely different. One was as heavy as a mountain, while the other was as fast as lightning. The combination of strength and speed, the seamless tacit understanding of the heart and body, the sword edge passed through the gap, leaving only the whistling of the sword light in the world. Mo Zhu came back to his senses and used his palms to block the 2 swords. With a king sound, the 2 swords changed direction at the same time. It was as if a flood dragon had come out of the sea, sealing the throat and threatening to kill. Ling Hua's sword light cooperated seamlessly. One was extremely fast to restrain the enemy, while the other was extremely powerful to break through the enemy. The sword at the peak was unique. Under the night sky, the two figures intertwined. Their speed became faster and faster, and the sword momentum became heavier and heavier. New and old grudges were vivid in their eyes, not allowing the swordsman to slow down. With the suppression of resentment, Mo Zhu's body was restrained. However, the cultivation of the true realm was still so terrifying that it was hard to resist. His every move was vast and mighty. In the most tragic battle, the two figures were dyed red. Since he had disregarded life and death, the sword in his hand was a divine weapon that burned hatred to pave the way. Mo Zhu turned his palm to block the attack. He was a little shocked, but his killing intent was also a little bit. The disciple that he had never completely seen through had become a great threat today. He couldn't leave him alive, and he didn't dare to leave him alive. Regaining his rationality, the sword became much clearer. Mo Zhu had hatred, and his hatred reached the heavens. However, Xinjiang was abnormally calm. Crimson drill shone brightly. The number one ferocious weapon of the central state displayed its terrifying magnificence. On the other side, the phoenix body and immortal sword were in hand. Between extreme speed, each sword was a killing move. Together with the demon body, they killed the culprit together. The sound of battle was abnormally ear-piercing. The hand holding the sword had been dyed red countless times. Only the belief of killing evil didn't waver at all. Unwilling to fight for a long time, Mo Zhu's body was bathed in divine light. The pressure became stronger and stronger, and the black moon appeared again, shrouding the world. With a bang, a palm shook the two weapons. The stagnant swords couldn't move an inch. The two flew out, their arms overflowing with blood. Their flawless cooperation gradually showed signs of defeat in front of the absolute difference in cultivation. To be able to force me to this point, you have done well enough. However, it's time to return the things I gave you. With a deep shout, Mo Zhu turned his right palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds rolled. With the support of the black moon, an endless suction force was released, drowning the two. The phoenix body paused, but it felt the three auras in its body rapidly surging, showing signs of breaking out of its body. Seeing this, the demon body's eyes darkened. It clenched its left hand and Taisha appeared. The Taoist and demon weapons appeared at the same time. Stepping forward, it changed from an all-out attack to half attack and half defend, fighting for time for the phoenix body. Mo Zhu snorted coldly. Without the restraint of extreme speed, his moves were more terrifying, and the majestic palm force slammed toward the phoenix body. A pool of blood splashed, dyeing the sword red. The demon body was fearless, and it endured the aftermath of the palm force with its royal demon body. Outside the battle, the phoenix body used its phoenix essence to suppress the surging true qi in its body. Mo Gates' immortal techniques were all taught by Mo Zhu, and each of the 9 peaks had one. While their cultivation improved rapidly, it also planted a hidden danger for them. The surging true qi was about to break out of their bodies. The phoenix body, who had the cultivation techniques of 3 peak masters, was in great trouble. The yellow spring seal, layers of Mo Gates' immortal techniques were sealed. At the most critical moment, it was fighting for its life. In the battle, the demon body faced the true realm Mo Zhu alone. Even with the royal demon body, after receiving the terrifying palm force, its body gradually couldn't withstand it. Blood dripped down along with the slashing of the two swords. In the face of an absolute difference in cultivation level, even if it was brave and fearless, it couldn't help but accept the reality of the situation. Stars transformation. The heavenly demon technique appeared again. The demon body was surrounded by stars, and it turned into a meteor that crashed into the former. Mo Zhu focused and stepped forward, avoiding the phantoms of the stars. Soon after, he raised his right hand, and 100 suns soared into the sky, blocking the last star that crashed into him. With a loud bang, the mountains fell and the stars sank. Amidst the raging waves of sand, the black-robed figure swept past, and with a swift sword, the wind and clouds gathered. Reincarnation Tribulation. The reincarnation tribulation appeared, and the sky collapsed and the earth was destroyed. The heavenly demon's 6 absolutes, which belonged to the royal demon body, displayed a terrifying power. Wherever the sword light passed, everything collapsed, and reincarnation dissipated. An unprecedented move quickly approached. Mo Zhu's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, and his hands condensed the power of yin and yang to resist the demon body's power. The two moves collided. The demon body's 2 swords blocked the remaining power, and with a bang, it slid several feet away. Mo Zhu moved, and his palm force surged, directly hitting the demon body's head. "I've made you wait for a long time." In an instant, a red light flashed, and the sword edge blocked the palm force. Then, it carried the demon body and retreated 100 feet away. "Can you still fight?" The phoenix body looked at the terrifying figure standing in the void in front of it and slowly said, "Endless fighting spirit." The demon body suppressed the injuries in its body and replied indifferently. "Let's end this quickly," the phoenix body said. "Okay." The demon body nodded and agreed. As soon as it finished speaking, the demon body condensed its essence, catalyzing the royal demon body's supernatural power. Thousands of demons appeared in the world, condensing above the void, endless and shocking the world. On the other side, the phoenix body stepped forward and leaped into the sky. An unusually terrifying pressure spread out, and in the next moment, the heavenly fire burned the world and descended between heaven and earth. Fire of the Feng Shui Forbidden Land. In the void, Mo Zhu looked at the flames descending from the sky with a serious expression. Jiu Zi had actually refined the heavenly fire in the Feng Shui Forbidden Land into his body. The phoenix demon joined forces to resist the true realm. Demonic shadows flashed past, walking in the heavenly fire and colliding with the former. Immortal technique, sun and moon ascending heaven. When the extreme power descended, Mo Zhu didn't dare to be careless. He raised his body to the limit and raised his palms. The sun and moon descended in the sky. When the celestial technique descended, heaven and earth shook. The earth couldn't bear the majestic power, and huge deep ravines appeared one after another, extending thousands of miles away. As the two moves collided, the remaining power spread out rapidly. Amidst the dust and sand, the two palms were pressed together. Yin and yang auras circulated, and the demonic phoenix appeared. 6 paths fall, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang Forbidden Sword. As soon as it stepped, the dust under its feet surged. The demon phoenix entered the 9 heavens, and the black and red airflow around it spread rapidly, drowning thousands of miles away. Demon Phoenix Heavenly Calamity. When the forbidden technique appeared, the demon phoenix spread its wings, and an unusually terrifying sword light formed from the demon phoenix's body, condensing the immortal slaying evil spirit. After a moment, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of sword lights descended, destroying heaven and earth, and fell into the world. The black sword rain fell, and there was no way to avoid it. Mo Zhu lowered his eyes and turned his palm to receive the 10,000 swords. In an instant, the 10,000 swords drowned the last word peak, burying heaven and earth. In the distance, the demon phoenix descended from the sky and looked at the figure in the dust, not daring to relax for a moment. Drip. An undetectable sound was heard. In the dust, a drop of blood fell from the sky. When the dust dissipated, the figure appeared. Blood kept dripping from the right arm, and it was obvious that it suffered a serious injury. He really didn't die. The two bodies separated, and coldness flashed in the demon phoenix's eyes. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be in the true realm, the phoenix body said with a solemn expression. In the forbidden land of the absolute beginning, the real master of the Hall of the Dead appeared. His body merged with heaven and earth, and his extremely heavy aura made people feel breathless. The king waved his hand, and the sword flew in front of him. The fierce sword returned to its scabbard, and he held 2 swords with both hands. "Please." Without saying much, he asked to fight. The king's body shone, and the real sword's edge bloomed with the most dazzling light. "Swordsman, your name," the master of the Hall of the Dead said slowly. "Xia Yin, Mo Luotian of the Hall of the Dead." As soon as he said that, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying divine weapon rushed out of the ground. The 3-foot-long blade surrounded by black fog was cold and bone-piercing. The divine weapon of the underworld appeared in the world. Mo Luotian reached out and held the underworld sword. Immediately, the underworld chi returned to his body, and his origin art was completed. In an instant, the divine weapon of the underworld sword appeared, and the dark brilliance slashed through, splitting the night sky. The king stepped forward and faced the attack. The green sword slashed, and 1,000 miles of dark night instantly turned into ice. Chapter 694. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the king's meeting was filled with fierce and ruthless warriors. Saber lights and sword shadows clashed as the flames of war filled the sky. The underworld weapon's dizziness was the first to bring about doomsday. Wherever the blade light passed, it was dark and gloomy. The forbidden land that didn't have any vegetation turned into scorched earth. This was a world-shaking battle. No one dared to take a single step within a radius of 1,000 zhang. Around the two of them, the void was unable to withstand the extreme might of their martial arts. Large cracks appeared one after another, spreading horizontally and vertically, reaching hundreds of li away. The doomsday divine dizziness was beyond common sense. Every swing and slash had the power to break the sky and split the sea. The entire forbidden land of absolute beginning shook violently, unable to bear the burden. On the other hand, Wang Jian did not look surprised, but his moves were exquisite and forceful. His sword moved freely, and every move was precise to the extreme. This was the most powerful battle in the world, the sword god battle of dominance. As the battle progressed, the smile on the king's face became more and more obvious. Pleasure. The blade and sword clashed, and the battle was decided in an instant. Prince Yan's sword changed direction, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, the red sword passed through the gap, and the yellow spring opened the way. Mo Luotian brandished his blade to meet it head-on. His dizziness overflowed as he took the king's sword head-on. Halting his body, Mo Luotian forcefully counterattacked. With a flip of his palm, Mo Luotian condensed essence and slammed it towards Mo Luotian's chest. The green sword blocked the palm and frost surged. Wherever the sword light reached, the world was sealed in ice and a boundless expanse appeared. In close combat, every move was deadly. Saber light and sword shadows constantly intersected. Kings, ambitious and ruthless, this was a battle between the peaks. The saber was wild, and the sword was even stronger. No matter how strong their martial spirits were, they were so dazzling that it was hard for people to shift their gazes away. Fast, fast, fast. The red sword chased after the rainbow, and the wind and fire combined. Heavy, heavy, heavy. The green sword pierced through the mortal world, and heaven and earth sank into oblivion. The white-hot battle became more and more intense. The strange light of the two swords clashing affected the gloomy wind and clouds. Under the night sky, a magnificent green and red light soared. The legend of Great Xia, who displayed his swordsmanship for the first time, was valiant like a god. His black hair danced in the wind, and his sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. Outside the battle, the experts of the Hall of the Dead were shocked. It turned out that there was such a sword in the human world. He was a frog in a well, and did not know about the sword. Only today did he realize that the sword was the sword. At the same time, the battle on EU Peak reached its climax. The Phoenix Demon joined forces to fight against the realms of truth. The Taishang Forbidden Sword appeared in the secular world. The falling sword light heavily injured the Mahist sect's venerable. Amidst the dust, blood dripped onto the ground, creating a dazzling scene. Against a true realm expert, the Phoenix Demon head held the advantage. Sky Breaker. Both of them swung their swords at the same time. The sword light that broke through the sky howled and surged, instantly arriving in front of Lord Mo. With a loud tremor, Mo Zhu was forced back several steps. Blood flowed from his wounds. His silence gave the two of them an indescribable pressure. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. You are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Mo's aura changed abruptly. In an instant, the entire Mo mountain shook violently. The mountain rocks crumbled and dust soared into the sky. The sun and moon that appeared in the heavens and earth quickly fused together. Black and white light flourished in Lord Mo's eyes, manifesting the image of the sun and moon. A terrifying aura rapidly spread out. Deity realm? The demon body asked, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That shouldn't be the case, as he doesn't have any god's source energy on him. However, he's very close to it, the phoenix body said calmly. The sun and moon merged. Behind Mo Zhu, multicolored light flourished. An enormous illusory figure appeared. It held yin and yang in its hands, and the sun and moon rotated. It was as if an immortal king had descended into the mortal world, shocking everyone. The demon body's expression became serious. Without hesitation, he activated his demonic yuan and turned into a heavenly demon. On the other side, the phoenix body also activated her true yuan. Amidst the phoenix cry, a phoenix appeared in the sky. Flames lingered around it, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In the final battle, no one was willing to retreat. They entered the Yellow Springs, and their life and death were decided by the heavens. Lord Mo raised his hand, and a black brilliance spread out. Pieces of heaven and earth turned dark, and not a trace of light overflowed. Reincarnation tribulation. The demon body punched out. The wind and clouds swirled, and demonic chi surged, colliding with the darkness. The two moves collided, and a waterfall of blood flew out in the darkness. Reincarnation collapsed, and the demon body was injured. Behind him, the phoenix body stepped forward, and Zhu Xian rotated in her hand. Sword chi converged from all directions, and endless sword light converged. The only sword at the peak reappeared in the world. Nirvana. The crisscrossing sword light was incomparably magnificent and dazzling. In the next moment, it turned into a majestic sword flow that broke through the sky, destroying everything in its path. The moment Lord Mo recovered, the sword light flashed. He turned his palm to block the attack, and thousands of swords shattered. The final sword light pierced through his body. Ugh! Blood splattered, dyeing the darkness red, and a waterfall fell from the sky. Stars transformation. The demon body ignored the injury and gathered demonic chi. Huge stars surrounded his body as he leaped forward, and the demonic might shook the sky. Back off! The demonic might descended. Lord Mo endured the pain in his chest and shouted. The shadow behind him pushed out the black moon in his hand, and it crashed into the huge stars. The black moon devoured the sky, and the huge stars sank. The demon body flew out and directly crashed into the distant ninth peak. The remaining power of the stars spread, and Lord Mo, who was seriously injured, couldn't recover. He groaned and took half a step back. Invisible sword. In an instant, Hong Yi plunged Zhu Xian into the former's body, and the sword intent of the 10,000 swords instantly penetrated his body. The gushing vermilion red dyed the sword edge. The true chi around Lord Mo's body shook, and the immortal light was dazzling, forcing the person in front of him back again. 100 feet away, Hong Yi landed on the ground and staggered a few steps back. The sword in her hand stabbed into the ground and stopped her retreat. In the tragic battle, the three of them were seriously injured. The phoenix demon body, which had a tacit understanding, relied on the unparalleled physique and the peerless divine weapon to forcefully close the huge gap in cultivation. Having just entered the true realm, before he could stabilize his cultivation, he encountered the phoenix demon's murderous intent. The aura around Lord Mo's body kept shaking, and there were signs of it collapsing. The immortal execution baleful chi kept filling his body. The famous murderous weapon of the ancient times devoured Lord Mo's vitality bit by bit, adding a few more variables to the battle. On the 9th peak, the heavily injured demon body escaped from the mountain. He suddenly turned around and looked at Hun Dun in the mountain. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out, devouring the ferocious beasts in the back mountain. "Spare me!" In the back mountain, Hun Dun felt the terrifying killing intent spreading towards him. He was shocked and kept begging for mercy. The demon body instantly flattened the entire back mountain with demonic aura. His abyss-like eyes looked at Hun Dun and said coldly, "Give me your power and I'll spare your life." Hun Dun was shocked. After a moment of hesitation, he had no choice but to lower his head. The demon body flipped his palm, and a dense demonic aura engulfed Hun Dun's body. The power of Hun Dun entered his body, and the demon body's injuries were temporarily suppressed. He stepped out of the 9th peak and rushed towards the battle. He threw a violent punch at Emosek's master. Emosek's master received the attack and immediately felt an even stronger pressure. He took half a step back, gathered his essence in his palm, and struck out. With a groan and blood stained his body, the demon body did not retreat. He threw another punch at the former. Emosek's master flipped his palm, and a black and white brilliance blocked the demonic aura. The immortal and demon clashed, and the clouds broke and the sky shook. The unbelievable demonic might and the immeasurable existence of the true realm fought in close combat, and both sides suffered injuries. Outside the battle, the phoenix body gathered her vital essence and poured it into the celestial slaying sword. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and bolts of lightning descended, adding to the power of the ferocious sword. Feeling the increasing power in the distance, Emosek's expression changed. He ignored the injuries in his body and increased the power of his palm, wanting to escape. However, the demon cultivator did not retreat even half a step. He used all his strength to hold the demon cultivator back. As one, they had an unparalleled tacit understanding. The phoenix body focused and ignored the battle. She tried her best to gather her strength. The rumbling shook the sky. On the celestial slaying sword, the sword power became more and more terrifying. It was beyond the limit, as if it would lose balance and collapse at any time. Sword. The peak of the sword could be seen. The sword aura that kept gathering devoured the swords from all directions. From 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, sword light flew over, turning into sword clouds that floated in the sky. Thunderbolts fell on the sword. Lightning flashed between the sword edges, covering the sky and the moon. It was extremely shocking. No regrets. Tasting blood for a lifetime, no regret. The phoenix body slashed the sword edge with her palm. Suddenly, a glaring red spurted into the sky, dyeing the sword clouds red. The will of the sword spread. In the next moment, thousands of swords hummed in unison. The swords that surpassed the peak turned into meteors that fell from the sky. The sword reached the peak, without beginning or end, infinite and endless. Only the sword was immortal. This was the most terrifying sword. The entire heaven and earth were drowned out. Sword light fell one after another like thunder, like a torrential downpour, like the sky was collapsing. The moment the sword fell, the demon body returned. She stepped into the sky, and the celestial slaying sword gathered the vitality of the phoenix demon and fell into the rain of swords. Emosek was shocked. He gathered his vital essence and met the attack. At the same time, the shadow behind him pushed out the sun in his palm to block the final sword. The two attacks collided. Endless sword light fell continuously as if it would never stop. The power of the sun above Emosek weakened rapidly, showing signs of collapse. Below, the sword light fell and the ground fell apart. The ground sank for hundreds of feet, and the end could not be seen. Rumbling sounds echoed. Even the world could not bear the terrifying power of destruction. Everything collapsed. What entered one's eyes was a dark void. The hatred reached the extreme. It would not rest until one of them died. It had been preparing for a few days, just for today's moment of revenge. The demon phoenix fell from the sky. The celestial slaying sword in her hand slashed open the sun and pierced towards the demon body's head. Waning, waxing, waning. The last immortal technique, the last counterattack. The black moon appeared and swallowed the demon phoenix. It brought out a waterfall of blood. The demon phoenix was dyed red. She endured all the counterattacks. Her body separated, and she fell from the sky with her sword. In the distance, Hong-Yi fell to the ground. Blood fell like rain and dyed her body. In the battle, the celestial slaying sword in the demon body's hand pierced into Mo-Sek's head. The terrifying baleful aura instantly destroyed the latter's vitality. Mo-Sek's body trembled. He immediately looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. It made people feel cold. "Old Nine, you won this battle. What a pity!" As soon as he said that, his body exploded. Blood and bones scattered all over the sky. The aftershock sent the demon body flying. 100 feet away, the demon body staggered and fell to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood and bones scattered all over the sky, a hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Is it finally over? At this moment, a gray aura spread out. Hun Dun broke away. He looked at the heavily injured phoenix and heavenly demon. A hint of unconcealable greed flashed across his eyes. Glancing to the side, the demon body's eyes swept over the primal chaos. Without a word, killing intent surged from his body once more. Hun Dun's body trembled. He immediately lowered his head and covered the light in his eyes. Chapter 695. The incomparably difficult battle had finally come to an end. Mo Zhu had died in battle, and his soul had dissipated. His blood and bones were scattered all over the sky. The scattered vermilion blood dyed the ruined peak red. The scene of devastation was a sign of how tragic the battle had been. The phoenix that had received the final attack was heavily injured, and its blood dyed the dust. The devil body went forward and gathered its energy in its palm to heal it. Not far away, hesitation flashed through Hun Dun's eyes several times. However, its rationality ultimately defeated its greed, and it didn't dare attack. Not long after, the devil body stopped and looked at Hun Dun. The killing intent in its eyes was not concealed in the slightest. If such a vicious beast was left alive, it would become a disaster sooner or later. Leave it alive. It's still useful. At this moment, the phoenix body opened its eyes and spoke. What's the use? The devil body turned around. Er's cultivation is still shallow, and she needs someone to protect her. Although Wild is not weak, he doesn't like killing. He might suffer because of this, said the phoenix body calmly. The devil body was silent for a moment before nodding. Look after it. I'll go get some things. The phoenix body's divine sense swept over the entire Ink Mountain, and then it walked toward the depths of Legacy Peak. The collapsed peaks of Ink Gate were filled with devastation. There was not a single place that was intact. The phoenix body waved its hand to shake away the boulders in front of it and walked into the secret land that had been destroyed by the battle. Within the secret land, all the great medicines had been destroyed. Not a single one was intact. The phoenix body walked past it without stopping for a moment. In the depths of the secret land, there were stone doors blocking the way. 7 of them had been destroyed, and the things inside had also been destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. Of the remaining 2, 1 was relatively intact. However, the stone door was covered in cracks. It had clearly reached its limit. As for the final door, it was completely undamaged. After experiencing such a terrifying battle, it was still as good as new. The phoenix body waved its hand, and a green cauldron appeared. It then smashed toward the stone door. In the next moment, rumbling sounds came from Legacy Peak. It lasted for several breaths before stopping. Inside the 8th stone door was a small mountain of celestial jades. There were tens of thousands of them. Ink gates, many years of accumulation, were all here. After cultivating to perfection, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was no longer enough to satisfy one's cultivation needs. Only with enough celestial jades could one cultivate faster. The phoenix body focused, and after a moment, the shape of a phoenix appeared. Flames rose, and a powerful suction force was emitted, swallowing all of the celestial jades into its stomach. After taking the celestial jade, the phoenix body walked toward the 9th stone door and smashed it with the green cauldron. With a rumbling sound, the mountain rocks trembled. However, the sturdiness of the stone gate was beyond imagination. Even after the cauldron smashed into it, it was still undamaged. The expression in the phoenix body's eyes didn't change. She lifted the green cauldron and smashed it over and over again. In the distance, the demonic body looked in the direction of the tremors. There was no fluctuation in his cold eyes as he waited quietly. At the side, Chaos stood at the side and did not dare to breathe. He lowered his head and hid the brilliance in his eyes. On Legacy Peak, the night gradually passed, and a wisp of white appeared in the east. Under the illumination of the first rays of dawn, the coldness of the darkness was dispelled. In the depths of the secret land, the stone door that had been smashed for an unknown period of time was finally unable to bear the weight. Cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed with a loud bang. What entered the eyes was a stone platform standing in the secret chamber. On the stone platform, a piece of paper made of black divine gold floated up and down. Multicolored light flowed around it, and it looked extremely extraordinary. The phoenix body stepped forward and looked at the words on the divine gold. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Yin Yang Immortal Technique. Waving her hand to take the divine gold, the phoenix body glanced at the secret chamber one last time, then turned around and left. After the divine gold was taken away, the multicolored light in the secret chamber dissipated. The secret land of Mahist, sect that had been destroyed time and time again, finally collapsed, burying its 1,000 years of glory. On Legacy Peak, the phoenix body walked over and looked at the demonic body. She said calmly, "Leave." "Okay." The demonic body nodded. With a flip of his palm, he grabbed Chaos not far away and walked away. The battle on Legacy Peak had ended. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the battle between King's Sword and Divine Fainting had also reached the most critical moment. The divine power of the Nether artifact was shocking, and King Sword's attainments were even more extraordinary. The battle between the sword and the saber that had been undecided since ancient times had once again begun. The Venerable of Nether Hall, Ling Lizhen, had an unprecedented cultivation base. With his peerless foundation and rare divine weapon, every move of his was destructive. The laws of heaven and earth couldn't bear it and quickly collapsed. However, King Sword wasn't afraid at all. He waved his 2 swords and was as fast as thunder, as swift as wind, as aggressive as fire, and as heavy as a mountain. The sword that surpassed the peak of the mortal world fought the Venerable of Nether Hall head-on. The battle between 2 peerless opponents couldn't stand side by side. The more they fought, the more shocking the battle became. It attracted the attention of countless experts. Thousands of miles away, powerful auras appeared one after another. They stood on the peak, flying swords in the void, watching the battle of the century. In front of Nether Hall, the wind and sand were blowing wildly. The battle between the 2 experts was getting more and more intense. The blood that was constantly splashing was the distinct mark of the battle between the 2. Rip! An ear-piercing sound of clothes being torn was heard. The clothes on Emo Luotian's left shoulder were torn apart. The sword light missed him by a hair's breadth. Expert! After a long battle, Emo Luotian's expression was solemn. The divine fainting chi of doomsday in his hand rolled over and over. The heavy energy rose rapidly. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth sank, and the underworld thunder fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black lightning crisscrossed. The majestic power spread out, destroying the world in an instant. The king's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his left hand, the sand sword flew out and circled around him, blocking the underworld thunder. With a loud bang, the underworld thunder broke through the sand barrier. The blade light slashed across, and blood splattered, turning the sand into mist. Suffering the first injury, the king took half a step back. His right hand that was holding the sword dripped with blood, dyeing the sword edge red. The green sword was hard to hold, and the situation of the battle instantly took a turn for the worse. When a swordsman lost his sword, how could he dare to claim to be at the peak? Valiant swordsman, how much strength do you still have now? Mo Luotian looked at the blood that kept dripping from the former's right arm and said coldly. The king was speechless. He looked at his right arm and frowned slightly. At this moment, thousands of miles away, the experts who were watching the battle also had a strange expression. It seemed like Mo Luotian had won this battle. What a pity, swordsman! A man in a purple robe sighed softly with a regretful look on his face. For hundreds of years, the biggest obstacle to the Hall of the Nether was the existence of Mo Luotian. No one could defeat them. The appearance of this swordsman had undoubtedly given them hope. Unexpectedly, they were still going to be defeated in the end. As expected, the All-Devil Heaven is still the strongest, said a man wearing a crown. 100 years ago, young noble Xiao Bai abandoned the battle, and the legend of Mo Luotian continued. Today, he's probably really invincible, said another peak corporeal realm powerhouse. When the others heard this, they fell silent. Young noble Xiao Bai, how many people still remembered this name? While everyone was talking, the battle in front of the Hall of the Underworld began again. The Hall of the Underworld's Hall Venerable leaped up, and the Underworld's sword in his hand became heavier. The cruelty of victory and defeat had always been like this. With a bang, the red sword shook the soul. Blood overflowed from the king's left arm, dyeing his green robe red. Is this the true realm? Prince Yen said softly, and a trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. He missed the feeling of being hurt for a long time. As soon as he said that, the void suddenly stagnated, and the wind and clouds changed. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and the heaven and earth within 1,000 miles shook violently. When Mo Luotian saw this, he quickly retreated with a shocked expression. But at this moment, a vigorous primordial force spread out from the king's body, and a sword aura rushed to the 9 heavens. Amidst the splendor of ink, a divine weapon as black as ink appeared majestically. The revolving sword swept out, and a shock as if the sky and earth were collapsing appeared. The sealing sword that was born from the symbiotic body reappeared in the world, and the moment the sword appeared, the symbiotic body of the king quickly returned. I've made you wait for a long time. The green and red sword returned to the scabbard, and the king held the sword, and his figure instantly disappeared. Mo Luotian's pupils shrank, and he waved his blade to block. The moment the two weapons clashed, he felt his aura stagnate, and the underworld chi above the soul was continuously swallowed by the sword, and his aura rapidly weakened. Caught off guard, the sword slashed his arm, and a waterfall of blood bloomed, dyeing the world red. With a groan, Mo Luotian retreated a few steps, and looked at his left arm that wasn't holding the blade, and his expression sank. Are you looking down on Mo Luotian? The Venerable of the Nether Hall coldly said. The sword just now could have cut his right arm, but the person in front of him changed the direction of the sword at the last moment. Without that divine weapon, this battle is too boring, let's do it again. Imperial Prince Yen faintly said, and with a step, he once again rushed forward, and the brilliance of the abyss condensed, sealing all directions. In this battle, the Nether Hall's peerless divine weapon no longer had the advantage. Between the blade and the sword, every move was restrained, and the first one was clumsy. The moment the abyss condensed and the soul collided, the wind and sand in the sky turned into a sword, breaking through the underworld chi, and brought out a dazzling blood light. The king who had gathered all his power, and with the king's sword in his hand, his body was like a roaring wind and thunder. Wherever the sword light passed, the surrounding world turned into nothingness. The sword that didn't stop for a moment was shockingly fast. As the sword danced, the wind and sand danced in the sky, transforming and dispersing, and changing unpredictably. The strongest king, the strongest dual swords, for the first time used their full strength, and the power was shocking. Mo Luotian tried his best to block the attack, but he had already lost his advantage, and the battle was in complete decline. Unwilling to accept the situation being suppressed, Mo Luotian forcefully received the sword, and gathered his energy. The underworld edge slashed the sky. The blade light pierced through the clouds, splitting heaven and earth, and cutting through the darkness. Its power was terrifying. Too slow. The moment the blade light landed, the abyss condensed and arrived first. The hand that held the blade spurted out blood, and the battle ended. The underworld edge that landed on the ground was a shocking scene. The undefeated legend had ended today. What a pity! The abyss condensed back into its sheath. The king waved his hand to collect the sand in the sky, sighed lightly, and turned to leave. Mo Luotian was stunned. He couldn't regain his senses. He didn't understand how he lost. In the distance, the magnates who were watching the battle were also shocked. They didn't expect the ending to be so ironic at the moment when the soul fainted. Lost, he lost just like that. The undefeated legend of the spirit void Starfield, the mountain that all the experts came from, lost in the hands of a swordsman whose identity they didn't even know. Within 10 years, don't let this king hear any news about the Nether Hall. In front of the Nether Hall, the green-robed king carried his sword on his back, gave a light warning, and then walked away. In the darkness of the cold night, it was hard to see the light of dawn. The king's body flashed with a green light, half of his energy was sealed back into the sword. Swordsmen were discussing the sword, but the taste of winning the sword had unknowingly become so bitter. Chapter 696. Mo Mountain Ziyu Peak was full of devastation. After a shocking battle, the famous peak that symbolized Mo Sek's 1,000 years of glory was destroyed overnight. A cold wind blew, and dust danced in the air. There was no sign of life on the silent mountain. At this moment, the void swirled, and a man in a silver-gray cloak walked out. He looked down at the ruins of Mo Sect, and a stream of light flashed past. What a surprising phoenix! On the entire EU peak, the ground was scorched by the heavenly fire. The dawn moon brothel mistress walked in the middle of it and felt the faintly discernible scorching aura around her. Her heart was filled with emotion. If she guessed correctly, these flames should be the heavenly fire from the depths of the feng shui forbidden area. The god of fire was indeed worthy of its reputation. After checking for a long time, the Dawn Moon Tower master turned and walked to the secret place of Mo Sect. When she saw the 9 destroyed stone doors, her eyes lit up again. Master of Mo Sect, are you really dead? After a while, the void shook, and the Dawn Moon Tower master's figure disappeared. On the Mi River, the water rippled and red clothes appeared. After returning to the pleasure boat, she did not come out again. On the riverside, Iner, who had been practicing swordsmanship for a long time, sat on the riverside. She kicked the water and looked at the pleasure boat in the lake. She asked, "Mistress, is Ningchen okay?" "He's fine." Ah Man answered softly. Inside the pleasure boat, Feng Yuan's demonic aura was surging. His seriously injured body was healing with all his might. The road ahead was dangerous, and he could not afford to slack off. 1 day, 2 days, a whole 3 months passed, and Ji Ming still did not walk out of the pleasure boat. Only the increasingly strong waves of vital essence were emitted from the pleasure boat, creating waves after waves. Iner, who was worried before, smiled again when she felt the aura in the pleasure boat gradually stabilizing. After practicing swordsmanship, she ran away with Lingji. A man stood at the riverside and looked at the pleasure boat in the lake quietly. Her beautiful eyes were like lake water, without any impurities. Since she had made a choice, she would walk down it without any regret. This was what he had taught her. At the same time, the news of Lord Mo's death quickly spread throughout the Red Phoenix star field during the few months he was recuperating. Countless experts were shocked. In the depths of the star sector, on the Red Luan star, the king's domain shook. In front of the destroyed Great Void Divine Realm, the void shook and terrifying auras came out. Behind the group of cultivators, a beautiful woman in a dress of Guang Han appeared. The hatred in her eyes was so strong that it made people shiver. At this moment, it was no longer important who had lied to whom. Only the hatred in her eyes had concealed the feelings in her heart. The word love, if one took it too lightly, it would hurt others. If one took it too seriously, it would hurt oneself. Princess Hong Luan knew this too late, and it was engraved in her heart. Hong Luan, seeing that the princess was about to leave as soon as she came out, Princess Yaoji's expression hardened. However, when she saw the unresolvable hatred in the princess's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Go. Be careful. He may be even stronger now. Princess Hong Luan didn't say anything. Taking a step forward, she turned into a flowing light and left. After Lord Mo's death, the king's domain was unsealed, and the power structure of the entire Red Phoenix star region changed drastically. Not long after the king of the Red Phoenix domain and the ancestors came out, they immediately expanded and fought for a share of the pie after the Great Change. For many days, one expert after another arrived at the Legacy Peak. However, the ruins of the Mahist sect had been burned by the heavenly fire, and all traces were already difficult to identify. Apart from the mysterious and unfathomable Dawn Moon Tower Master, no one was able to tell who had killed Master Mo. Time flowed like water. After many days and nights, the cold winter came and heavy snow fell from the sky, turning the surroundings of the Mi River into a white world. The Mi River, which used to be frozen in winter, was still rippling today. The pleasure boats in the lake floated quietly and never approached the shore. One day after the heavy snow, outside the pleasure boats, Ji Ming, who had just recovered from his injuries, walked to the bow. Looking at the heavy snow outside, a trace of undetectable nostalgia flashed across his pale face. It was almost the new year, and he hadn't gone back for a long time. How was XNU and the others? From the pleasure boats, Yin, who was dressed like a dumpling, ran out. She was wrapped up tightly and her small hand grabbed the former's big hand. She giggled and said, "Let me warm you up." Ning Chun came back to his senses and said with a gentle expression, "How's your sword practice going? Little Mistress is here. Don't worry about it. Take care of yourself," Yin said sweetly. Ning Chun smiled and didn't continue asking. He looked into the distance quietly and peacefully. Yin accompanied him. Her small nose was red from the cold, and her beautiful big eyes also looked over. Although she didn't know what he was looking at, she didn't care. In the west, the sun was setting. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the lake, reflecting a beautiful afterglow. In the pleasure boats, a man opened the curtains and walked out. Looking at the two figures, one big and one small, she said softly, "Lingji's parents invited me and Yin over. Do you want to come?" Ning Chun turned around and shook his head. "You guys go. I won't go." "Okay." A man replied and went forward to take the little girl's hand. Then she looked at the former seriously and said, "Rest early. You're not allowed to fight for now." "Okay." Ning Chun nodded and agreed. The two of them left and walked in the direction of the lights. Only Hong Yi was left standing on the quiet Mi River. She looked into the distance, and after a long time, she sighed softly. "Little brother Ning, when did you become so sentimental?" At this moment, the void above the lake swirled and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. Ning Chun looked over and said calmly, "Tower Master is really resourceful. I didn't expect you to even find this place. You're too kind. Brother Ning is the one who really hid his strength. Even I was afraid of Master Mo's strength, but he still died at Brother Ning's hands in the end. It's really unexpected. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he quickly recovered. He smiled faintly and said, Tower Master, why are you so sure that I killed Master Mo? Just like how I was able to determine that you were here. It's not easy, but it's also not difficult. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. Senior's ability is admirable. When Ning Chen heard this, he bowed and said. The Dawn Moon Tower Master was startled when she saw this. She immediately moved away, unwilling to accept the bow. Little brother Ning, I don't want to shorten my lifespan. I can't accept you calling me senior, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master with a look of lingering fear. Heh! Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, Tower Master is a martial arts senior. How can you not accept this bow? If I'm a martial arts senior, then you, who killed Master Mo, who even I was afraid of, are a senior before a senior. We won't take advantage of each other, so it's better to treat each other as equals. The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. I'll do as Tower Master likes. Ning Chen replied and didn't linger on this topic. He asked, Since Tower Master came here, you must have something important to discuss. Just say it. The Dawn Moon Tower Master's expression became serious when she heard this. She said, I came here because I have a deal to discuss with Brother Ning. Tower Master, please speak. A strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. I want to ask Brother Ning for the peach wood of the undying peach tree, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master seriously. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He said, Since Tower Master knows that the divine tree is in my hands, you should know how important it is to me. I can't agree to any deal that will harm the divine tree. I understand, but, the Dawn Moon Tower Master paused for a moment before she continued, without the peach wood of the undying peach tree, the divine tree will at most lose a part of its life and spiritual energy. It won't die. As long as it is nurtured well, it can still recover to its original state. Moreover, Brother Ning has the jade pool water. The most important problem to solve should be the long 9,000 years. Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the boat. He silently listened to the Tower Master without interrupting. Business is business. I naturally won't take Brother Ning's 3 feet of peach wood for nothing. In return, I can divulge some information about the time forbidden to Brother Ning. Brother Ning should be able to hear this information after some time. However, information is more valuable when it comes to being one step ahead of others, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master calmly said. Ning Chen's body shook when he heard the words time restriction. He looked at the Tower Master and said, The person who possesses the time restriction has appeared? So Brother Ning has also heard of this person. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and said, The ancient battlefield. I wonder if Brother Ning has heard of this place? Ning Chen shook his head and said, No. Spirit Void, Red Luan, All Heavens, Purple Myrtle, and the other top experts of a dozen star fields jointly announced this place not long ago. They also gave the star field map to the top sects of the various star field. As long as someone can find the ancient battlefield first, the top experts of the various star fields will give out 3 treasures. One of them is the time restriction, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master seriously. What are the restrictions? Ning Chen didn't act rashly and asked calmly. For such a matter, those top experts didn't do it themselves and instead asked others to do it for them. There must be something fishy going on. They didn't say the reason, but this time, only cultivators less than 100 years old are allowed to go. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed by those top experts, replied the Dawn Moon Tower Master. It's really a path that one has no choice but to embark on even though they know it's dangerous. Ning Chen sighed softly and didn't say anything more. He flipped his palm, and a powerful suction force spread out. Immediately, the divine tree on the riverside shook, and a 3-foot-long piece of divine wood broke out of its body and flew towards the center of the lake. After the divine wood left its body, the divine tree's light instantly dimmed a lot, and its life and spiritual energy were greatly damaged. The Dawn Moon Tower Master took the divine wood and waved her right hand. A scroll of mottled ancient parchment appeared and flew towards Ning Chen. This is the Starfield map. Brother Ning, you should take advantage of the fact that there aren't many great sects that know about this. You should leave as soon as possible, said the Dawn Moon Tower Master calmly. Thank you for the reminder, said Ning Chen with a nod. Then I wish Brother Ning that you'll be able to fulfill your wish soon. We'll meet again someday. As soon as she finished speaking, the void swirled, and the Dawn Moon Tower Master's figure faded, gradually disappearing into the night. Ning Chen looked at the two women walking over from afar and sighed softly. The road ahead was filled with endless troubles. Was it really good to have them by his side? Chapter 697. Jinxi City, Dawn Moon Restaurant, bright room on the second floor. Hong Luan was brewing tea, and the faint aroma of tea gradually filled the room. Not far away, the owner of Dawn Moon Restaurant was looking at the scenery outside with an indescribable brilliance in her eyes. Restaurant Master, will Sir Ning be all right this time? Hong Luan looked up at the figure in front of the window and asked with a worried expression. Why do you ask? Dawn Moon Restaurant Master looked back and asked calmly. There are countless geniuses competing on the road to the ancient battlefield. Will Sir Ning succeed? Hong Luan asked worriedly. Geniuses, ha? Dawn Moon Restaurant Master smiled indifferently and said, Hong Luan, you are confused by your concern. You overestimate these geniuses and underestimate that killing star. What do you mean? Hong Luan was puzzled. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master walked forward and picked up a cup of tea. She took a sip and slowly said, The tea has been boiled for a long time. Hong Luan was startled and nodded shortly after. Dawn Moon Restaurant Master put down the teacup in her hand and continued, Perhaps you have seen too much of his injuries, so you feel that this trip to the ancient battlefield is full of danger. However, you have not seen who he has been competing with all this time. Speaking of this, Dawn Moon Restaurant Master looked out of the window and said, Ever since he came to Hong Luan's Star Zone, the people he has faced are old monsters like your restaurant master. To put it bluntly, as long as one lives long enough, even a pig can cultivate into a demon. Facing one reality stage expert after another, and even reality stage old monsters, it is already a very terrifying thing for him to survive. This time, on the road to the ancient battlefield, there are no old people like us, who can stop him with just those so-called geniuses from the major sects. Therefore, what you should be worried about is not whether he can reach the ancient battlefield, but whether he will kill all of them in a fit of anger when some ignorant people provoke him. It can't be. How can Sir Ning do that? Hong Luan was surprised. Sir Ning did not seem to be a murderous person. Especially after his phoenix body returned, he was even more cultured and refined, just like a noble young master. Don't be deceived by his kindness on the surface. The waning moon tower's mistress' lips curled up slightly as she said, The smile on his face is basically fake. It's just a method to make people let down their guard. In reality, the number of people he has killed is probably more than the number of people you have seen in your entire life. On the boat, Ning Chen looked at the two of them and said softly, Let's go. A man nodded and replied softly. Ina reluctantly looked at the scenery around the Mi Shui River, then held the former's hand and left together. Not long after the three of them left, a black light gathered on the boat. A black-robed figure walked into the pleasure boat and never came out again. The sacred tree needed someone to protect it. The two bodies were destined not to be together for a long time. The demon had no complaints, and the phoenix had no regrets. The starry sky road was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. The heavens' favorites of the great sects walked out of their life planets and flew towards the starry sky road. The ancient battlefield was a name that was so ancient that it was untraceable. Only a few of the top ancient sects had records of it. However, with just a few strokes, it was impossible to see much. After countless years, the supreme experts of various star fields once again brought up this place. No one knew why, but the three supreme treasures along with the time restriction were really too attractive. Basically, all of the great sects had sent out their most outstanding disciples to set out on this journey. In the competition of 1,000 geniuses, victory or defeat depended on one round. Only the strongest had the qualifications to walk to the end. Just as the Starry Sky road map was sent to the various sects, the emissaries of the supreme experts from various star fields moved at the same time, heading to each of the strongholds on the Starry Sky road ahead of time. The vast star fields were endless. The moment they stepped on the Starry Sky road, they couldn't turn back. On the Starry Sky road, Hong-Yi walked at the front like a flame between heaven and earth. It was abnormally eye-catching. A man held Yin-Er's hand and followed behind her. Her expression was calm, and she rarely spoke. "Little mistress, have you heard of that ancient battlefield?" After walking for half a day, Yin-Er shook the former's arm and asked softly. A man shook her head and replied, "No." "Is there something wrong with Ning Chen's head? How can he believe that black-hearted merchant's words?" Yin-Er quietly glanced at the person in front of her and whispered. A man raised her hand and lightly hit the little girl's head. "Don't talk nonsense." Not long after the three of them set foot on the Starry Sky road, news of the ancient battlefield quickly spread through the various star fields. While the various sects were shocked, they immediately sent out their disciples. The supreme geniuses of several top sects had already set off ahead of everyone else. There was no absolute fairness in the world, whether it was supreme cultivators or ordinary people. The Dawn Moon Tower's master had sent the news not too early, but not too late. It came before the rest of the world and after some of the top sections. In a short period of a few months, the Starry Sky path that was abnormally quiet had swiftly become bustling with noise and excitement. The star regions and great stars that were close to the ancient Starry Sky path even possessed a unique advantage. Once the news spread out, countless young experts immediately set out on the journey. The rewards given by the supreme experts of the various star fields were irresistible. Other than the time restriction, the other two items were also rare treasures. Just obtaining one of them was enough to start a sect. On the Starry Sky road, one ancient city after another lit up between the various stars, guiding the geniuses of the various sects forward. At the end of the Red Phoenix star field, in the nearest ancient city, Ning Chen walked over with a man and Yin-Er. After traveling for several months, he was prepared to take a day off. In the ancient city, people came and went. The natives still lived as usual. The Battle of the 1,000 Geniuses had just started not long ago, so it had not affected these ancient cities too much. Just as he stepped into the ancient city, Ning Chen's footsteps paused. Looking into the depths of the ancient city, his eyes narrowed slightly. A corporeal expert. What's wrong? Seeing Ning Chen stop, Yin-Er was puzzled and puzzled. It's nothing. Let's go. Ning Chen came back to his senses and responded, then continued walking forward. If he guessed correctly, this corporeal expert was an emissary sent by the supreme experts of the star field. From this, it seemed that in the future, every stronghold like this would have at least one expert above the corporeal realm overseeing it. In a relatively quiet inn in the city, the three of them asked for 2 rooms and went upstairs to rest. At this moment, 100 miles away, the ancient city lord's residence was holding a banquet, singing and dancing, just to welcome the arrival of one person. In front of the banquet, a white-clothed man walked over. His eyes were bright, and his figure was tall and straight like a divine tree. His aura was powerful and fierce, extremely extraordinary. Luo Yang, the chief disciple of the Greater One sect, the top inheritance of the Red Phoenix star field. It was said that he was the peerless genius of the Greater One sect who was most likely to reach the 4th realm in the past 1,000 years. His strength was unfathomable. When Luo Yang arrived, the ancient city lord personally welcomed him. Even Elder Jiaoling, who was in charge of overseeing the city, appeared at the banquet to show his goodwill. Elder Jiaoling. When Luo Yang saw the elder, a warm smile flashed across his face as he politely greeted him. I haven't seen you in just a dozen years, but your cultivation has already advanced to such a level. It really is a new generation replacing the old, Elder Jiaoling said emotionally. Elder Jiaoling praises me too much, Luo Yang said modestly. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. The city lord's bloodline wanted to make friends, and Elder Jiaoling also put down the arrogance of a corporeal realm expert. There was laughter, singing and dancing. Luo Yang always had a smile on his face. Whether it was facing the city lord's bloodline or Elder Jiaoling, he was very friendly. No one could find any fault with him. How has your master been recently? Elder Jiaoling looked at the young man in front of him and asked. Master has been well. Luo Yang smiled. That's good. Elder Jiaoling nodded. After a slight hesitation, he continued, Nephew, your master has once done me a favor. There is one thing I want to remind you. You must be more careful on this trip to the ancient starry sky path. Apart from facing the top geniuses of the various star fields, there are also some hidden dangers on this path itself. If you are not careful, you may suffer a great loss. Thank you for your reminder. Luo Yang's eyes flashed with a strange light when he heard this. At the same time, outside the city lord's residence, in an inn, Hong Yi sat quietly at the table, drinking cup after cup of tea. Her eyes constantly flashed with thoughts. The ancient battlefield, the ancient starry sky path, and the time restriction. Was it a coincidence, or was it deliberately done by someone? There were very few people in this world who knew that he was looking for the time restriction, and even fewer in the human realm beyond heaven. Master Mo, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, and Hong Luan. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen got up and walked to the window. Looking at the lights outside, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was impossible for Hong Luan. Master Mo was already dead, so the only person worth suspecting was the Dawn Moon Tower Master. Without a doubt, the Dawn Moon Tower Master was the most mysterious person he had ever met. Other than knowing that she came from King Hong Luan, he knew nothing else. Her unfathomable cultivation and her ability to predict things was comparable to a fortune teller. If she was an enemy, she was really too terrifying. So far, he had cooperated with the Dawn Moon Tower Master several times, and it could be considered pleasant. He still couldn't think of any reason for her to scheme against him. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Thinking of this, Ning Chen recalled the details of the past over and over again, not letting go of any clues. He had to carefully plan his future path. Knock knock. Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. A moment later, the door opened with a creak and Ah Man walked in. She walked to Ning Chen's side and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm a little weak." A trace of exhaustion rose in Ning Chen's eyes. "Do you still want to continue?" Ah Man looked at the person beside her and asked. Ning Chen lightly nodded. "Then let's continue." Ah Man raised her hand and smoothed out Ning Chen's slightly furrowed brows. Her eyes were calm as she said, "If you can't walk anymore, raise your head to look at the sky, take a breath, and then shout loudly. You'll have strength. This is what you taught me." Hearing this, Ning Chen revealed a smile. It turned out that when he was young, he had once said such obvious nonsense to Ah Man. It turned out that Ah Man believed it and still remembered it so clearly. It wasn't good to lie, especially to those who cared about him. In the next moment, an earth-shaking shout resounded in the ancient city, and it could be heard from 10 miles away. Perhaps he couldn't do something as foolish as the ancient emperors playing with their vassals, but he had done something as foolish as disturbing hundreds of families' dreams. Chapter 698. The city lord's mansion was filled with singing and dancing. The grand banquet was filled with wine and wine. It was a peaceful scene. The white-robed Luoyang was naturally the main character of the banquet. He had a smile on his face as he methodically responded to everyone's compliment. Elder Jiaoling nodded slightly. This disciple of the Greater One Sect's headmaster was truly extraordinary. Whether it was martial talent or bearing, he was the best. One day, he would definitely surpass his master and become the strongest person in the Greater One Sect. Oh! Just as the banquet reached its climax, Elder Jiaoling's gaze narrowed. There were still experts in the distance. Luoyang also looked to the east of the city lord's mansion. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Experts. Separated by 100 miles, their gazes met. The red-robed man stood still like a divine sword. Nephew, it seems other experts have appeared in the city. Old man Jiaoling withdrew his gaze and spoke. Red Phoenix stellar region is vast, so it's very normal for experts to appear there. Moreover, the search for the ancient battlefield this time isn't just limited to Red Phoenix stellar region, so I've already mentally prepared myself. Luoyang put down the wine cup in his hand and smiled. It's rare for nephew to have such a mentality. But with nephew's ability, even among the geniuses of the various regions, there are few who can match you. I will wait here for the day when your name shakes the starry sky, Elder Jiaoling said seriously. Junior will naturally not disappoint Elder Jiaoling's expectations. Luoyang's smile faded. 100 miles away, in an inn, after a heaven-shaking shout, hundreds of lanterns lit up and cursing filled the air. Disturbing someone's sleep was naturally not something to be happy about. However, in front of the window, the little princess of the barbarian dynasty, who still looked like a young girl after 30 years, was smiling like a blooming flower. Although he felt it was very silly, he inexplicably felt happy for some reason. With a creak, the door was pushed open once more. A half-asleep Ina wrapped herself in a blanket walked in. Her little face was filled with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? So noisy. After she finished speaking, the little girl walked to the bed in a daze, lay down on it, and fell asleep. A man smiled and walked forward to cover Ina with a blanket. This girl had really been spoiled by him. Ning Chen glanced back and smiled. He didn't say anything and continued to look out the window, quietly thinking. I'm going back to rest, said A Man, and Ning Chen nodded and replied softly. After A Man left, the room returned to silence. Only the little girl's occasional sleep-talking could be heard. It was unknown what she was dreaming of. In front of the window, Red Robe stood quietly. Her eyes gazed into the distance. Her thoughts did not stop for a moment. She was seriously considering every step she would take in the future. The night grew darker and the lights of the homes were extinguished. In the quiet city, only Red Coat had not fallen asleep. 30 years had passed like a day. She had been deducing, thinking, and weighing the pros and cons. In the courtyard in front of the wing of the city lord's residence, the white-clothed Luoyang looked to the east as thoughts flashed through his mind. Who was the owner of that voice? The long night slowly passed, and the first rays of the morning sun from the east spilled over the earth. Standing by the window, Red Spectre recovered from her thoughts. Looking at the little girl sleeping on the bed, a warm smile appeared in her eyes. As long as he could protect them from harm, it was worth it. Ning Chen waved his hand. Specks of starlight gathered and gradually entered the little girl's body. At the same time, on Heavenly Speech Peak, that was who knew how many tens of thousands of li away, the apricot trees swayed back and forth, white flowers filling the sky. It was so beautiful. There is a woman in the heavenly language. She observes the mortal world and listens to the heavenly language. She knows the suffering of all living beings. White flowers and snowflakes circled above the peak, waiting for the next day of heavenly speech. In front of the ancient city, people coming and going came and went. With each passing day, the number of people increased. Thousands of prides competed, and the winner was king. Fame and benefits drove groups of young prides to embark on the journey. The ancient city that had been forgotten by the world was bustling again after countless years. People who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. On the ancient road in the starry sky, heavenly horses galloped in the air and rushed into the ancient city. The man in the lead was dressed in green battle armor. He looked arrogant and disdainful, which made people hate him. Behind the man were 11 experts. They were also riding heavenly horses. The aura around them was abnormally strong. Every one of them was no less than the peak of the great fulfillment realm. It was shocking. In the city lord's residence, Elder Jia Ling frowned slightly when he sensed that 12 people had entered the city. Where did these experts come from? There were so many of them. It was not strange for a young expert to be at the peak of the great fulfillment realm or even the emptiness realm. However, 12 of them appeared at the same time, and they were obviously from the same inheritance. It was very scary. Almost all the experts in the city sensed the appearance of the 12 people. In the inn not far away, Ning Chen didn't even glance at them. He didn't have the time. It's time to get up. Ning Chen reached out and pulled the little girl up from the bed. Irritably struggled out of his grasp. She wrapped herself in a blanket and continued to sleep. The door opened and Wild walked in. Seeing Ning Chen's helpless expression, she couldn't help smiling. He was just asking for trouble. I'll do it. You go out first, said Wild softly. Ning Chen nodded and walked out of the room. He didn't dare provoke his little ancestor, who was still angry when she woke up. Wild walked over and sat on the side of the bed. She lifted the blanket and gently said, it's time to eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Hearing the word eat, immediately sat up. Looking at the woman in front of her, she pouted. Why are you so early? It's not early. Wild smiled. Your master gave you something to eat before waking you up. Hurry up and get up. I'll help you dress. When heard this, she giggled and said sweetly, okay. On the first floor of the inn, after nearly an hour, the little girl ran down the stairs, leaving the 2 people behind. Behind her, Ning Chen helplessly followed. She didn't seem so anxious when he woke her up. You can't control her anymore, right? Wild smiled. He was too good to everyone around him and couldn't bear to refuse any request. That was why had such a lawless personality. I want her to have the same memories as a normal child. At least, she won't have to work as hard as we did back then. Ning Chen sighed emotionally. At that time, Grand Xia, Northern Meng, and the barbarian dynasty were all experiencing war. Their memories were mostly of war and schemes. He didn't want to have such memories. Hurry up. Sat at the table and urged the 2 of them who hadn't walked down yet. Ning Chen and Wild walked down the stairs and sat down at the table to eat. Seeing the 2 of them sit down, smiled happily. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started eating. The table was filled with a sumptuous meal. Ning Chen had purposely come down in the morning to order it. After traveling for so many days, he had to let this girl eat until she was full. Wild sat at the side and rarely ate. She was basically picking food for At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from outside the inn. The rumbling caused everyone in the inn to panic. At the table, raised her head to take a look. She ignored them and continued eating. The 12 Peak Supremes didn't conceal their auras at all, shocking everyone present. Outside the inn, the passers-by moved aside. Inside the inn, the guests also quickly lowered their heads, afraid of provoking these fiends. Seeing the 12 of them enter the inn, the innkeeper walked forward with trepidation and said nervously, Esteemed guests, do you want a room or a meal? Bring out the best food and wine. Hurry up. Among the 12 of them, an extremely ugly man spoke impatiently. Yes. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. The food and wine will be served immediately. The innkeeper hastily nodded and quickly walked to the back hall. The 12 of them sat down. Not long after, outside the inn, mournful cries entered their ears. A woman sat helplessly on the ground, hugging her young son, whose body was covered in blood from being hit by a fast horse. Soon after, she came back to her senses and looked at the 12 people in the inn not far away. Compensate me for my child. The woman's face was distorted as she cried hysterically. Her motherly instincts made her forget her fear, and she crazily charged at the 12 people. The ugly man turned his head and didn't say anything. Raising his right hand, he sent a powerful palm at the woman. Just at this moment, a white-robed figure appeared outside the inn. With a single step, he arrived in the inn and blocked the former's palm. "Brother, where it's possible to let people off, you should be lenient. Furthermore, you were the ones in the wrong first," said Luoyang indifferently. "You dare interfere in our matters? Brat, do you think you've lived for too long?" Killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. At a table not far away, Ina finally reacted. Looking at the person beside her, she worriedly asked, "Ning Chen, should we help him?" "No need," Ning Chen softly replied. He walked over to the woman who had been sent flying by the shockwaves from their exchange and said, "Let me see the child." The woman was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. Ignoring her bleeding wounds, she handed over the child in her embrace and begged, "Please, save my child." Ning Chen took the boy's pulse. A moment later, he frowned. Wild walked over and crouched down. Looking at the child who was in endless pain, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. "Young master, young lady, please save my child." The woman knelt down and constantly kowtowed to the two of them. Wild helped her up and looked at the man beside him. This child's injuries were not light. If they wanted to save him, only he could do it. "Young master, please." The woman also saw some clues and helplessly looked at the red-robed youth in front of her. Ning Chen sighed. "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." He hoped that the pain of being separated by life and death wouldn't happen again. In the next moment, the red light grew even brighter. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Elder Jiaoling appeared in front of the inn. Looking at the youth within the red light, a strange light flashed in his eyes. What pure extreme young energy! Within the inn, the 12 unfamiliar experts as well as Luoyang all looked over, their expressions grave. With such an expert by their side, they hadn't even noticed. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chen withdrew his hand and looked at the elder not far away. He calmly asked, "Senior, I want to know if disturbing people on the ancient path counts as breaking the rules. If it doesn't count, then can killing people be allowed?" Chapter 699. In front of the inn, Ning Chen's question was direct and sharp. As the city guard, Elder Jiaoling couldn't help being startled. "There aren't any clear rules." After a short moment, Elder Jiaoling came back to his senses. "Many thanks, I understand." Ning Chen nodded and calmly gave the child whose injuries had stabilized to the woman. "Take this child to a doctor. There shouldn't be any major problems." The woman gratefully kowtowed a few more times before taking the child and leaving. "Let's go." Ning Chen glanced at the two people beside him. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Wild and Yin looked at each other in confusion before following behind. "Ning Chen, aren't you going to teach them a lesson?" asked Yin as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. "Fighting isn't good," said Ning Chen casually. Yin curled her lips. Was he trying to fool a child? Outside the ancient city, there were fewer and fewer people. There was a boundless wilderness with no end in sight. The road to the next city was desolate as far as the eye could see. In front of the two of them, Ning Chen calmly walked forward. His red robes fluttered in the wind like firework. Behind him, Yin was chattering with the woman beside her without stopping for even a moment. Wild had a warm smile on her face the entire time. She earnestly listened to the little girl's nonsense without any impatience. Not long after, the sound of hooves rang out. Dust flew into the air as one figure after another galloped past, creating a wave of sand. Ah! Yin was about to go crazy. She patted off the dust on her body, her face filled with resentment. "Oh!" 12 galloped past. The person in the lead frowned and reined in his horse. Looking back at the 3 people behind him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Kill them!" With a single order, the 12 galloped back, charging at the 3 of them. What a joyless meeting! Looking at the 12 returning, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He waved his right hand, and sword lights intertwined with each other. With an astonishing power, the sand waves within 10 miles converged into a huge wave. "Let me do it." Wild took a step forward and pressed down on the former's sword. Ning Chen's gaze narrowed. A moment later, he nodded. "These people's killing intent is very strong. Don't show mercy." Ah Man responded softly. She clenched her right hand and a light blue sword appeared for the first time. An instant later, her body moved and her sword moved. Ning Chen turned around and waved his hand at the little girl as he said, "What happened?" Took 2 steps forward and hugged his arm. "Watch the battle carefully. Wild's sword has been passed down to him by a senior. It will be of great help to you," said Ning Chen softly. "Oh." When heard this, she looked ahead with doubt. Was he stronger than Ning Chen? In the battle, the 12 Peak Supreme Being experts took out their battle spears and charged towards the people in front of them. A man took a step forward and leaped into the air. The sword of origin in her hand slashed out, and ripples of water covered an area of 50 kilometers. Dazzling light filled the eyes, waves of water surrounded the sky. Streaks of blue sword light appeared in the waves, soundless and without a trace. Before the blink of an eye, the sword tip was dyed red. A dripping sound could be heard as blood dripped down from the sword. The ripples dispersed, and the entire area was filled with red. Blood splashed out from the 4 figures that fell to the ground. Their Dantian's Qi was destroyed in one move. Their martial arts were crippled, but their lives were spared. This unbelievable scene shook the other 8 people. For a moment, they couldn't recover from their shock. "Take them away. Don't do evil again." A man waved her hand and put away her sword. She looked at the people in front of her with a serious expression. The leader's expression changed again and again. He made a prompt decision and said, "Retreat." With that order, the 7 people quickly left with the 4 heavily injured people. They didn't dare to stay any longer. When Ning Chen saw this, he sighed. It wasn't easy to make a bodhisattva use the Azura art. "I didn't see it clearly." Pouted and shook the arm of the person beside her as she spoke in a tender voice. Ning Chen returned to his senses and softly said, "I'll let Ah Man teach you on the way. You usually don't learn the sword properly. Now you know you're a frog in a well." Humph. After being criticized, unhappily let go of the former and ran forward, no longer paying attention to him. "Mistress, I didn't see it clearly. Can you teach me?" Hugged the arm of the woman beside her. "Okay." A man softly replied. "Let's go." Ning Chen walked forward and patted the little girl's head. Then, he continued to rush forward. Pouted and pulled the person beside her to follow him. The 3 of them left. Not far away, a white light gathered and Luoyang appeared. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a strange expression. What a strange sword technique. He originally thought it would be the red-clothed youth who attacked. He didn't expect that it would be the girl who gave him a surprise. The road was difficult. The 3 of them passed by one city after another. Almost every city marked on the star field route map had few people living in it. It was abnormally desolate. Without a doubt, this was a path that had been abandoned for a long time. At least, it had been forgotten by the world for the past thousands of years. The night was filled with stars. The autumn night was slightly cold. Under the flickering bonfire, 3 different faces were reflected. Was sleeping in Ah Man's arms. For some reason, ever since Tian Yu's origin energy entered her body, the little girl seemed to get tired easily. After walking for less than a day, she was already complaining that she was tired. "Will you be okay?" A man hugged the little girl and softly asked. "I'm fine." Ning Chen shook his head. "I've been paying attention to her the entire time. This should just be a side effect of her transformation. Perhaps it'll disappear in a few days." After saying that, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Wasn't he tired after following them the entire way? I'll leave for a moment. You take care of Yin. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew towards the west. Oh? We've been discovered? 15 miles away, Luo Yang's eyes lit up. He had already been very careful. It seemed this person's guard was quite heavy. For you to follow us the entire way, don't you think that's a bit too unreasonable? Ning Chen appeared and looked at the white-robed man in front of him. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I'm just a bit worried. Those 12 people aren't good people. I'm worried you'll suffer. After all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, said Luo Yang sincerely. Thank you for your concern. Although I'm not talented, it's enough to deal with these thieves, said Ning Chen calmly. It's Luo Yang's fault. I'll leave now. Luo Yang cupped his hands and left. They brushed past each other. In the instant their eyes met, there was no exchange of words between the 2 experts. As they brushed past each other, the ground between them split apart. An expert. Luo Yang's expression became even more grave. He didn't say anything else and left. Luo Yang left. Under the moonlight, the red-robed man disappeared. In the wilderness, 8 figures quickly rushed forward on their horses. Their black robes covered their bodies as they silently approached the 3 people in the distance. The pitch-black celestial horses were like lightning in the night sky. They were so fast that it was hard to recognize them. Everyone, your time is up. You should be on your way. Red light condensed and a death god descended. A dazzling blood-red sword appeared. The 8 people were startled, but they quickly recovered and no longer concealed their auras. Their battle spears pierced through the air as they joined hands to attack the person in front of them. The red-robed man's body moved in an instant. In the next instant, blood spurted into the air. It was a massacre without any resistance. The blood-red sword became even redder. How is this possible? Before they could figure out what had gone wrong, the 8 figures all fell, smashing into the ground. As the astral soul left his hand, a streak of light flashed past. On top of the Pegasus, the 4 crippled cultivators had their throats sealed. They were filled with unwillingness and confusion. It was a shocking scene. The top experts of the younger generation couldn't even last a single move. The 12 of them were all buried in the wilderness. The red-robed man put away his sword and his body faded once more. Perhaps the so-called younger generation was just a joke in the eyes of a life-knowing expert. Not long after the red-robed man left, white light condensed and Luo Yang appeared. He looked at the corpses on the ground. What a terrifying swordsman! Several hundred miles away, the red-robed man walked over with a gentle smile. There was no trace of him having just killed anyone. As soon as he sat down, a man gently hit him. You're not obedient. Ning Chen was startled and then helplessly shook his head. It seemed it really wasn't easy to hide from a man. Just what was a sword aura? Since he couldn't figure it out, Ning Chen stopped thinking about it. He apologetically smiled. Just this once. Yes. A man once again chose to believe him. Just like in the past, she would believe whatever he said. Noisy. The 2 people's conversation disturbed the sound of her sleeping voice. The little girl squirmed a few times before she fell asleep again. In the future, you can teach Yin-Er how to use the sword. After all, I haven't learned much of what Senior taught me. Ning Chen raised his hand and brushed the hair on the little girl's face as he said softly. It's not easy to teach. Ah Man moved her body so that the little girl could sleep more comfortably. Take your time. Ning Chen nodded. This child really wasn't easy to teach. As soon as he saw her, she would run away. However, Yin-Er was still at a playful age. It wasn't good to restrict her nature too much. He would teach her as much as he could. What about Senior Tianyu's inheritance? Asked a man. In the future, it will depend on Yin-Er's own choice. There's no need to force her, said Ning Chen. A man softly nodded and didn't say anything else. Under the night sky, Ning Chen looked at the 2 people in front of him and sighed. Yin-Er had also grown up. She was almost as tall as a man. He had once been protected under Senior Zhang Sun He's wings. Now it was time for him to protect the younger generation. The inheritance didn't allow for any excuses. The sky gradually brightened and Ener woke up. She groggily climbed out of the woman's embrace and raised her head. "What time is it?" "It's still early. Do you want to sleep a little longer?" A man raised her hand and rubbed the little girl's hair as she spoke softly. "I'm not sleeping. Little teacher's wife, can you teach me that move from yesterday?" asked Ener as she rubbed her eyes. "All right." Hearing that the girl wanted to learn the sword, a man nodded. She got up and walked to the empty space in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the original heart sword appeared once more. Ener moved to the side and hugged the person's arm. She attentively watched as the little teacher's wife taught the sword. A moment later, Ener seemed to have thought of something. She raised her head and asked, "Right, when I was asleep last night, did those people come looking for trouble again?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head. "Oh, I thought they were unwilling and would sneak attack us at night," smiled Ener. "In the end, there are more good people than bad people in this world. Perhaps they have repented." Ning Chen smiled. Chapter 700. On the starry sky road, there were thousands of floating cities. One after another, they were extremely dilapidated. Most of the heavenly cities built by ancient cultivators had gradually been abandoned. However, there were exceptions to everything. A few heavenly cities that had been passed down had extremely powerful stepping immortal experts overseeing them. As the news of the ancient battlefield spread, the heavenly cities once again became lively. Powerful cultivators could be seen coming and going, shocking everyone. Innate experts are as numerous as dogs. 3 disasters are everywhere. Seeing that even one person was stronger than her, Ener pouted and said in dissatisfaction. Bam. Ah Man raised her hand and lightly hit the little girl's head. She said softly, "Don't speak nonsense." Ener covered her head, not daring to refute. She giggled, then hugged the arm of the woman beside her and tenderly said, "Teacher's wife, can you beat them?" Hearing that, Ah Man took a glance at the surrounding people, nodded and said, "Yes." Ener's eyes lit up, then she laughed mischievously. No one knew what she was thinking. "Don't cause trouble, or else I'll ignore you." Ning Chen could tell that this girl was up to no good with a single glance. "Humph." Ener wrinkled her nose and turned her head away, ignoring a certain person. "There's a lot more people," Ah Man softly reminded. Ning Chen nodded. Indeed, there were a lot more people. When they first set out, not many people knew about the ancient battlefield. In a short few months, they met more and more cultivators, especially after they left the Red Phoenix starfield. Another one died. Just at that moment, cries of surprise rang out ahead. The pedestrians were in a mess and they all revealed shocked expressions. "How many is this already? Does no one care?" A young man said indignantly. "There's nothing we can do about it. Walking on this path, we can't hope for any rules. We can't afford to offend such a killing star." "Let's go," another slightly older man reminded, then quickly left. Seeing the pedestrians leaving one after another, Ener pulled a person over and asked, "Who's so arrogant? They dare to commit murder in broad daylight." "I don't know him. I only know that he's from the All-Heaven Starfield and his strength is extremely terrifying. Several people accidentally offended him and now they're all dead." There was lingering fear on the pedestrian's face. After he finished speaking, he quickly left. Ener looked at Ning Chen with a look of anticipation. "I promised Wild that unless I had no other choice, I wouldn't fight." Ning Chen refused without hesitation. "Little mistress." Ener shook the arm of the woman beside her and said in a tender voice, "No fighting." A man patted the little girl's head and spoke softly. "Let's go take a look." As Ener spoke, she dragged the former in the direction of the pedestrians. Seeing Ah Man being dragged away, Ning Chen could only helplessly follow. Were all children at this age so difficult to control? Could it be that he was also like this in the eyes of his eldest grandson? Only the 3 of them walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. Driven by curiosity, the little girl pushed aside the people blocking her way and walked to the front of the crowd. Ning Chen followed behind, constantly smiling and apologizing to the passers-by. When the passers-by saw that it was just a young girl, they shook their heads helplessly and didn't make a fuss about it. In front of the passers-by, powerful true yuan fluctuations constantly fluctuated. Within Heaven's city, ancient runes automatically awakened, protecting the city from being destroyed by the battle. In the midst of the flying boulders, a black-clothed young man stood alone. In his hand was a pitch-black spear that emitted bone-chilling killing intent. The surrounding air revolved, and the killing intent was oppressive. Around the man, less than half of the 10 men and women were still standing. Blood flowed from the ground, dyeing the ground red. Just as the 10 of them were about to die under the man's spear, an abnormally powerful aura suddenly descended from the distance. In the sky above the city, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out, and the wind and clouds rapidly changed. This is a law enforcer? In the city, everyone was startled, but they soon recovered. Could it be that the rumors were true? That there really were law enforcers on this ancient road? In the next instant, a huge hand slammed down. Its power was unparalleled, and before the palm landed, the ground beneath the man disintegrated for no reason. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold, and he soared into the sky with his spear. With a boom, he forcefully resisted the might of the heavens. Heaven and earth rumbled. The huge hand collapsed, and the wind and clouds rapidly scattered. However, at this moment, an azure-robed elder appeared in the sky. His corporeal realm cultivation base made it difficult for the younger generation's experts to breathe. Down below, Wild's body flashed with light, protecting the little girl and blocking the elder's pressure. To the side, Ning Chen calmly watched the battle without the slightest fluctuation in his expression. The law enforcer had appeared to enforce the law and punish the murderer in the city. He raised his hand and condensed yuan, slamming it down on the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man didn't dodge or evade. He faced the law enforcer head-on. Heaven and earth shook, and the battle reached a climax. The powerful black-clothed man was actually not at a disadvantage against a corporeal realm expert. Ning Chen, didn't that senior say a few days ago that there weren't any rules on this road? Asked Iner, tugging on the clothes of the person next to her. Rules are set by people. Perhaps the people who set the rules found it necessary to set more rules, or perhaps the law enforcers are just following their own judgment. In any case, absolute strength is the most important thing, said Ning Chen. Oh. Yin-Er's attention was quickly drawn back to the battle in the sky. Can this person win? After watching for a while, Yin-Er asked again. No. Ning Chen shook his head. There's not even a 10% chance? Asked Yin-Er. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. There's no need to talk about the difference in cultivation base. A difference of a major realm is an absolute disadvantage that cannot be ignored. Furthermore, although this person's battle experience is not bad, it's far from enough to make up for that huge difference. The most important thing when fighting across realms is to restrict your opponent's movement. Under normal circumstances, you need someone skilled in speed to coordinate with you. If you don't have that, the best choice is to use a divine weapon to fight in close combat. If you still can't do that, then the difference in cultivation base will be insurmountable. Then can you beat that old man? Asked Yin-Er curiously. Ning Chen smiled, but didn't reply. That's not right. Last time in the Western Immortal World, didn't that extremely powerful senior defeat Mo Zhu and the Red Luan Realm Queen? Asked Yin-Er, suddenly recalling that matter. Senior isn't on that list, said Ning Chen calmly. As the two of them spoke, the battle in the sky became even more intense. The difference in cultivation base gradually became apparent. The black-robed youth's spear-wielding hand began to bleed, drop by drop. Below, everyone was looking at the battle. Whether it was out of jealousy or something else, they all hoped that the enforcers would be able to kill this black-robed youth. Boom! Another world-shaking collision rang out. The azure-robed elder's palm had sent the black-robed youth flying, bringing forth a dazzling spray of blood. Final move. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The black-robed youth's body began to shine brightly, piercing through the heavens and earth. A power that surpassed the mortal realm rapidly rose, and a shocking pressure caused the world to change color. The instant he used this move, the aura within Ning Chen's body shook, resonating with him. Heavenly Book? Ning Chen suppressed his aura in shock. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Ning Chen's mood, a man looked over and asked. This person has the aura of a heavenly book, so he can't die. I have to protect him, said Ning Chen. Hearing this, a man nodded lightly and said, Go. In the sky, the martial arts of the heavenly book appeared. The wind and thunder changed, and a terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the old man in green raised his true essence and gathered the power from all directions. His strongest move appeared in the world. Just at this moment, the wind and clouds changed. Numerous swords appeared out of nowhere, crisscrossing and dazzling. An expert. The two people's expressions both changed, and they hastily retreated. However, the sudden sword had no beginning or end. They had already lost the initiative, and the sword flashed past, sending the black-robed youth flying. The space shook, and a red-robed youth appeared. He respectfully bowed to the elder and said, Senior Enforcer, we still don't know who was right and who was wrong in the previous battle. It won't be too late to pass judgment after we've figured out the reason. Otherwise, if we wrongly accuse a good person, wouldn't we have caused Senior's good intentions to backfire? Looking at the red-robed youth, the azure-robed elder's expression became serious. What a terrifying youth! If that sword had truly been used to kill, even he would have found it difficult to escape unscathed. Had the younger generation already grown to such a level? How was that possible? What does this person have to do with you? The azure-robed elder suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. The youth in front of him had obviously given him enough face, so he couldn't be too aggressive. He has something that was lost by my sect. I'm here on my master's orders to take it back, Ning Chen casually said. The azure-robed elder narrowed his eyes, then nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'll hand him over to you. Don't let him do evil. Junior thanks Senior Enforcer. Ning Chen respectfully bowed again and replied, I'm in Green Lotus City. If you pass by in the future, you can come and find me. After saying that, the azure-robed elder's figure dissipated and disappeared. After the enforcer left, the people below recovered from their shock. Looking at the red-robed youth walking down from the sky, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Who was this person? Even the enforcer had to give him some face. Brother, let's go. Ning Chen looked at the black-robed youth not far away and said. The black-robed youth's face was cold. He didn't say anything and followed. In the crowd, the 4 men and women's faces were extremely ugly. They wanted to seize the opportunity to attack, but they were afraid of the red-robed swordsman and didn't dare to act rashly. If the 4 of you want to seek justice or take revenge, I won't interfere. However, do everything within your capabilities. Revenge isn't urgent. That's all I have to say. See you in the future. Ning Chen said indifferently, then left with the 3 of them. Chapter 701. On the ancient starry sky path, Heaven City floated up and down. Outside the city, the 2 of them were chatting. Not far away, Man and Ener were quietly waiting. Speak. What is it? Lian Yu looked at the young man before him. Ning Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Where did your heavenly book come from? Heavenly book? Lian Yu frowned and asked, What heavenly book? Hearing the former's reply, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the person in front of him silently. Lian Yu's expression turned serious. What's a heavenly book? Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and calmly said, Heavenly book is just a general term. The martial technique you used in the battle just now came from a heavenly book. After hearing this, Lian Yu frowned again. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, I accidentally obtained that move from a dangerous place. There is only one move, and the cultivation method is incomplete. I made up the missing part based on my own understanding. Lian Yu waved his hand and took out a jade slip. He indifferently said, I don't like to owe people favors. This technique is for you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Ning Chen received it and scanned it with his divine sense. He sternly said, Can you tell me where you obtained this technique? All Heaven Starfield, Immortal Burial Deadland. Lian Yu honestly replied. Ning Chen nodded. Let me remind you that those 4 people won't let this go. Hatred can make people go crazy. Thank you. Lian Yu responded, then turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lian Yu's footsteps paused. He turned around and said indifferently, I'll also remind you that the Immortal Burial Deadland is filled with danger. Don't rashly enter. After saying that, Lian Yu didn't stay any longer and left. Seeing this, Ina ran over and asked, He's leaving just like that? Ning Chen took out a jade slip and handed it over. Reward. Ina took the jade slip and scanned it with her divine sense. She curled her lips and handed it back. I don't understand. This technique is temporarily missing a part. Once I've made up for it, I'll teach you, said Ning Chen gently. Not far away, man walked over and asked, Which one is it? I've already seen 9 of the 10 heavenly books. This technique is unprecedented. The answer is obvious, said Ning Chen. Divine heavenly book, said man softly. Unfortunately, it's just a fragment. Ning Chen nodded. Among the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning, inaction was the end, and God was the most respected. It could be seen that the power of the divine scroll was one of the best even among the heavenly tomes. However, every heavenly tomes had at least 2 moves. In addition, there were also mental cultivation methods and moves that were compatible with other heavenly tomes. It was a pity that there was less than 1 move left in this heavenly tomes. The phoenix has an extreme yang body. Can this scroll be cultivated? A man asked seriously. It's still unclear. Ning Chen shook his head and said, We can only see if it repels this body during cultivation. Is your main body still unable to sense it? Wild asked softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I haven't sensed anything yet. Originally, this heavenly book was most suitable for the original body to cultivate. However, ever since the chaos in Heaven's sanctum was resolved, there had been no news of the original body. It was indeed a troublesome matter. At the same time, Green Lotus City, one of the many heavenly cities on the Starry Sky Road. In the depths of the ancient city, old man Qing Lian stood quietly in an ordinary mansion. He looked at the starry sky road in the distance as light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the void swirled and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. His cold face was dignified and noble, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Old man Qing Lian's expression froze when he saw the person who came. He immediately bowed and said, Tower Master. No need to be so polite. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. May I know why the Tower Master is here? Old man Qing Lian was puzzled. I was passing by this place. It's just on the way. The Dawn Moon Brothel's master replied and continued. I heard that you fought with Ning Chen? Old man Qing Lian was startled, but he quickly reacted and said, The red-clothed young swordsman that the Tower Master is talking about? He did take 1 move, but it was over. How was it? The Dawn Moon Tower Master asked. Old man Qing Lian hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Tower Master, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but this person is not suitable to stay on this path. He has exceeded the limit by too much. If he has not violated the rules, no one has the right to drive him out of this starry sky road, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Old man Qing Lian sighed softly and said, Although that is so, The existence of such a person is too destructive of the balance. I have already suggested that the age limit be lowered to 100 years. Otherwise, according to the previous plan of 60 years, these youngsters will not be able to stop him, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Who is this person? How can he exceed the younger generation by so much? Old man Qinglian was puzzled. The 9th son of Mo Gate. At this point, the Dawn Moon Tower Master paused for a moment before continuing. According to my calculations, Master Mo's death was caused by this person. Old man Qinglian was shocked. How could this be? Master Mo was already infinitely close to the true realm, or even an expert who had entered the true realm. How could he die at the hands of a youngster who had not yet entered the void realm? There is no need to doubt it. This matter is indeed true. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. Aside from the fact that Master Mo was once heavily injured by a heaven speaker, this person was able to kill an expert comparable to the true realm. This is truly shocking. This is also the reason why I insist on lowering the age limit. Old man Qinglian's expression changed again and again. After a long while, he said, Tower Master, the strongest experts of the younger generation are at most at the void realm. Even with the help of secret techniques, it is impossible for them to reach Master Mo's level. No one can stop this person's existence. It's fine. The Dawn Moon Tower Master shook her head and said, This person must have used many external items to be able to kill Master Mo. It is impossible for him to have such battle strength under normal circumstances. As long as those young experts do not force him into a corner, nothing will happen. Old man Qinglian sighed and said, That's all we can do now. It's really hard to believe that a young man who has only cultivated for a few decades can possess such terrifying strength. Even those extremely talented young men can't be compared to him. The responsibilities they bear and the experiences they have grown up with are just different. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently, If the youngsters you speak of have to face us old monsters all day long and cannot win, then he and the people around him will die. I think that they will be able to grow faster. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are still alive and have not been driven mad by the pressure. Old man Qinglian fell silent and did not say anything else. Remember, this person is not a bloodthirsty person. If no one takes the initiative to provoke him, he will not casually attack. If there are really blind people looking for trouble, then just kill them. There is no need for you to interfere. However, you must remember that once you discover that the 2 girls beside him are in any danger, you must immediately report back. We do not wish to see this road become a bloodbath, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said seriously. Yes. Old man Qinglian suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed in response. 10 days later, at the ancient Starry Sky Road in Green Lotus City, at the intersection of the Red Luan, All Heaven, and Spirit Void star fields, Ning Chen brought and Aman along. Seeing more and more cultivators on the ancient Starry Sky Road, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the news of the ancient battlefield had already spread. The road ahead might not be easy. There was only one quota for opening the ancient battlefield and obtaining the time restriction and other rewards. This also meant that everyone on this road would be a potential opponent. Apart from this, it was very likely that many young experts would not be interested in those 3 treasures. Instead, they would want to take the opportunity to compete with the younger generation of the All-Heaven star fields and verify their own Tao. On the side, was happily eating a tonghulu made from a string of cinnabar fruit. Wherever there were people, there would be merchants. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ning Chen could only sigh with emotion. This was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. 3 cinnabar fruits and 10 immortal jade. It was frighteningly expensive. Only a glutton like would be willing to buy it. Do you want to eat it? Took another bite and placed the tonghulu in front of a certain person's mouth. Nope. Ning Chen helplessly shook his head. This time, he was truly unwilling to eat it. It was better to leave it all for this girl. Little mistress. Placed the Tonghulu in front of Aman. Aman took a small bite and patted the little girl's head. All right, I won't eat it. You can eat it. Broke into a smile and continued to eat happily. Looking at the helpless expression of the person beside him, Aman smiled. Now you know how to feel heartache. Celestial jades were even more precious than cultivation techniques to a certain extent. Using one meant one less, especially now that the celestial realm was about to collapse. However, cinnabar fruits were spirit fruits that were beneficial to cultivation. Although it was a bit expensive, it was still worth it. Not long after, a pavilion appeared in front of them. The decorations were gorgeous and luxurious. It looked extremely extraordinary. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Aman nodded and followed after him. Indifferently followed, looking left and right. As she ate, she was curious. "Young master, what do you want?" asked a pretty woman who came up to him. "Something to protect myself," replied Ning Chen. "Young master, please follow me," said the woman respectfully. Ning Chen nodded. Then, he led the two people beside him and followed. Didn't understand and pulled on the woman's sleeve. "Little mistress, why do you want to buy something to protect yourself?" "It's for you," said Aman softly. "I don't need it. I'm already very strong." Waved her fist. Aman smiled and didn't say anything. On the second floor, the woman brought the three of them over. In front of a counter made of inkstone, an old man was currently carving something. Powerful spiritual chi fluctuations were faintly discernible on the counter. It was extremely shocking. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the counter and directly ignored all the items on display. He looked at the wooden sculpture in the old man's hand and said, "I want this. How much is it?" 4,000 immortal jades. No bargaining. The old man didn't even raise his head. When heard this, her little face shook. So expensive. Aman's eyes also flashed. It really wasn't cheap. However, this wooden sculpture was extraordinary. With it, would at least have some guarantee of safety. "I want it." Ning Chen didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Chapter 702. In the E-Pavilion, behind the inkstone counter, the old man was focused on carving the wooden sculpture in his hand. He never looked up. In front of him, Ning Chen stood quietly and waited patiently. He did not rush him. On the second floor, there were many customers coming and going. However, compared to the first floor, there were far fewer. Clearly, the price of the treasures on this floor was not something ordinary people could afford. Sizzle! Sizzle! Gradually, people stopped walking and looked at the wooden sculpture in the old man's hand. Their faces looked strange. "Master!" A young man dressed as a student looked at a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The young man's eyes froze. He did not say anything. He just looked ahead quietly. Not far away, several young people in luxurious clothes also stopped in their tracks, a solemn look flashing in their eyes. The wooden sculpture was about to be completed. Many restrictive patterns appeared. Strange runes surrounded it. They slowly disappeared into the wooden sculpture. "Let's go and take a look," the young man in luxurious clothes said. He then walked to the counter. When the student heard him, he quickly followed him. At the same time, a few young men not far away also walked forward. "Shopkeeper, how much is this wooden sculpture?" the young man in luxurious clothes asked. "It's not for sale," the old man answered coldly. He threw the wooden sculpture to the young man in red and said, 3,000 celestial jades. Ning Chen took the wooden sculpture and waved his hand to give away the celestial jades. He calmly said, "Thank you." After that, Ning Chen gave the wooden sculpture to the little girl next to him. He softly said, "Take it and play with it. Don't let it leave your side." Took the wooden sculpture and looked at it. Her small face smiled like a blooming flower. It was dazzling. When the young men dressed in noble clothes saw this, they looked surprised. Such a precious treasure was being given to a little girl. Who was this young man? In front of the student, Qin Bai's expression also became serious. He was weighing the pros and cons. Let's go. Ning Chen did not care about their gazes. He walked down the stairs. Man held Yiner's hand and followed. Everyone watched as they left together. Go and find out who this person is, Qin Bai said. Yes. The student respectfully answered. Outside the E-pavilion, the three of them walked out. Yiner held the wooden carving and gestured around, looking very happy. The wooden carving was of a young girl. Looking closely, she was no more than 16 or 17 years old. It was so lifelike that every strand of her hair could be seen clearly. Ning Chen, where are we going? After walking for a while and seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, Yiner asked in confusion. To pay a visit to that senior law enforcer, Ning Chen replied. Are you really going? Yiner wasn't too interested. One must be polite. Ning Chen patted the little girl's head and said. Yiner pursed her lips. She didn't believe a single word. She looked at the woman beside her and asked coquettishly, Mistress, why did Ning Chen visit that enforcer? Ah Man smiled and said softly, because doing so will save us a lot of trouble. Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, Ah Man patiently explained, some people have been following us. After we pay a visit to that senior law enforcer, if these people have any ideas, they will have to consider carefully. Only then did Yiner understand. She wrinkled her nose at a certain someone. What did he mean by having manners? That was a lie. Ning Chen smiled helplessly. A man was truly becoming smarter and smarter. In the depths of the ancient city, old man Qing Lian was looking at the lotus blooming in the pond in front of him. His face was as calm as water without any ripples. Had it finally come? Junior Ning Chen requests an audience with senior law enforcer. Just at this moment, a respectful voice rang out from outside the residence, breaking the silence. Come in. Old man Qing Lian said. Many thanks, senior. A red-robed figure walked in. Behind him were two young women. They looked similar in age, but their temperaments were completely different. Seeing the two young women beside Ning Chen, old man Qing Lian couldn't conceal his emotions. That little girl was still alright. Although her talent wasn't bad, it couldn't be said to be shocking. However, the woman beside her was a bit terrifying. Her spirit heart was pure and flawless. She was a true peerless genius. For thousands of years, he had only heard of such a perfect martial art jade in legend. Senior law enforcer, Junior has disturbed you. Ning Chen walked forward and respectfully bowed. No need to be so polite. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? Asked old man Qing Lian. Ning Chen stood up and shook his head. He said, it was quite smooth. I passed by this city, so I came to visit you as promised. Old man Qing Lian nodded and said, Green Lotus City is one of the 49 sky cities along the way. I've been in charge of guarding this city for nearly 100 years. This time, the ancient battlefield has reappeared. Several star venerables and region masters hope that there will be someone in your generation who can open the ancient battlefield. Last time, when you protected that young man, you caused quite a stir. Be careful. Senior, thank you for your reminder. I'll keep it in mind. Ning Chen replied. Seeing the humble attitude of the young man in front of him, old man Qing Lian's expression softened a bit. He said, I know your strength is extraordinary, but the dangers you'll face on this road may be more than what you see now. In addition, some star venerables and region masters have begun to notice you. No matter what happens in the future, they don't want this road to be a dead end. Do you understand what I mean? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them, Ning Chen said. Hearing this, old man Qing Lian's eyes became serious. He said, It's not that the star venerables and region masters are forcing you, but your strength is not suitable for you to compete with these young people on this ancient road. The ancient battlefield is very important. I hope you can consider the overall situation and restrain yourself as much as possible. As I said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. This is the biggest guarantee I can give. I can't give more than this, Ningchen said seriously. Old man Qinglian sighed softly and nodded. Of course, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to have such a variable who exceeded the limit. I heard that there will be a grand meeting organized by the young generation in 10 days in the city. At that time, several supreme experts of the young generation from the heavens, spirit void, and red Luan star areas will meet for the first time. This is a chance. I hope you can stay. You don't have to make friends with these people, but at least meet them. Maybe you can avoid some unnecessary conflicts in the future, old man Qinglian said seriously. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he nodded. What the old man in front of him said probably represented the attitude of the star venerables and region masters behind him. It was just a grand meeting. There was no need to confront these old monsters directly. Old man Qinglian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ning Chen had agreed. In fact, this lad was not someone who didn't know the importance of things. However, those gods' favored sons from various vital stars might not be the same. At that time, he would accompany this lad as a law enforcer. He hoped to use this opportunity to make some arrogant disciples of the great sects more cautious and not provoke this terrifying young man. He had to admit that the task assigned to him by the building master was really troublesome. After they finished talking about the serious matter, they talked about some unimportant things. After an hour, a woman dressed like a maid came and took Ning Chen and the other two to a room to rest temporarily. After listening to them talking nonsense for a long time, Yin-Er's patience had been exhausted. She hurried to follow them. In the west room, in a small courtyard with mottled bamboo shadows, the maid left after making arrangements for the three of them. As soon as the maid left, Yin-Er lay on the bed and heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "I'm so tired." Man went forward and pulled her up. She said softly, "It's time to practice swordsmanship. I'm so tired today. Can I practice tomorrow?" Yin-Er said with a bitter expression, "No." Man rubbed the little girl's hair and replied softly. Ning Chen did not say anything. He just smiled. He could not control this lad. It was up to Man. Soon, Yin-Er, who had failed in her resistance, was taken out by Man to practice swordsmanship. Before she left, she pitifully asked someone for advice. Unfortunately, she was ignored. At the same time, in Green Lotus City, the news of the three of them visiting the law enforcers quickly spread to several young apex experts and attracted a lot of attention. In a mansion that he had bought temporarily, Qin Bai was quietly drinking wine and waiting for the news he wanted. "Young master, I found it." A young man who looked like a page quickly walked over and said respectfully, "A few days ago, that person seemed to have protected a killing star from the all-heaven star field from the Green Lotus law enforcers. At that time, many people saw it." Qin Bai put down the wine cup in his hand and narrowed his eyes. In that case, that person was related to the Green Lotus law enforcers. That was not strange. To be able to take out so many celestial jades at once, his identity was definitely not ordinary. It was very possible that he was an inner disciple of a top-notch sect. Similar scenes appeared all over Green Lotus City. The law enforcers rarely showed themselves on the starry sky ancient road. Now, someone had actually been received by the law enforcers. It was truly shocking. However, no one knew that the law enforcers had not received people who knew destiny because of their status or background. Instead, it was because of their strength that the star venerables and domain masters had no choice but to remind them and restrict them. In front of the lotus pond in the Green Lotus Mansion, light gathered and an illusory figure appeared. He looked at the old man before him and asked, "How is it?" "Tower Master," he agreed. Old man Qinglian bowed and said. The illusory figure nodded and said, "When the time comes, go with him. Take the opportunity to teach those people a lesson. I have already done what I should do. If there are still people who are blind enough to provoke him, then don't bother. Living is luck and death is fate." "Yes." Old man Qing Lian said respectfully. Oh, that's right. An old man has taken a liking to the girl beside him called a man. He wants to take her as his disciple. Remind Ning Chen to be careful. Even if he doesn't agree, he shouldn't confront that old man. I will think of a way to mediate between them and try to resolve this peacefully. After he finished speaking, the illusory figure turned into specks of light and disappeared. Old man Qing Lian bowed and sent him off. A serious expression flashed through his aged eyes. That girl had indeed attracted the attention of those people.